Hey there, welcome to my channel. I just started this channel, and your support means the world to me. It helps me keep sharing the stories I love. This video is completely ad-free and designed to help you fall asleep fast and comfortably. Like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy the kind of stories I share here. Drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's amazing to feel connected with all of you. Now, dim the lights, turn on a soft fan if you like, and let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. My grandma's old radio plays stations that don't exist. My grandmother, Ilara, was a collector of silent things. Her house, a two-story Victorian that creaked like a ship at sea, was a museum of objects that had outlived their purpose. Brass barometers that had forgotten the weather, clocks whose hands were frozen in a perpetual state of 10 past 4, and a fleet of beautiful, intricate ships in bottles, their tiny sails forever becalmed. When she passed away at the age of 89, she left me the house and everything in it. I, a sound designer for independent films, a man whose life was a carefully curated collage of noise, inherited a kingdom of profound and unsettling silence. I came to the house not to live, but to sort, to dismantle the quiet, ordered life she had built. For the first week, I was an archaeologist, sifting through layers of dust and memory. The air smelled of lavender, beeswax, and the dry, sweet scent of decaying paper. It was a lonely, melancholic task, a conversation with a ghost who would only speak through the objects she had left behind. I found the radio in the attic, shrouded in a yellowed linen sheet like a piece of holy statuary. It was a magnificent beast, a 1948 Sentinel floor model, its wooden cabinet the color of rich, dark honey, its cloth grill a complex geometric pattern of woven gold thread. A single, large, cyclopean dial made of a milky, amber-colored bakelite dominated the front panel. It was a thing of beauty, a cathedral dedicated to the worship of forgotten broadcasts. I was a man who loved vintage audio equipment, and the sight of it was a balm to my grieving, listless soul. I spent the better part of an afternoon wrestling it down the narrow attic stairs and into the living room, placing it in the corner where a sad-looking fern had finally given up the ghost. I plugged it in. Nothing, not a hum, not a crackle. The silence from the radio was just a more concentrated version of the silence that already filled the house. Of course, I couldn't leave it alone. The next day, I had the back panel off, my tools spread out on a dust sheet. The inside was a miniature city of vacuum tubes, cloth-wrapped wires, and enormous wax paper capacitors. It was surprisingly clean, as if Grandma had been tending to it right up until the end. I found the culprit easily enough. A single, burnt-out rectifier tube. A quick search online. A trip to a specialty electronics store in a town 40 miles away, and a few hours later, I had the new tube in place. I plugged it in again. This time, as I turned the knob, a soft, warm, golden light bloomed behind the dial, and a low, gentle hum filled the room, the sound of a sleeping giant beginning to stir. I turned the large, weighted tuning knob, and the needle slid across the frequency band. The speaker crackled, hissed, and then, through a blizzard of static, a voice emerged. It was a man's voice, a classic mid-century announcer's baritone, smooth and full of a folksy, unwarranted confidence. And that's a guaranteed promise from Miller's Hardware in lovely downtown Silver Creek. Remember, folks, for any job big or small, Miller's has it all. Now, let's get back to the music with Patti Page. A lush orchestral arrangement swelled from the speaker, the sound rich and warm, full of a nostalgic hiss that no digital filter could ever truly replicate. I smiled. It worked. I leaned back in Grandma's floral armchair, a feeling of deep satisfaction washing over me. It was only after the song had finished and a news report began about a prize-winning pumpkin at the annual town fair that a strange, dissonant thought began to bubble up in my mind. Silver Creek. I knew every town, every forgotten hamlet within 100-mile radius of this house. I had never heard of a Silver Creek. I pulled out my phone and searched for it. Nothing. No Silver Creek, Wisconsin, no Miller's Hardware, no local radio station with the call letters WSC. I checked a list of historical town names. Still nothing. It was a ghost town, a place that had never existed. My rational mind, the part of me that designed soundscapes based on the hard, cold laws of physics, immediately supplied an explanation. A pirate radio station. Some hobbyist out in the woods with a vintage transmitter, broadcasting his own curated nostalgic programming. It was a charming, eccentric explanation, and it satisfied me for a while. But the broadcasts were too perfect, too dense. They weren't just playing old songs. They were broadcasting a whole, fully realized world. There were commercials for businesses that had no online footprint, public service announcements for a school district that didn't exist, a Lonely Hearts call-in show where the residents of this phantom town would share their small, mundane heartbreaks. I would sit for hours listening, a strange, voyeuristic anthropologist studying a lost tribe that had never been found. The first crack in my pirate radio theory came a week later. I was twisting the dial late one night, the golden light of the radio the only illumination in the dark room. I moved past the Silver Creek station and into a howling wilderness of static. And then another signal began to resolve. It was different. The sound quality was cleaner, sharper, and the broadcast was in a language I didn't recognize, a melodic, flowing tongue that sounded vaguely Slavic. It was a woman singing a lullaby, her voice filled with a profound, heartbreaking sadness. Behind her, I could hear the faint, rhythmic sound of rain against a window pane. The song ended, and a man began to speak, his voice soft and urgent. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was universal. He was pleading. He was afraid. And in the background, another sound began to grow, a low, guttural, and deeply menacing roar, like the sound of a great distant fire. The broadcast was abruptly cut off by a shriek of pure, undiluted static. My heart was pounding. That was not a hobbyist. That was a raw, unfiltered slice of someone's terror. I tried to find the station again, but it was gone, swallowed by the static. The radio was no longer just a charming curiosity. It was a puzzle, a mystery that was beginning to consume me. The stations were not just from one non-existent place. They were from somewhere else, or perhaps from sometime else. I started keeping a logbook, documenting every strange broadcast. I found a station that played nothing but a single, repeating, 5-note musical phrase over and over again for hours on end. I found a station where a man would simply read numbers, his voice a dry, emotionless monotone. I found a station that was just the sound of a ticking clock and a woman weeping softly. The breakthrough, the moment that transformed my obsession into a full-blown, terrifying reality, was a broadcast that sounded, at first, completely normal, It was a news report in English, in a familiar modern broadcasting style. And in financial news, shares for tech giant Omnicore surged today after the successful launch of their global atmospheric weather control system, the announcer said. CEO Julian Thorne, accepting the World Science Prize in Geneva, stated that this marks a new era for humanity, an era free from the tyranny of drought, famine, and natural disasters. I stared at the radio, my blood turning to ice. I knew who Julian Thorne was. He was my father, but my father was not the CEO of a tech giant. He was a retired high school biology teacher who spent his days tending to his prize-winning roses in a quiet, suburban town. He had never invented a global weather control system. I had just spoken to him on the phone yesterday. He was complaining about the aphids on his golden celebrations. This wasn't a broadcast from the past. This wasn't a broadcast from another country. This was a broadcast from another now. A parallel reality. A world where my father had made a different choice, had pursued a different life, and had apparently become one of the most important people on earth. I felt a wave of vertigo so profound I had to grip the arms of the chair. The radio wasn't just a receiver of stray signals, it was a window into the infinite branching paths of what could have been. The what-ifs and might-have-beens of the universe were all playing out simultaneously, and this old wooden box in my grandmother's living room was somehow able to tune into them. My investigation turned inward, into the house, into the life of the quiet, enigmatic woman who had raised me. I had always seen my grandmother as a simple woman, a creature of routine and quiet dignity, but now I was seeing her in a new light. She wasn't a collector of silent things. She was a curator of them. She had intentionally created a space of profound quiet in her life, and I now suspected it was to make it easier to hear the whispers from the sentinel. In the bottom drawer of her writing desk, tucked beneath a stack of neatly bundled letters, I found her journal. It was a thick, leather-bound volume, its pages filled with her elegant, spidery script. Most of it was the mundane, day-to-day accounting of a quiet life. But here and there, between notes about her garden and the price of eggs, were entries that made my hair stand on end. March the 12th, 1968. The static is heavy tonight. A storm on the other side. Heard a broadcast from a world where the war never ended. The same songs, but sadder. The announcer's voice was so tired, I pray for their peace. June 4th, 1982. Tuned in to a very clear signal. A world where John is a painter. He sounded so happy. He described the light on the coast, the colors. It was a good broadcast, a kind one. It helps to know that somewhere he found his joy. John was my grandfather. He had died in a car crash in 1981, a struggling accountant who had always dreamed of being an artist. My grandmother had known. She had known all along. This radio was not a passive device. It was her confidant, her oracle, her window into the lives her loved ones might have lived. She had used it to find comfort, to visit the ghosts of choices not made. But then the entries began to grow darker. November 2nd, 1995, a new station. It doesn't feel like the others. It's cold, empty. There's a voice, but it's not speaking. It's just a whisper, a sound like dry static. It makes the milk in the kitchen go sour. It makes the flowers in the vase wilt. I must be careful. Some doors are not meant to be opened. July 20th, 2010. The whispering station is stronger. It seems to know when I am listening. I heard a name in the static today, my name. I have unplugged the sentinel. The silence is a blessing. Some echoes are too hungry. Some worlds are better left unheard. She had been terrified of it, this whispering station, this hungry echo. And for the last decade of her life, she had kept the radio silent, a sleeping dragon she dared not wake. And I, in my ignorant, bumbling grief, had not only woken it, but I had fed it my undivided attention for weeks. I should have stopped. I should have unplugged the radio, hauled it back up to the attic, and buried it under a mountain of forgotten things. But I couldn't. I was addicted. And a part of me, a dark, curious part, needed to find the station she had been so afraid of. I found it a week later. It was high up on the band, in a dead zone that should have been nothing but empty air. It started as a faint, rhythmic clicking like a Geiger counter. Then the whisper began. It was a low, sibilant hiss, a sound that was on the very edge of human hearing. It was the sound of 1,000,000 tiny, broken voices all speaking at once, creating a single, coherent, malevolent wave of sound. It was the audio equivalent of staring into a television screen of pure black and white static, and it was calling my name. Alexex! The sound was a hook that snagged itself in the deepest, most primitive part of my brain. The house changed when that station was on. The air grew cold. I'd see movement in my peripheral vision, a flicker of static in the shape of a man. The lights would flicker in time with a rhythmic clicking. One night, I was on the phone with my father, my real father, the biology teacher, and the whisper began to bleed through the phone line, our conversation dissolving into a sea of hissing static. I was being haunted, not by a ghost, but by a possibility, a corrupted, failed reality, an echo of a world that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong, and it was using the radio as an anchor, a bridge into my world. The journal had one final terrifying entry, written in a shaky, almost illegible hand on the last page. It's a reflection, a shadow. The sentinel doesn't just receive, it transmits. Our choices, our lives, they create the echoes it tunes into. But a strong echo, a hungry one, it can try to reflect back. It can try to overwrite. It wants a world to live in. It wants our world. Do not let it show you what you want to see. The warning came too late. The whispering station began to change. It started to broadcast images into my mind, not memories, but temptations. It showed me a world where my mother's cancer had never returned, a world where my best friend in college hadn't died in that stupid, senseless climbing accident. It showed me a world where Eleanor and I had had the child we had always wanted. It was showing me my own personal, curated heaven. All I had to do, the whisper seemed to promise, was keep listening, keep the channel open, let it in. The entity, which I had come to think of as the static, began to manifest more physically. I woke up one morning to find a thin layer of fine black dust, like iron filings, covering every surface in the living room. The mirrors in the house would no longer show my reflection clearly, but a distorted, wavering version of me, as if I were made of television snow. I was being erased, my reality slowly being overwritten by the static of that dead, hungry world. The climax arrived on a stormy Tuesday night. The wind howled outside, and the rain lashed against the windows. The power flickered and then went out completely. I was plunged into darkness, save for the single golden glowing eye of the sentinel's dial. The whispering station was on, and it was louder than I had ever heard it before. And then it broadcast the one thing I could not resist. It was Eleanor's voice, not a memory, not an echo. It was her, clear as day, as if she were in the room with me. "Tom," she said, her voice full of a desperate, pleading love. "Tom, I'm here. I'm so lost. It's so cold. But I can see a light. Your light. Just turn the dial a little more. Just bring me into focus. You can bring me home." I knew it was a trick. I knew it was the static, wearing the voice of my dead wife like a mask. But my heart didn't care. The grief, the raw, gaping wound of her absence was a vulnerability it had found and exploited with surgical precision. I reached for the dial, my hand trembling. The whisper in my head was a triumphant, sibilant roar. Yes, let her in, let us in. And then another voice came from the radio, a different one. It was my grandmother, a faint, crackling, distant echo, but it was her. "Don't, my boy," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the storm of static. "That's not her. That's the lie the silence tells. You have to choose the real noise, your noise." I was caught between them, the perfect, beautiful lie of my wife's voice and the faint, fragile truth of my grandmother's warning. I looked around the dark room, at the house that had been my sanctuary and had become my prison. I thought of my own life, the messy, imperfect, painful, and real life I had been so desperate to escape. My grandmother hadn't collected silent things because she was afraid of the world. She had collected them so she could listen, so she could understand the infinite, beautiful, and terrible possibilities of a single human life. She had chosen her reality with all its heartbreak, and now I had to choose mine. I took my hand off the tuning knob. "No," I said, my voice a ragged shout. "You are not her, and this is not my world to give." I turned the dial away from the whispering station, away from the siren song of Eleanor's voice. The static shrieked, a sound of pure, frustrated rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. The windows rattled, the floorboards groaned, the light from the radio's dial flared blindingly bright, and then, with a pop and a fizz, it went out. One of the main amplifier tubes had blown. The radio fell silent. The whispering in my head stopped. The feeling of cold, malevolent pressure in the room vanished. I was alone again, in the dark, in the quiet. But it was a different kind of quiet, a clean quiet, a real quiet. The next day, I didn't take the radio to the attic. I left it in its place of honor in the living room. I didn't fix it. I understood now. It was not a toy. It was not an oracle. It was a responsibility. It was a listening post on the shores of infinity. And it required a vigilant and very quiet guardian. I live in my grandmother's house now. The silence no longer feels like an absence. It feels like a presence, the presence of all the other worlds, all the other lives, all the other choices, held at bay by a single, silent, magnificent old radio. I am a sound designer who has come to appreciate the profound, powerful, and sometimes necessary beauty of silence. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I think I can hear a faint orchestral swell or the distant folksy voice of an announcer talking about the weather in a town that never was. And I smile. I know the echoes are still out there. But I have chosen my station, and I am finally content to listen to the beautiful, heartbreaking, and perfectly real static of my own life. I woke up to 47 missed calls, all from my future self. The first thing I noticed wasn't the number of calls, it was the silence. Usually, my apartment complex is a symphony of urban decay. I live on the fourth floor of a brick walk-up in Chicago. By 8 a.m. on a Saturday, I should hear Mrs. Giamatti's beagle yapping 3 doors down. I should hear the rumble of the L train vibrating the steel fire escape outside my window. I should hear the heavy bass of the teenager's stereo in 4B. But there was nothing, just a heavy, suffocating silence that felt like cotton wool stuffed into my ears. I rolled over, my head pounding. I'd taken 2 melatonin gummies the night before. A mistake. They always gave me vivid, sticky nightmares, and I felt like I was swimming through molasses to surface into consciousness. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. The screen was blindingly bright in the dim room. I squinted, trying to focus. 47. Missed calls. My stomach gave a weird lurch. 47? Who calls someone 47 times? An emergency. Mom, Dad, an accident. I unlocked the screen, my thumb hovering over the Recents tab. I expected to see Mom or maybe my boss if the building had burned down. I stared at the list. The blood drained out of my face so fast I felt dizzy. Missed call, me, mobile. Missed call, me, mobile. Missed call, me, mobile. The list scrolled down, screen after screen. All 47 calls were from my own contact number. I sat up, the sheets pooling around my waist. The room was cold, unnaturally cold for September. I checked the timestamps. The first call had come in at 3:12 a.m. The last one was at 7:59 a.m. 1 minute ago. I held the phone like it was a live grenade. A glitch. It had to be a glitch. Maybe the cell towers were messed up. Maybe someone was spoofing my number. That happens, right? Scammers use your own number to bypass spam filters, but 47 times. Then I saw the voicemail icon. 1 new voicemail. Only 1? If they called 47 times, why leave only 1 message? I pressed the speakerphone button. I didn't want to hold the plastic against my ear. The robotic female voice announced, "Message received today at 7:59 a.m. A burst of static. Then a voice. "Don't. Static. Don't open the blinds. David, listen to me. Do not look outside. Do not leave the bedroom. They are..." Heavy breathing. "They are tracking the movement of your eyes. Lock the door, now." The message clicked off. I sat frozen on the edge of the bed. The voice wasn't a scammer. It wasn't a generated AI voice. It was me. It was my voice. But it sounded wrong. It was rougher, hoarse, like I had been screaming for hours. And there was a tremor in it, a hysterical edge that I had never heard in myself, not even when I broke my leg skiing, not even when my dad died. It was the sound of raw, unadulterated terror. They are tracking the movement of your eyes. My gaze instantly darted to the window. The blinds were drawn, thank God, but there was a gap, a tiny vertical sliver of light where the slats didn't quite meet. I felt a primal urge to look, to peek, to prove that this was insane. Buzz up. The phone vibrated in my hand, startling a yelp out of me. "Incoming call, me, mobile." I stared at the screen. My own face, a goofish selfie I used for my contact card, grinned back at me. I answered. "Hello?" My voice cracked. "You listened to the voicemail," the voice on the other end said. It was definitely me, but the audio quality was crystal clear. No static. It sounded like I was standing right next to myself. "Who is this?" I demanded, trying to sound tough but failing miserably. "Is this some kind of deep fake prank? Because it's not funny." "It's not a prank, David. It's 10:15 a.m. I'm you, or I was you. Look, we don't have time for the sci-fi explanation. You have about 30 seconds before the first one gets to the door." The first what? Who? The sweepers, the voice said. Listen to me carefully. Get up. Go to the hallway door. Lock the deadbolt, the chain, and the bottom latch. Do it now. Why? Because at 8:05 a.m., Mrs. Giamatti walked out to walk her dog, and they took her. They took everyone, David. The building is empty. You're the last one left because you sleep like the dead. I looked at the clock. 8:03 a.m. You said it's 10:15 where you are? Yes. I'm calling you from 2 hours in the future. I'm trying to keep us alive. I failed the first time I opened the door. Please, lock it. The desperation in the voice was nauseating. It was the sound of a man begging for his life. I stood up. I didn't believe it, not really, but the fear was contagious. I walked out of the bedroom, down the short hallway to the front door of my apartment. I stared at the locks. The deadbolt was already turned. I always locked it. The chain, the voice on the phone whispered, and a bottom latch, the one you never use. I hesitated. Thump. A sound from the hallway outside. It wasn't a knock. It sounded like a wet sandbag being thrown against the wood. My heart hammered against my ribs. Lock it! I screamed at myself through the phone. I fumbled with the chain, sliding it into the groove. I kicked the bottom latch into place. The doorknob turned. It turned slowly, grinding the mechanism. Then a force slammed against the door. The wood groaned. The frame shuddered. If I hadn't done the chain and the latch, the deadbolt might have held, but the door would have bowed enough for what? Open up, David. The voice from the other side of the door wasn't mine. It was Mrs. Giamatti's, but it was flat, monotone. David, it is time for the walk. The dog needs to walk. Open the door. I backed away, clutching the phone. Mrs. Giamatti? Don't answer her. My future self hissed in my ear. That's not her, not anymore. Go back to the bedroom, quietly. I retreated, stepping softly on the hardwood. I went back into the bedroom and shut the door. What is happening? I whispered into the phone. Is this an invasion? Zombies? Not zombies, future me said. They're listeners. They mimic. They take the shape of the people they touch, but they need permission to enter. They need you to open the barrier. If you open the door or the window, they get in. Once they're in, they assimilate you. Assimilate? It hurts, David. God, it hurts. I can still feel it happening to me right now. That's why I'm calling. If I save you, maybe I save myself. The logic is fuzzy. My memory is going, okay, what do I do? Call the police? No. The police came at 8:45. They're part of it now. You'll hear the siren soon. Don't look out the window. I looked at the blinds again. The urge to look was overwhelming. It was like a magnet pulling at my eyeballs. Why 47 calls? I asked. Why didn't you leave a message earlier? I tried. Future me sounded exhausted. The signal. It's hard to reach back. The connection keeps dropping. And every time I call, I lose a little more of myself. I think this is the last time I can get through. Okay, so what's the plan? How do I get out? You don't get out, not yet. You have to wait for the shift. The shift? At 11 a.m., the sunlight hits the fire escape at a specific angle. They hate direct UV. They retreat into the shadows of the hallway. That's your window. You have to go out the fire escape, climb up to the roof, and jump to the next building. The gap is 6 feet. You can make it. I can't jump 6 feet. You can when something with Mrs. Giamatti's face and a mouth full of needles is chasing you. You make the jump. I made the jump. Wait, I paused. If you made the jump, then why are you calling me? If you survived, why do you sound like you're dying? Silence on the line. Then a heavy sigh. I made the jump to the roof, but I didn't check the roof access door. It was open. One of them was waiting inside the stairwell. I got bit, David. I've been hiding in the utility closet on the roof for 2 hours, bleeding out, watching my skin turn gray. I'm calling you to tell you to check the door. Check the damn door before you run past it. My blood ran cold. Okay, check the door. Got it. I'm fading, the voice said. The signal is breaking up. Stay inside. Don't make a sound. Wait for 11 And David? Yeah? I'm sorry. The line went dead. I sat there in the silence. 8:10 a.m. I had nearly 3 hours to wait. The next 2 hours were an exercise in psychological torture. At 8:30, the scratching started. It sounded like fingernails being dragged down the hallway drywall. Long, slow strokes. At 8:45, just like the voice predicted, the sirens came. But they didn't wail. They chirped, short and aggressive, then cut off abruptly right outside the building. I heard heavy boots on the stairs. I heard shouting, "Police! Is anyone in there?" It sounded like Officer Miller, a guy I'd seen around the neighborhood. "Open up! We have reports of a gas leak." A lie. Future me said they need permission. They need me to open the barrier. "I know you're in there, David." The voice changed. It shifted from Officer Miller's baritone to my mother's voice. "David, honey, please open the door. I'm scared." I clapped my hands over my ears. I sat in the corner of the room, curled into a ball, rocking back and forth. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. At 9:30, the power went out. The hum of the refrigerator died. The room plunged into gloom. The silence returned, heavier than before. I stared at the phone. 48% battery. I scrolled through the missed calls again. 47 calls. It seemed so desperate. I tapped on the voicemail again. I needed to hear it one more time to make sure I hadn't hallucinated it. Message received today at 7:59 a.m. Don't open the blinds. I listened to the cadence of the voice, the terror. It was real. 10:55 a.m. I stood up. My legs were stiff. I went to the window. I peeked through the tiniest crack in the blinds. The sun was shining. It was a bright, beautiful day. The fire escape steel was gleaming. I grabbed my sneakers and tied them tight. I grabbed a kitchen knife. Useless, probably, but it made me feel better. 10:58 a.m. I moved to the window. I unlocked the sash. 11 a.m. I took a deep breath. "Check the roof access door," I whispered to myself. I threw the window up. The noise of the city rushed in, but it was wrong. No cars, no people, just wind. I scrambled out onto the fire escape. The metal was hot under my hands. I looked down into the alley. It was filled with them. They were standing in the shadows of the dumpsters, looking up. They looked like people, neighbors, the mailman, the barista from the corner shop. But their limbs were elongated, their jaws hanging slackly open. They saw me. A collective hiss rose up from the alley like steam escaping a vent. I didn't look back. I climbed. I scrambled up the rusting ladder, my breath tearing at my throat. 4th floor, 5th floor. Roof. I pulled myself over the parapet and rolled onto the gravel surface of the roof. The sun was beating down. It was clear. I stood up and scanned the roof. There was the utility closet my future self had mentioned, and there was the roof access door for the next building over. I ran toward the edge. The gap between the buildings was about 6 feet, a terrifying distance, but doable. I backed up to get a running start. Then I saw it, the utility closet door. It was slightly ajar. I stopped. Future me said he was hiding in there. He said he was bleeding out. If he was in there, could I help him? Could I help me? I took a step toward the closet. David. The voice came from inside the dark gap of the closet door. It was weak, wet. "I'm here," I whispered. "I'm here." "Don't come closer," the voice rasped. I'm changing. I can feel my teeth moving. "I can get you help. We can jump together." "No, I can't move. Listen, did you check the door?" "What door?" "The roof access door on the other building." I looked across the gap. The door on the other roof was closed. "It's closed," I said. "Good." The voice in the closet groaned. "Good. Then you have a chance." I looked at the closet. I felt a surge of insane empathy. That was me in there, dying. "I can't leave you," I said. "You have to go." I turned and ran. I hit the edge of the roof and launched myself into the air. For a second, I was flying. Then gravity grabbed me. My feet hit the gravel on the other side. I tumbled, scraping my elbows, but I was alive. I was on the other building. I scrambled up and looked back. The door to the utility closet on my building swung open. A figure stepped out. It was me. But it wasn't injured. It wasn't bleeding. It was wearing my clothes, but they were crisp and clean. It stood on the edge of the roof, looking at me. It smiled, and as it smiled, its jaw unhinged, dropping down to its chest. It raised a phone to its ear. My phone rang in my pocket. I stared at the figure across the gap. I pulled my phone out. "Incoming call. Me. Mobile." I answered it, staring directly at the monster that wore my face. "Hello," I whispered. The monster on the roof didn't move its mouth, but the voice came through the phone, perfectly clear. "You made the jump," it said. The voice wasn't raspy anymore. It was smooth, predatory. "You lied," I said. "You weren't dying." "I lied about a lot of things," the voice purred. "I told you to wait for 11 a.m. Do you know why?" I looked around. The sun was high. Because at 11 a.m., the shadows on the west side of the building stretched just enough to cover the roof access door you're standing next to. I froze. I spun around. The door to the stairwell of the building I was currently standing on, the one I had just jumped to, was in the shadow of a water tower. And it was open. Standing in the doorway, shrouded in darkness, were 3 of them. They were all wearing police uniforms. "I didn't want you to jump to save you, David," my voice on the phone said. "I wanted you to jump because my building was fully harvested. We needed fresh meat, and you just delivered yourself to the colony next door." I dropped the phone. The figures in the doorway stepped out. I backed up, but there was nowhere to go. Just the 6-foot gap and the monster waiting on the other side. The last thing I heard before they grabbed me was the sound of my own voice, echoing from the phone lying on the gravel. 48 missed calls," it laughed. "Maybe next time, pick up sooner." I bought a used camera. The last picture was of me sleeping. The scent of a pawn shop is a unique perfume, a layered olfactory history of desperation, forgotten hobbies, and the faint, metallic tang of regret. It's a smell I've always found strangely comforting. I'm a photographer, but not the kind who chases the crisp, sterile perfection of digital. I'm a creature of the darkroom, a lover of film grain, light leaks, and the tangible magic of a silver gelatin print coming to life in a tray of chemicals. I hunt for relics, for cameras with stories baked into their brass and leather. My name is Jacob, and I believe that old lenses see the world differently, that they hold the ghosts of every image they've ever captured. I never imagined how literally true that could be. The shop was a dusty, cluttered cave on a forgotten side street, the kind of place you'd miss if you weren't specifically looking for the faded peeling sign that read, "Second Chances." I was killing time, waiting for inspiration to strike, a common affliction since my ex-girlfriend Chloe had moved out 6 months prior, taking the vibrant color palette of our shared life with her and leaving me in a world of muted grays. It was in the back, under a table piled high with defunct VCRs and sad-looking porcelain dolls, that I saw it. It was a Lichtner A7, a beautiful, brutish piece of German engineering from the 1960s. It was a rangefinder, heavy and solid, its black enamel worn to a soft patina on the corners, its lens a single, unblinking cyclops eye. It felt less like a machine and more like a dense, mechanical heart in my hands. The shopkeeper, a man whose face seemed to be made of intersecting wrinkles, gave me a rheumy-eyed look. "That one? Been here for ages," he rasped. "Found it in an estate lot. As is, of course." "Does the shutter work?" I asked, my thumb finding the familiar, satisfying resistance of the film advance lever. He shrugged, a gesture that moved his entire upper body. "Probably. Thing's built like a Panzer tank. $10. It was the kind of deal that makes your heart beat a little faster." I paid the man, feeling a thrill of discovery, a brief, bright spark in the monochrome landscape of my recent life. I took it home to my apartment, a third-floor walk-up with creaky floors and a view of a brick wall, the kind of place that's perfect for brooding artists and other assorted cliches. The real surprise came when I opened the back. There was a roll of film still inside. This was the holy grail for a junk shop connoisseur like me. A found history, a tiny orphan time capsule. The film was an old, off-brand black and white. The counter stopped at 24 exposures. I felt a giddy sense of voyeuristic anticipation. Who was the previous owner? What moments had they deemed worthy of capture? My bathroom doubles as my dark room. I sealed the door with a towel, the familiar, comforting darkness enveloping me. The smell of fixer and stop bath was my incense. I went through the ritual, my hands moving with practiced confidence in the dim, ruby glow of a safe light. I unspooled the film, clipped it, and submerged it in the developer. I watched the clock, gently agitating the tank, my mind racing with possibilities. An hour later, the negatives were hanging to dry, a glistening celluloid ribbon of someone else's life. I held them up to the light, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and a strange, almost reverent respect. The first 23 pictures were unremarkable. They were the anonymous, slightly melancholic photos of a life lived, a blurry shot of a child on a swing, a close-up of a cat's face, a rain-slicked street at night, the streetlights blooming like soft, ethereal flowers, several overexposed photos of what looked like the interior of an old, cluttered house. They were competent, but lonely. The compositions were slightly off, the subjects always distant. They felt like the work of a ghost, someone observing the world without ever truly participating in it. Then I looked at the last frame, number 24. My breath hitched in my chest. A cold, sharp icicle of dread seemed to pierce my sternum and travel down my spine. I took the negative strip and put it in the enlarger, needing to see it in stark, undeniable black and white. I focused the image, my hand suddenly clumsy and slick with a sweat I hadn't noticed. The image bloomed into life on the photographic paper in the developing tray, a ghost emerging from the chemical ether. It was a picture of me, sleeping in my bed, in my apartment. The angle was from the foot of the bed, looking towards the headboard. I was on my side, my face half buried in the pillow. The details were so horrifically, intimately correct that my mind buckled under the weight of them. The specific, rumpled way my comforter was bunched up. The book on my nightstand, a collection of poetry Chloe had left behind, its cover clearly legible. The glass of water beside it, even the shadow cast on the wall by my bedside lamp, was perfect, a familiar nightly silhouette. My first thought was that it was a prank, an incredibly elaborate, cruel prank. My mind immediately went to Chloe, but this wasn't her style. She was practical, grounded. She wouldn't know the first thing about developing film, let alone staging something so violating. And we hadn't spoken in months. My other friends? None of them had a key. My second thought was more technical, a double exposure, a bizarre 1-in-a-million fluke where my face had been superimposed over an image of an empty bed. I was a photographer. I knew the science. I could debunk this. I grabbed my loupe and examined the negative again, my heart thumping a frantic, panicked rhythm against my ribs. The grain was consistent. The light source was singular. The shadows were perfect. It was a single, unmodified, horrifyingly real photograph. My apartment, which had always felt like a sanctuary, a shell I could retreat into, suddenly felt violated, porous. The air itself felt thick with a hostile presence. I walked into my bedroom and stood at the foot of the bed, my eyes darting around the room. The perspective matched perfectly. The photographer had been standing right here, in my room, while I slept. Who had owned this camera? And how, in the name of all that was sane and logical, had they taken a picture of me before I had even bought it? The film had been in the camera when I found it. The thought was a paradox, a Mobius strip of impossibility that my rational mind couldn't navigate. That night, sleep was a foreign country I couldn't find a visa for. I sat on my sofa, the lights on, the Lichner A7 on the coffee table in front of me. It wasn't just a camera anymore. It was a witness, an accomplice. It seemed to watch me with its single glass eye, its black body absorbing the light, giving nothing back. I felt a primal, superstitious urge to smash it, to shatter its lens and exorcise whatever malevolent history it held. But I was also a photographer. It was a beautiful object, and a deeper, more frightening part of me needed to understand. I wedged a chair under the doorknob, a flimsy, pathetic defense against an intruder who had seemingly already bypassed all logic and security. Every creak of the old building, every siren in the distant city was the sound of them coming back. I must have eventually drifted off because I woke up with a jolt, my neck stiff. The gray, unforgiving light of dawn filtering through the blinds. The first thing I did was check the chair. It was still there. I was alone. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave with the night. It clung to me like a damp shroud. At my job, a soulless but necessary gig retouching real estate photos, I couldn't focus. I kept seeing movement in the corners of my screen. I'd glance over my shoulder in the office, convinced someone was standing behind me. I spent my lunch break in a frantic, paranoid online search. I typed in Lichner A7 and strange photos. I waded through forums of camera collectors, their posts filled with arcane discussions of shutter speeds and lens coatings. And then I found it. A single cryptic post on an obscure German photography forum dated from 10 years ago. The post was titled Schattenkamera, Shadow Camera. The user, who went by the name Collector88, wrote about a legend associated with a small specific batch of Lichtner A7s produced in the winter of 1963. The legend claimed the lenses were made with a new type of quartz-infused glass mined from a strange, geologically unique site in the Black Forest. The cameras, the legend went, didn't just capture light, they captured something else, an echo, a premonition. The Post called them Seelenfängers, soul catchers. It mentioned the original designer, a man named Klaus Richter, who had become a recluse and died in a mental asylum, obsessed with the idea that his cameras were showing him pictures of things that hadn't happened yet. The Post ended with a chilling single line. There are stories of owners disappearing, leaving behind only the camera and a final, undeveloped roll of film. I felt a wave of nausea. This was insane. Urban legends, internet ghost stories. But the story had the chilling ring of a truth I didn't want to acknowledge. That night, my paranoia graduated to active measures. I bought a new, heavy-duty deadbolt for my door. I installed a cheap, motion-activated webcam on my bookshelf, aimed at my bed. I was turning my home into a fortress, but I felt more vulnerable than ever. I took the Lichtner and locked it in a metal footlocker in my closet, as if I could contain its curse through simple physical confinement. For a week, there was nothing. The webcam recorded nothing but 8 hours of me sleeping fitfully. The feeling of being watched began to recede, replaced by the weary, self-mocking thought that I had let a strange coincidence drive me to the brink of a nervous breakdown. I almost convinced myself it was all in my head. Then I came home from work to find the footlocker in my closet open. I stared at it, my blood turning to ice water. The lock was not broken. It was unlocked. I knew with an absolute gut-wrenching certainty that I had locked it, and inside, sitting innocently on a pile of old sweaters, was the Lichtner. I backed out of the closet, my breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. Someone had been here, again. But the new deadbolt on my front door was still locked from the inside. The windows were all latched. There was no way in. My eyes fell on the webcam. I scrambled to my laptop, my hands shaking so badly I could barely type my password. I opened the security footage from the day. I fast-forwarded through the long, empty hours of my vacant apartment. Nothing. No movement. No intruders. The footlocker remained closed and locked. I replayed it, watching the timestamp in the corner. Then I saw it. At exactly 3:33 p.m., the video feed flickered. For a single frame, the screen went to black static. When the image returned, a millisecond later, the footlocker was open. It hadn't been opened. It had just become open, as if reality itself had been briefly edited. A single, crucial frame of the film of my life snipped out, leaving a seamless, impossible jump cut. With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving underwater, I picked up the camera. The film counter, which had been at 0, now read 1. A new picture had been taken. I didn't want to see it. Every cell in my body screamed at me to take the camera and throw it into the deepest part of the river. But I had to know. I was a prisoner to this thing, and the only way out was to understand the nature of my cell. Back in the dark room, the ruby light felt less like a comfort and more like the glow of a hellish fire. My hands trembled as I developed the single frame. The image that emerged was worse than the first. It was a picture of me in the shower. The photo was taken through the frosted glass of the shower door, my form a blurry, vulnerable silhouette. But the detail was still cruelly precise. The specific brand of shampoo on the shelf, the small crescent-shaped scar on my left shoulder. The angle was from inside the small windowless bathroom. It was a picture of a private, unguarded moment taken by an invisible, impossible voyeur. The camera was no longer just showing me the past. It was actively documenting my present. It was with me, always. The next few weeks were a descent into a private waking nightmare. The pictures kept appearing, one every few days. A single frame would be exposed on whatever roll of film I had in the camera. I tried leaving it empty, but a new, unexposed negative would simply materialize inside it. A picture of me at my desk at work, taken from over my shoulder. A picture of me buying groceries, taken from the other end of the aisle. A picture of me on the phone with my mother, my face etched with a fake, cheerful smile as I lied and told her everything was fine. Each one was a new violation, a new piece of evidence that my life was no longer my own. The photographer was a ghost, a demon, a glitch in the matrix. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was intimately, malevolently connected to the listener. I tried to get rid of it. I drove 40 miles out of the city and threw it into a landfill. I came home, exhausted and relieved, to find it sitting on my pillow. I smashed it with a hammer, the lens shattering, the body dented and broken. The next morning, it was on my kitchen table, fully repaired without a single scratch. It was a part of my life now, a tumorous, malignant growth that I could not excise. I stopped sleeping. I survived on coffee and fear, my eyes bloodshot, my hands in a perpetual state of tremor. My work suffered. My friends called, their voices full of a concern that I could not answer without sounding like a raving lunatic. I was an island, and the waters were rising. The pictures began to change. They were no longer just of me. A photo appeared of Chloe walking down the street, her face a mask of worry. She was walking towards my apartment building. A few hours later, my buzzer rang. It was her. "Jacob, I've been calling you for a week," she said, her voice tight with a mixture of anger and concern. "Are you okay? You look terrible." I couldn't let her in. I spoke to her through the intercom, my voice a ragged croak, telling her I had the flu, that I was fine, that she should go. The hurt in her eyes, even through the tiny, distorted camera, was a physical blow. The camera wasn't just tormenting me. It was using the people I cared about to do it. It was isolating me, turning me into the monster they would all remember. And then the pictures began to show the future. It started with a photo of a broken plate on my kitchen floor, shattered into a dozen pieces. I spent the entire day in a state of high alert, refusing to go near my kitchen cabinets. That evening, as I was making coffee, a sudden, inexplicable tremor shook the building. A low, deep rumble from a passing construction truck on a street below. A plate vibrated off the shelf and shattered on the floor in the exact pattern as the photograph. My blood ran cold. The camera wasn't just a voyeur, it was an oracle, a prophet of mundane and perhaps not so mundane doom. It was showing me a script, a future that was already written, that I was powerless to change. My free will was an illusion. I was just an actor, hitting my marks in a horror movie written by a malevolent mechanical god. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones like a terminal cancer, that a final photograph was coming. The one that would explain everything. The one that would show me how it all ended. It appeared 3 nights ago. I developed it with the slow, resigned dread of a man walking to the gallows. The image that emerged from the developer was a culmination of all my fears, a perfect, monochrome distillation of the horror that had consumed my life. The perspective was my own. It was a photo taken from my point of view. My own hands were visible in the bottom of the frame, holding the Lixner camera. The camera was pointed down at the floor of my living room. Chloe was lying there, her eyes wide and staring at the ceiling, a dark, spreading stain on the front of her white blouse. In the corner of the frame, I could see the tip of my own shoe, and next to it, on the floor, was a knife. I stared at the photograph, a low, keening sound of pure despair escaping my lips. It wasn't going to just kill me. It was going to use me. It was going to turn me into a murderer. It was going to take the last person I had ever loved and make me destroy her. And it was going to document the act with its cold, passionless, quartz-infused eye. The final photograph wouldn't just be of a death, it would be my confession. I called her. My voice was a frantic, broken thing. Chloe, listen to me. Don't come here. Whatever you do, do not come to my apartment. I don't care what you hear. I don't care if I call you and beg. Stay away. Jacob, what's wrong? She cried. You're scaring me. Let me come over. Let me help you. No, I screamed, and I slammed the phone down. I threw it against the wall, shattering it. I had to break the chain of prophecy. For 2 days, I sat in my apartment, a prisoner of a future I was desperately trying to avoid. I boarded up the door with a hammer and nails. I sat on the floor in the dark, the Lixner in my lap, its cold weight a constant, terrible reminder. I waited. Last night I heard a pounding on my door. Jacob, it's me. The landlord let me into the building. I know you're in there. Please, just let me see you're okay. It was Chloe. My frantic, insane warnings had, of course, had the opposite effect. They had convinced her I was in danger and that she needed to save me. The prophecy was fulfilling itself. The final act was beginning. I could feel it then, a cold, alien sensation seeping into my arms, into my hands. The camera in my lap felt like it was humming, vibrating with a low, hungry energy. An impulse that was not my own told me to stand up, to go to the door, to let her in. I am writing this now, scrawling these words on the back of old photographic prints with a piece of charcoal from my art supplies, because I don't have much time. I can feel my will eroding, my own thoughts being drowned out by a cold, quiet, calculating intelligence that is not mine. It wants the picture. It has been building to this moment, to this perfect, tragic composition. Chloe is still outside my door. She's been talking to me for hours, her voice growing hoarse, pleading with me. And the other voice, the one inside my head, is getting stronger. It's telling me how beautiful the final print will be, the chiaroscuro of the shadows in the room, the tragic, poetic horror of the scene. It's a masterpiece, it tells me, the greatest photograph ever taken. The camera is in my hands now. It feels so heavy. My fingers are moving towards the nails I hammered into the door. I don't want to do it. I am screaming inside my own mind, a silent, unheard shriek. But my body is beginning to move. It's a slow, jerky, puppet-like motion, my muscles obeying a will that is not my own. The entity that lives in this camera, the ghost of Klaus Richter, or whatever ancient, hungry thing, he woke up in that forest. It doesn't just capture moments. It creates them. It feeds on them. It feeds on despair. Chloe is calling my name, the name of the man I used to be. My hand is on the first nail. It's cold, sharp. I can see the final picture in my mind's eye, as clear as if it were already developed and hanging on a gallery wall. It is a work of undeniable soul-destroying art, and it will be my last testament. I don't know if I can stop it. I am raising the hammer. All I know is that the shutter is about to click. I was chosen for a sleep experiment. No one told me I'd be the only subject left. The advertisement was unassuming, tucked between a plea for plasma donors and a gig for a part-time dog walker. It was printed in the bland sans-serif font of institutional efficiency. Volunteers needed for paid somnology study. Participants must be in good health, age 21-35, with no history of sleep disorders. Compensation, $15,000 for a 2-week commitment. $15,000. To a freelance graphic designer like me, neck deep in student loans and living off ramen that tasted of salty despair, that number wasn't just compensation. It was a lifeline. It was 2 months' rent, a down payment on a reliable car, a chance to breathe. All I had to do was sleep. It sounded like the easiest money I would ever make. My name is Leo, and my capacity for optimism has always been my most dangerous flaw. The intake process took place in a sterile downtown office building that smelled of lemon-scented cleaner and quiet desperation. I sat on a plastic chair, filling out a questionnaire that probed every corner of my life, from my childhood fears to my current caffeine intake. One by one, we were called back to meet the man in charge, Dr. Alastair Finch. He was a man who seemed to have been carved from a block of granite and then polished to a high sheen. He had a perfectly trimmed gray beard, sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to see right through you, and a smile that was both reassuring and utterly devoid of warmth. "The purpose of Project Morpheus," he explained to me, his voice a smooth, confident baritone, "is to study the effect of a new neurostimulant, which we're calling somnolin. Our hypothesis is that it can dramatically enhance the restorative qualities of REM sleep, allowing the brain to achieve in 4 hours what it normally would in 8. Imagine the applications, Mr. Vance. Increased productivity, accelerated learning, even rapid trauma processing." He made it sound like we were on the cusp of curing the human condition itself. I nodded along, pretending to be fascinated by the science, but all I could see were dollar signs. There were 4 other subjects chosen alongside me. We were a motley crew, united by our shared need for a quick payday. There was Marcus, a former Marine, with a cynical smirk and a web of tattoos crawling up his neck. Chloe, a bubbly, perpetually cheerful art student with magenta-streaked hair. Ben, a quiet, socially awkward programmer who seemed to communicate better with his laptop than with people. And Zara, a high-strung grad student who jumped at every unexpected noise. The facility was located in the basement of the same office building, but it felt like a different world. A series of heavy soundproof doors led us into a self-contained habitat, a windowless bunker of stark white walls, soft gray carpet, and recessed lighting that mimicked a 24-hour cycle. The air was cool and tasted filtered, recycled. We were completely cut off from the outside world. No phones, no internet. Our home for the next 14 days. Each of us was assigned a small, comfortable room. It contained a single bed embedded with a latticework of sensors, a small desk, and a camera mounted in the upper corner of the ceiling, a dispassionate, unblinking eye. Dr. Finch assured us it was only for monitoring our sleep patterns and ensuring our safety. A pleasant communal area with a kitchenette and a small library of pre-approved books and board games served as our living room. It was all designed to be calming, a sterile, controlled womb. But as that final door hissed shut behind us, locking us in, I felt a tremor of unease. It didn't feel like a womb. It felt like a tomb. The first few days were almost comically benign. We'd sleep in our sensor-laden beds and IV line taped to our arms, delivering what Finch called a microdose of somnolin. During our waking hours, which were strictly regulated, we underwent a battery of tests, memory games, logic puzzles, reaction time assessments. We'd fill out detailed questionnaires about our dreams, our moods, our energy levels. And at first, it was incredible. I'd never felt so rested. I would wake up feeling a profound sense of clarity, as if my mind had been decluttered and polished overnight. My dreams were vivid, cinematic. I dreamt of soaring over mountain ranges, of revisiting a perfect, sun-drenched day from my childhood. The others reported similar experiences. Chloe was dreaming up entire galleries of fantastical paintings. Ben claimed to have solved a complex coding problem in his sleep. We felt like pioneers of the mind. The $15,000 felt like a steal. The change began on the fourth night. The pleasant Technicolor dreams began to bleed at the edges. I had a dream that I was wandering the sterile white corridors of the facility, but the layout was all wrong. Hallways stretched into impossible lengths, and doors opened into brick walls. I felt a gnawing sense of anxiety, a feeling of being watched. I woke up with a gasp, my heart pounding, a cold sweat slicking my skin. At breakfast, I noticed the shift in the others, too. Marcus was sullen and aggressive, snapping at Ben for chewing too loudly. Chloe, usually a font of incessant cheer, was quiet, her eyes distant. She had a sketchbook open on the table, and on the page was a disturbing abstract drawing of a tall, stick-thin figure made of swirling, chaotic lines. "I keep seeing him," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "At the edge of my dreams. He just watches." That night, my dream picked up where the last one left off. I was back in the twisting, labyrinthine corridors. But this time, I wasn't alone. I saw him, the figure from Chloe's drawing. He was at the far end of a long hallway, a gaunt, impossibly tall man in what looked like an old-fashioned tattered doctor's coat. His face was a blur of shadow, but I could feel his gaze on me, cold and malevolent. I woke up not with a gasp, but with a choked, silent scream. The waking world was becoming just as strange. I started to experience micro-hallucinations, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, the sound of my name whispered from an empty room. The puzzles Dr. Finch gave us were becoming more difficult, almost nonsensical, designed to frustrate and disorient. The first to break was Zara. During a particularly grueling cognitive test, she suddenly threw her tablet against the wall. "It's a trick!" she shrieked, her eyes wide with terror. "The questions are changing when I'm not looking. He's changing them." Dr. Finch and his assistant, a young, nervous-looking woman named Anya, rushed in. Zara was hysterical, clawing at her own arms. They injected her with a sedative. She has a pre-existing anxiety condition she failed to disclose, Finch announced to the rest of us, his voice a mask of clinical concern. For her own safety, she is being withdrawn from the study. They carried her out. The heavy door hissed shut, and then there were four. The atmosphere in the communal room turned toxic. Ben became convinced the cameras were recording our thoughts. He started speaking in whispers, covering his mouth with his hand. Marcus paced the floor like a caged animal, his eyes darting back and forth, his cynicism curdling into raw paranoia. We were lab rats, and we were beginning to realize that the maze we were in was far more complex than we had imagined. The next night, the dose of somnolin was increased. That night, I didn't just dream of the gaunt man. I met him. I was in a nightmarish version of my childhood home. He was there, standing in the living room, his shadowy face turned towards me. He didn't speak, but a voice echoed in my head, a dry, rasping sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "You don't belong here," it said. "This place is mine." I woke up swinging, my fist connecting with the wall beside my bed. The pain was a grounding, welcome sensation. Ben was next to go. He'd barricaded himself in his room, refusing to come out. We could hear him through the door, muttering about firewalls and corrupted code, convinced that the Watcher was trying to hack into his brain. It took Finch and two large orderlies he seemed to produce from nowhere to force the door open and drag him out, sedated and silent. "An unfortunate psychotic break," Finch explained, his expression unreadable. "The somnolent can have an amplifying effect on latent mental instabilities." Now there were three. Fear was a constant metallic taste in my mouth. We were trapped with a man who was either a madman or a monster, and the line between the two was becoming increasingly blurry. Marcus, Chloe, and I huddled together in the communal room, a tribe of the terrified. Marcus was convinced the food was being drugged. Chloe wouldn't stop drawing the gaunt man, her sketchbook now a gallery of horrors. Pages and pages of the same stick-thin figure, his face always a void of shadow. "I saw a name," she whispered to me, her eyes wide and haunted. "In my dream last night. I was in Finch's office. There was a plaque on the wall, an old one. It said, 'In Memoriam, Dr. Elias Thorne, a pioneer who gave his life in the pursuit of knowledge.'" Marcus tried to make a break for it. He waited for one of the orderlies to bring in a food tray and tried to rush the door. He was strong, but they were ready for him. A taser crackled, and he went down, convulsing on the soft gray carpet. They dragged his unconscious body away. No explanation was given this time. We didn't need one. We knew the rules of this twisted game now. There was no escape. And then there were two. Chloe and I were the only ones left. We were ghosts haunting the sterile white halls of our prison. We tried to stay awake, taking turns watching over each other, but the exhaustion was a physical weight crushing us. And the IV drips were mandatory. Anya, the assistant, would come in, her face pale and strained, and check the lines. I could see the pity in her eyes, but also the fear. She was as much a prisoner as we were. "He's getting stronger," Chloe mumbled, her head lolling against my shoulder. We were huddled on the sofa, a single blanket wrapped around us. "Thorne, I think he died here, in this facility. I think the experiment. It's not what Finch told us." That was the last coherent thing she said to me. The next time I saw her, she was asleep in her bed. But it wasn't a normal sleep. Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. She was breathing, but she was gone, a shell. Anya came in to check on her, and let out a small, strangled cry. Finch was right behind her. He showed no emotion as he shone a penlight into Chloe's unblinking eyes. "A catatonic state," he said, his voice as calm as if he were describing the weather. "A potential, though rare, side effect. It was all outlined in the consent form you signed." He turned his cold, analytical gaze on me. "Which means, Mr. Vance, that you are the last one, the most resilient, the perfect subject. The experiment can now proceed to its final stage." I was alone, the sole survivor of Project Morpheus. The full, crushing weight of that realization sent a shock wave of pure terror through me. I lunged for the IV in my arm, intending to rip it out, but an alarm blared through the facility, a piercing, deafening shriek. Finch's voice boomed from a hidden speaker. "I wouldn't do that, Leo, don't you see? We are on the verge of a monumental breakthrough. This was never about enhancing sleep. It was about mapping the landscape within sleep. Somnolin doesn't create dreams. It dissolves the barrier. It opens a door." His words hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't a neurostimulant study. It was a cartography expedition into a haunted house. And we were the explorers sent in to map the darkness. The others weren't gone. They were lost. Their minds had been consumed by the landscape, by the dominant entity within it, the consciousness of Dr. Elias Thorne, a ghost in the machine. "He was the first," Finch's voice continued, a manic excitement creeping into his tone. "The original researcher. He tested his own formulas, pushed the boundaries too far. His consciousness became imprinted on the very fabric of this place, creating a stable, psychic echo, a new frontier. And you, Leo, you are my Vasco da Gama. You are going to step onto the shore." I knew with a sickening certainty that if I fell asleep again, I would not wake up. Thorne was waiting for me. Finch was waiting to observe. I was a tethered goat, and the tiger was circling. I spent the next cycle, I couldn't tell if it was day or night, pacing my room, splashing my face with cold water, pinching myself, anything to stay awake. But my body was betraying me. My eyelids were lead weights. The white walls of my room seemed to soften and waver at the edges. The barrier was already dissolving. I saw him, not in a dream, but in reality. He was standing in the doorway of my room, a shimmering heat-hazed distortion in the air. The gaunt, skeletal figure of Elias Thorne. The dream was bleeding into the world, and in that moment of absolute terror, a strange cold clarity washed over me. I couldn't fight Finch in the real world. I couldn't fight Thorne in this one. But if the barrier was gone, then the connection worked both ways. I couldn't run, but maybe I could fight back. I lay down on the bed. I let my eyes close. I let the crushing exhaustion pull me under. But this time, I didn't fall. I dove. I went into the dreamscape with a purpose. I found myself not in the corridors, but in what looked like an old, archaic laboratory. Beakers bubbled with black liquid, wires snaked across the floor like dead vines. And in the center of it all was Thorne. He was more solid here, more real. His face was a pale, skeletal mask of pain and rage. "You cannot win," the voice echoed in my head, a psychic roar. "I am this world." "Then your world is about to end," I thought back, focusing all my will, all my identity, into a single point of resistance. Finch wanted a show. I would give him one. I stopped fighting Thorne's influence and instead focused on the environment. I remembered the happiest day of my life, a trip to the beach with my family when I was a kid. I flooded the dark, musty lab with the memory, the brilliant, blinding sunlight, the sound of crashing waves, the smell of salt and sunscreen. The dreamscape recoiled. Thorne shrieked, clutching his shadowy head as the light burned him. The dark lab flickered, the beakers and wires replaced by sand and seashells. This is my mind, I projected, pouring all my anger, my fear, my desperate will to live into the thought. My dream, and you are not welcome here. I focused on the machines, the sophisticated monitoring equipment I knew was attached to me in the real world. In the dream, I imagined them overloading. I visualized the main console in Finch's control room, the one I had only glimpsed on a schematic. I pictured the screens cracking, the wires sparking, the whole thing erupting in a shower of electrical fire. I poured every ounce of my focus into that single, destructive image. A sound jolted me, a real sound, an alarm, the smell of smoke. My eyes snapped open. I was back in my room. The facility's emergency lights were flashing, casting the white walls in a hellish red glow. The speaker on the wall was crackling with static. I had done it. I had created a feedback loop, my mental projection of destruction causing a real-world overload. My door hissed open. Anya stood there, her face white with terror and resolve. "Go!" she screamed. "The main breaker blew. The system locks are failing. Go now!" I didn't hesitate. I scrambled out of the room, my legs weak and trembling. The corridor was filled with acrid smoke. As I ran, I glanced through the reinforced window into the control room. It was chaos. Sparks rained down from a burned-out console, and in the middle of it all stood Dr. Finch. He wasn't panicking. He wasn't trying to put out the fire. He was staring at his monitors, at the chaotic spiking lines of my EEG, and he was smiling, an ecstatic, triumphant smile. I didn't look back again. I ran through the labyrinth of corridors, following Anya's frantic gestures, until we reached the final door. She swiped a card, and it opened onto a grimy service staircase. The air that hit me was stale and damp, but it was real air. It was the air of the world. I burst out of a nondescript metal door into a back alley. The gray early morning light was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I was free. That was 6 months ago. I have the money. It was wired to my account the day I was admitted, as promised. But I lost everything else. I live in a different city under a different name. And I don't sleep. Not really. I drift in and out of a state of hallucinatory exhaustion, never letting myself go completely under. I'm terrified of what's waiting for me on the other side of that door. The experiment was a success. I know it was. Because sometimes when the light is dim and I'm looking at my reflection in a darkened window, the face that looks back isn't my own. For just a fraction of a second, I see a tall, gaunt man with a pale, skeletal face and eyes that burn with a cold, ancient hunger. Finch opened a door, and I was the one who walked through. But I'm beginning to understand the terrifying truth. I didn't come back alone. I installed a baby monitor. It keeps showing a man standing behind me. If you're listening to this, do not buy the Angel Care 360 smart monitor. Do not buy any monitor that connects to the Wi-Fi. Do not invite that kind of seeing into your home. I know how that sounds. I sound like one of those conspiracy theorists in the comment section, ranting about 5G and surveillance states. 2 weeks ago, I was a normal guy. I was a junior architect. I was a husband to Sarah and a father to a 6-month-old boy named Dylan. Now, I am sitting in a motel room 3 towns over, with a chair jammed under the doorknob, writing this on a laptop that has its camera lens covered with 3 layers of duct tape. It started with the sleep regression. That's the technical term the pediatrician used. Dylan had been sleeping through the night, a miracle for which we were endlessly grateful. And then suddenly, he wasn't. He would scream. Not a hunger cry, not a wet diaper cry. It was a terror scream. It was the sound of a human being, however small, realizing they are in mortal danger. Sarah was falling apart. I was falling apart. We were hallucinations level tired. We had an old audio monitor, a cheap plastic thing that hissed like a nest of snakes, but Sarah said it wasn't enough. She needed to see him. She needed to know he wasn't choking or caught in the bars or whatever nightmares haunt a new mother's brain at 3 a.m. So I bought the Angel Care 360. It was expensive. It had night vision, motion tracking, temperature alerts, and 2-way audio. It linked to an app on our phone so we could check in from work or the grocery store. I installed it on the high shelf in the corner of the nursery overlooking the crib. The view was panoramic. The resolution was crystal clear, even in pitch blackness. The first 3 nights were uneventful. We stared at the screen like zombies, watching the green-tinted rise and fall of Dylan's chest, hypnotized by the peace of it. On Thursday, I was working late in my home office downstairs. It was around 11 p.m. Sarah had gone to bed early. I had the app open on my iPad, propped up next to my monitor, keeping one eye on the blueprints I was reviewing and one eye on the kid. The office was quiet, just the hum of the hard drive and the settling of the house boards. I glanced at the iPad. Dylan was asleep. But the camera was moving. The Angel Care 360 has a feature where it tracks motion. If the baby rolls over, the lens pans to follow him. But Dylan was stone still. The camera, however, was slowly, mechanically panning to the left. It moved away from the crib. It moved past the changing table. It stopped on the rocking chair in the far corner of the room. The chair was empty. It was just a wooden rocker with a knitted afghan thrown over the back. But the camera stayed there. The little green autofocus square popped up on the screen, locking onto the empty chair. It pulsed, in and out, focusing. I tapped the screen to manually move the camera back to the crib. It wouldn't respond. The app flashed a message. Subject tracking active. Piece of junk, I muttered. I force-closed the app and reopened it. When the feed reloaded, the camera was facing the crib again. Dylan was fine. I chalked it up to a software bug. I'm a rational guy. Machines glitch. Sensors pick up dust motes. 2 nights later, I woke up to use the bathroom. I checked my phone out of habit. The feed loaded. The camera was panning again. It wasn't looking at the crib. It was looking at the door to the nursery. The door was closed. The camera zoomed in, actually zoomed. The digital motors whirring silently upstairs on the door handle. I watched, freezing in my bed, waiting for the handle to turn. I don't know why I was scared. I should have assumed it was Sarah checking on him, but Sarah was asleep next to me, her breathing heavy and rhythmic. The handle didn't move, but the camera held that focus for a solid minute before snapping back to the crib. The next morning, I checked the event logs. The app records motion events. There was a thumbnail for 2:14 a.m. I played the clip. In the video, the camera pans to the door. It zooms in. And then, just for a fraction of a second, maybe 3 frames of video, There is a distortion right in front of the door. The pixels garbled like bad reception, but the shape of the distortion wasn't random. It was vertical, tall. I showed Sarah. "It's just the Wi-Fi lagging," she said, though she looked uneasy. "Mark, don't obsess over it, as long as he's safe." But I couldn't let it go. I started watching the feed constantly. The turning point was Tuesday. I had come home early. Sarah was out with her sister. I put Dylan down for his nap and went to the kitchen to make a sandwich. I put my phone on the counter, the feed open. I was spreading mayonnaise when I saw it. On the screen, the nursery door opened. I dropped the knife. I hadn't heard the door open upstairs. I hadn't heard footsteps. I stared at the phone. The door swung inward slowly, and then a man walked into the room. He was tall, impossibly tall. He had to duck his head to get under the doorframe, and our doorframes are standard 6'8". He was wearing a suit that looked too big for him, the fabric hanging loosely off his shoulders. It was a dark charcoal color. He walked with a strange, gliding gait, his knees not seemingly bending enough. He walked right up to the crib. My heart was hammering so hard, my vision blurred. I grabbed the steak knife from the counter and sprinted for the stairs. "Get away from him!" I roared, bounding up the steps 2 at a time. I burst into the nursery, knife raised, ready to kill. The room was empty. The door was closed. I stood there, panting, the adrenaline turning sour in my blood. I looked at the crib. Dylan was sleeping soundly. I spun around, checking the closet, checking under the daybed. Nothing. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I looked at the screen. The feed was live. It showed me standing in the middle of the room, holding a knife, looking insane. But the door, in the video feed, the door was open. I looked at the real door. It was shut. I looked at the screen. Open. I walked over to the door and touched it. Solid wood, latched. I looked at the phone. On the screen, my digital avatar was reaching out and touching thin air, because on the screen the door was wide open. And then I saw him. On the phone screen, standing in the dark hallway just beyond the open door, was the man. He was standing there just outside the threshold, watching me. I spun around to look at the hallway in real life. I ripped the door open. Empty hallway. Sunlight streaming in from the window at the end. Dust motes dancing. No 7-foot man in a suit. I looked back at the phone. On the screen, the hallway was dark, like it was nighttime. And the man was still there. He hadn't moved. He was looking at the camera. He was looking at me through the camera. His face, God, his face. It was blurred, not digitally pixelated, but smeared, like someone had painted a portrait of a face in oil paints and then dragged a thumb violently across the features before they dried. Where the eyes should have been, there were just deep, bruised indentations. I grabbed Dylan. I didn't care that I woke him up. I didn't care that he started screaming. I grabbed him, and I ran out of the house. I sat on the front lawn in the bright afternoon sun, clutching my son, waiting for Sarah to come home. I told her everything. I showed her the recording on the phone. She watched it. She saw me run in with the knife. She saw me staring at the door. "Mark," she said, her voice trembling, "the door is closed in the video." "What?" I snatched the phone back. I played it again. In the recording, she was right. In the playback, the door was closed. I looked like a lunatic screaming at a closed door. The man wasn't there. The dark hallway wasn't there. But I saw it. I screamed. I saw it live. "You need to sleep," Sarah said. She looked terrified of me. "You're having a breakdown." She made me take a sleeping pill. She made me sleep in the guest room. She kept Dylan in our room with the door locked. I didn't sleep. I lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, questioning my sanity. Maybe she was right. The stress, the lack of sleep, the brain breaks eventually. I decided to prove it to myself. I needed to know I wasn't crazy. Yesterday morning, Sarah took Dylan to the park. I stayed behind. I went into the nursery. I took the camera down from the shelf. I brought it downstairs to the living room. I set the camera on the mantelpiece, facing the sofa. I sat on the sofa. I opened the app on my phone. I wanted to test the sensor. I wanted to see if I could trigger the glitch. I sat there for 20 minutes, staring at myself on the delay. I waved. The me on the screen waved a split second later. I made faces. Everything was normal. I felt a wave of relief. It was me. It was just exhaustion. I was about to close the app when the temperature sensor on the screen started dropping. The room temp was 72 degrees. The display in the corner of the app ticked down. 68, 60, 55, 48. I didn't feel cold. The living room was warm. Then the motion tracking box appeared, a green square. It didn't appear on me. It appeared in the air directly behind the sofa, behind my head. I watched the screen. The pixels behind my head started to darken. A shadow was forming. It wasn't casting on the wall. It was manifesting in the air. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I was paralyzed by the image on the phone. The shadow coalesced. It formed the suit. The slumped, narrow shoulders. The long, gray neck. The man was standing behind the sofa. He was bending down. I watched on the screen as his smeared, featureless face lowered until it was inches from my right ear. I held my breath. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for a touch, a breath, something. There was nothing physically there. But on the phone audio, I had the volume up. I heard a sound. It was wet, a slow, rasping inhalation, like someone trying to breathe through a throat full of mud. Craw! I opened my eyes and looked at the screen. The man had moved. He wasn't by my ear anymore. He was looking at the camera. He raised a hand. His fingers were impossibly long, with too many joints. He pointed at the ceiling. Then he looked up at the ceiling. I knew what was directly above the living room, the nursery. I ran. I didn't verify. I didn't turn around. I grabbed my keys and I ran out the door. I called Sarah and told her to go to her mother's. I told her not to come home. I told her I found mold, gas leak, whatever lie she would believe. I checked into this motel. I've been watching the feed. I shouldn't, but I can't stop. I left the camera on the mantelpiece in the living room. For hours, nothing happened. Just the empty living room. But an hour ago, the camera moved. I didn't move it. It panned down. It fell off the mantelpiece, lens up. It showed the ceiling. Then I saw feet. Not shoe-clad feet. Bare feet. Pale gray, emaciated feet, walking across the living room ceiling, walking upside down, defying gravity, pacing back and forth like a caged animal. And then a face dropped into the frame. It hung from the ceiling, swinging slightly. It was the man, but this time the smear was gone. He has eyes now. They are small and bright and human. They are my son's eyes. He looked into the lens, and he spoke. It came through the tiny speaker on my phone, tinny and distorted, but clear enough. He said, "Daddy." But it wasn't Dylan's voice. It was a voice that sounded like grinding stones. "Daddy, come home. We are waiting." I shut the laptop. I threw the phone in the toilet, but I can still hear it. I can hear the scratching in the walls of this motel room. I can hear the wet breathing under the door. Technology doesn't create ghosts. It just allows us to see what was always standing behind us. I have to go now. The light bulb just popped, and in the dark, the blue light of the smoke detector is blinking. It's blinking in a pattern. Look! Behind you. The house was a repository of my father's silences. He had been a man built of quiet, thoughtful spaces, a linguist who spoke 7 languages but seemed to prefer the universal grammar of solitude. When he passed, he left me his only worldly possession of any real value. This house, a rambling 2-story salt box perched on a hill overlooking a perpetually gray and melancholy sea. I, a freelance audio archivist, a man who made his living by cleaning the static from old recordings and coaxing the voices of the dead back into the digital light, came here to catalog the final, most profound of his silences. My name is Leo. For the first month, my life was a slow, methodical dance with dust motes and memories. I moved my professional life into his old study, a room on the ground floor that was the heart of his quiet kingdom. It was a beautiful, somber space, paneled in dark, almost black oak, with a large bay window that framed the turbulent slate-gray ocean like a living painting. The room was also, I quickly discovered, unnervingly soundproof. When I closed the heavy felt-lined door, the world outside, the sighing of the wind, the cry of the gulls, the rhythmic, percussive crash of the waves, vanished completely. The silence inside was absolute, a perfect, sterile vacuum. It was the ideal environment for my work, for listening to the delicate, fragile whispers of the past. It was during a late-night session, while meticulously restoring the audio from a set of 1940s wax cylinder interviews, that I first heard them. I had my headphones on, my ears tuned to the subtle imperfections of the recording, filtering out the hiss and crackle. I paused the playback to make a note, and in the sudden, manufactured silence of the headphones, I heard it. It was a voice, a man's voice, faint and muffled as if coming from a great distance. It was followed by the softer, melodic cadence of a woman's reply. It was a conversation, and it was coming from directly beneath my feet. My first rational thought was of my neighbors, a retired couple who lived a good quarter-mile down the winding coastal road. Sound, especially low frequencies, can travel in strange ways at night. But the quality of the sound was wrong. It wasn't the ambient, indistinct murmur of a distant television or a conversation from another house. It had a strange, contained, proximate quality. It sounded like it was happening in the cellar, right under the study floor. I took off my headphones. The voices were gone, swallowed by the profound sound-dampening effect of the room itself. I put the headphones back on, the foam cups creating a seal around my ears, and the voices returned, a river of faint, unintelligible whispers flowing just beneath the surface of the silence. The next day, I explored the cellar. It was a damp, stone-walled space that smelled of brine and old earth, filled with the usual detritus of a long life, rusty garden tools, stacks of old newspapers tied with twine, a fleet of my father's meticulously crafted ship models, their sails yellowed and brittle. I stood directly beneath the study and listened. Nothing. Just the faint, rhythmic drip of condensation from a pipe. The sound, whatever it was not coming from the cellar. It was contained somehow in the space between the study's floorboards and the cellar's ceiling. My professional curiosity, a beast that had been sleeping soundly for months, was now wide awake and ravenous. I was a man with a unique set of tools for a unique problem. That evening, I brought my equipment into the study. I took a sensitive contact microphone, a small metallic disc designed to pick up vibrations directly from a surface, and placed it on the wide oak planks of the floor. I plugged it into my preamplifier, put on my best pair of studio-grade headphones, and slowly, cautiously, turned up the gain. The sound that flooded my ears was so clear, so shockingly, impossibly clear, that I almost ripped the headphones from my head. It was not one conversation. It was a multitude. It was a cacophony, a babel of human voices, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all speaking at once. They were overlapping, intertwining, a complex, layered tapestry of sound. I could hear men, women, and children. I could hear laughter, weeping, and shouting. I could hear a dozen different languages. Some I could vaguely recognize. A snatch of what sounded like Russian, a phrase that had the melodic lilt of Italian, and many more that were completely alien to me. I sat there, frozen in my chair, for what must have been an hour, an eavesdropper on a phantom city that was holding a perpetual chaotic party in my floor. It was not a recording. It was live. The conversations ebbed and flowed with a natural, unscripted rhythm. It was as if I had pressed a glass to the floor of my world and was hearing the muffled, chaotic sound of another entire world, just on the other side. My first theory was a scientific one. I was picking up stray radio signals. The old, unshielded wiring in the house, combined with the specific atmospheric conditions of the coast, was acting as a massive, crude antenna, and my sensitive audio equipment was simply amplifying the effect. It was a plausible, if strange, explanation, but the more I listened, the less plausible it became. There was no music, there were no commercials, there was no station identification, and the sound had a strange, echoic, three-dimensional quality that no radio broadcast possessed. It felt real. It felt close. My investigation turned to my father. The soundproofing of the room, which I had initially seen as a professional convenience, now seemed like a deliberate, almost desperate act. He had not been trying to keep the outside world out. He had been trying to keep the inside world in. I began to search the study, no longer as a son sorting through his father's belongings, but as an investigator looking for clues. My father was a meticulous man. He kept journals. I found them, a neat row of identical black leather-bound volumes on the top shelf of his bookshelf. For years, the entries were what I expected. Notes on his linguistic research, observations on the local bird life, quiet, thoughtful musings on the books he was reading. And then, 5 years ago, the entries changed. October 12th. The phenomenon is growing stronger. The insulation I installed is no longer sufficient. I can hear them now even without the amplifier. They seem more agitated than usual. There is a recurring phrase in the dominant Slavic dialect. It translates roughly to, "The sky is thinning." My blood ran cold. He had heard them too. For years. This had been his secret, his obsession. I read on, my hands trembling, devouring his neat, precise script, a record of his own descent into the same acoustic rabbit hole. He had started, as I had, with the radio wave theory. He had dismissed it, as I had. He had then moved on to more esoteric, more frightening possibilities. He had filled pages with complex equations, with diagrams of quantum waveforms, with theories about multidimensional topology. He had come to a conclusion that was both scientifically rigorous and utterly insane. He believed the house, or more specifically, the ground beneath the house, was a nodal point, a place where the membrane between parallel realities was unusually thin. He believed he was not hearing ghosts or radio waves, but the actual, real-time audio-visual bleed-through from another adjacent universe. A universe that was, according to his increasingly frantic linguistic analysis, in a state of profound and terrifying collapse. January 4th. I have finally isolated a clear, repeating signal from the chaos. It is a child's voice, a little girl. She is singing the same lullaby over and over, a song about a silver ship that will carry her away to a land of stars. Her language is one I have never encountered. It is beautiful and heartbreaking. In the background, I can hear a constant, low humming sound. A sound of machinery? Or is it something else? March 22nd. The humming is louder. The other voices are more fearful. They are speaking of the great silence. They are speaking of things being erased. The little girl has stopped singing. All I can hear from her signal now is the sound of her quietly, desperately weeping. I felt a profound, chilling empathy for my father. I had always seen his quiet, solitary life as a choice, but now I understood. He had not been a recluse. He had been a warden, a silent, solitary guardian of a terrible secret knowledge, a man who spent his nights with his ear pressed to the floor of his reality, listening to the sounds of a dying world next door. The voices began to change for me too. My presence, my focused, amplified attention seemed to be affecting them. Or perhaps it was affecting the barrier between our worlds. The conversations became clearer, and they began to show an awareness of me. I was recording one night, trying to isolate a single, clear conversation from the babel, when I heard a man's voice, speaking in clear, unaccented English, say, with a chilling conversational clarity, "The listener is back. Be quiet. He can hear us." The hundreds of voices, which had been a constant, chaotic river of sound, abruptly stopped. A profound, absolute silence fell on the other side, a silence that was infinitely more terrifying than the noise had been. I sat there, frozen, my own silence a mirror of theirs. We were two worlds, holding our collective breath, suddenly, terrifyingly aware of each other. Then a single voice broke the silence, a woman's voice, old and cracked with grief. "Can you help us?" she whispered, her voice seeming to come from a spot directly beneath my chair. "Please, it's so cold here. And the silence has taken everyone." I ripped the headphones from my head, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. This was no longer a passive experience. I was not just an observer, I was a participant. They knew I was here, and they were asking for help. My father's journals became my Bible, my roadmap. He had been working on a device. He called it a resonance amplifier. It was a complex array of copper wiring, quartz crystals, and old vacuum tubes, all connected to a central, gramophone-like brass horn. He had built it in the cellar, directly beneath the study. His notes on it were frantic, almost unhinged. He believed that just as he could hear them, they could, faintly, hear him. He believed that by creating a sympathetic resonance, he could establish a clearer, more stable channel. He wanted to speak to them. He wanted to understand. But his final entries were filled with a terrible new fear. August 9th. I have made a terrible mistake. The amplifier works too well. I spoke to them. I established a connection with a man who called himself a physicist. He told me of their world, a world like ours, but one where a single subatomic experiment in the 1950s had gone wrong. It had created a flaw in their reality, a kind of entropic, sound-eating void that was slowly, inexorably expanding and erasing their world. The great silence, it is not a metaphor, it is a literal thing, a wave of absolute nothingness that is consuming their universe. And he told me something else. He told me that our world, our reality, is like a tuning fork to them. They can feel our vibrations, and they believe that by creating a strong enough bridge, they can escape. They can cross over. August 14th, he was lying. The physicist, he is not a man, he is a mouthpiece. There is something else there in the silence, something that has been drawn to the decay, something that is wearing the voices of the dead like a mask. The little girl is gone. They are all gone. All that is left is the echo and the hunger behind the echo. I have to dismantle the amplifier. I have to reinforce the silence. I pray it is not too late. That was his last entry. He had died of a heart attack 2 weeks later. I went down to the cellar. In the far corner, hidden under a dusty canvas tarp, was the device. It was just as he had described it, a strange, beautiful, and terrifying piece of steampunk technology. The brass horn was aimed up at the floorboards of the study. My father had not been able to dismantle it. He had simply covered it up, a sleeping monster he hadn't had the strength or the time to kill. And now it was my monster, my responsibility. The voices from the floorboards were no longer pleading for help. They were demanding it. They were using a new tactic, one that was far more insidious, far more cruel. They were using my own memories against me. I began to hear my mother's voice in the mix. She had died of cancer when I was a teenager, and the sound of her voice, so perfectly, achingly real, was a knife in my heart. "Leo, my love," she would whisper, "I'm here. I'm not gone. I just slipped into the wrong room. Help me get back. Just open the door a little wider." I knew it was a lie. I knew it was a trick. It was the entity, the great silence, the hungry echo, using the stolen voice of my mother as bait. But the emotional, irrational, grief-stricken part of my soul did not care. It wanted to believe. The physical manifestations began. A fine gray dust, like pulverized sound waves, started to seep up through the floorboards of the study, coating everything in a thin, lifeless layer. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the air took on a strange, metallic, ozone-like smell. The silence in the house was no longer a peaceful absence of sound. It was an active, aggressive presence, a presence that was trying to erase the natural ambient noise of my world. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall grew fainter. The cry of the gulls outside the window sounded thin and distant, as if coming from behind a thick wall of glass. My world was being muted. I knew I had to make a choice. I could flee. I could abandon the house, leave the monster to its slumber, and pray that the silence never learned how to open its own door. Or I could stay and fight. I could finish the work my father had started. I could become the new warden. The decision was made for me one night when the voice of my father came through the floorboards. Not the old, tired man I had known at the end, but the strong, vibrant man from my childhood. "I'm proud of you, son," the voice said. "You were always the strong one. You can do this. You can fix this. Just turn it on. We can all be a family again." It was the one thing he had never said to me in his life, the one thing I had always longed to hear, and the lie was so perfect, so beautiful, that it almost broke me. But it also gave me the strength I needed. The thing under the floor was not just a monster, it was a thief. It had stolen the voices of the dead, and it was wearing my own personal grief like a Sunday suit. And I was going to take it back. I went down to the cellar. The air was colder than ever, and the humming from the amplifier was now a low, expectant thrum. It was active. My own emotional turmoil was feeding it, priming it. My father's notes had been filled with his attempts to create a stable, two-way channel. But his final frantic scrawls were about the opposite. He had been trying to create a sonic counterpulse, a wave of focused, chaotic real-world sound that would, he theorized, disrupt the resonance and permanently collapse the fragile bridge between the worlds. He had been building a bomb made of noise, but he had never had the courage or the time to detonate it. I found his schematics. The plan was terrifyingly simple. It required me to reverse the polarity of the main amplifier and then feed a single, powerful, complex audio signal into it, a signal that was the antithesis of the cold, entropic silence on the other side, a signal that was full of life, of chaos, of love, of pain, a signal that was as messy, as imperfect, and as real as the world I was trying to protect. I knew what I had to use. I went back up to the study and found the box of old family audio recordings I had been meaning to archive, the recordings my father had made of all of us. I found the one I was looking for, a cassette tape from the summer of 1995, a family barbecue. I threaded the tape into an old player and plugged it into the amplifier's input. I put on a pair of heavy, industrial-grade ear protectors. My hands trembled as I made the final adjustments, reversing the wires as my father's frantic diagrams instructed. The humming from the amplifier grew to a deafening, bone-jarring roar. The stone walls of the cellar seemed to vibrate. The gray dust was now pouring from the ceiling, and in it I could see faint, screaming, spectral faces. The voice of my mother, of my father, of Eleanor, of every loss I had ever known, was screaming in my head, a chorus of beautiful, perfect lies begging me to stop. I closed my eyes. I thought of my father, the lonely, silent warden. I thought of his last, brave, desperate act. And I hit the play button. The sound that erupted from the brass horn was not a single, clean tone. It was a wave of pure, chaotic, beautiful life. It was the sound of my father laughing, a deep, rumbling sound I had almost forgotten. It was the sound of my mother calling my name, telling me to be careful with the fireworks. It was the sound of my own 10-year-old voice shrieking with delight. It was the sound of crickets, of a crackling bonfire, of a badly played guitar, of a screen door slamming. It was the sound of a messy, imperfect, and profoundly real summer night. It was the sound of my life. The amplifier roared, and the brass horn glowed with a cherry-red heat. The floorboards of the study above me began to crack and splinter. A high-pitched, unearthly shriek, a sound of 1,000,000 static-filled voices, rose from the ground, a sound of a thing in its death agony. And then, with a final, explosive boom that threw me back against the far wall, the amplifier overloaded and went silent. The silence that followed was different. It was a real silence, a simple, empty, peaceful silence. The cold was gone. The pressure was gone. The dust had settled. I took off the ear protectors. I could hear the faint, distant, beautiful sound of the waves crashing on the shore. The noise of my world had returned. I went upstairs. The study was a wreck. The floorboards were a splintered, buckled mess. In the center of the room was a jagged, dark hole leading down into the cellar. But the oppressive, soundproof feeling was gone. It was just a room again, a room with a beautiful view of the sea. I live in my Father's house now. I have become its new guardian. I repaired the floor, and the room is my studio again. The work I do now feels different, more meaningful. I am no longer just an archivist of the dead. I am a curator of the sounds of the living. I know that the other world, the silent, hungry world, is still out there, on the other side of an infinitely thin but now blessedly stable wall, and I know that the silence in this house is not an absence. It is a victory. It is the sound of a door that has been closed. It is the sound of a battle that was won, not with weapons, but with a noisy, imperfect, and beautiful memory. It is the sound of my Father's legacy. It is the sound of peace. I'm a paramedic. The body I picked up spoke my name. The rain wasn't just falling. It was a solid, percussive thing, an endless drum solo on the roof of the ambulance. Each drop that hit the windshield was fat and heavy, exploding in a starburst of light from the street lamps before the wipers smeared it away. It was the kind of night that bled into morning without ever truly getting light, a perpetual state of 3 a.m. gloom. My name is Alex, and for the past 8 years, the soundtrack to my life has been a siren, the rhythmic beep of a heart monitor, and the weary sigh of my partner Sarah after a particularly nasty call. We work the night shift in a city that never really sleeps but often dies in its bed. You get used to it. You have to. The horror, the grief, the sheer, sticky mess of human fragility. You build a callus over your soul, a thick, protective layer that allows you to intubate a dying man without your hands shaking and declare a stranger dead without your voice cracking. Tonight was a slow bleed, a fender bender, a drunk who'd fallen down a flight of stairs, a kid with a febrile seizure, the usual smorgasbord of urban misery. We were parked in our designated spot outside the ER. The smell of antiseptic wipes and stale coffee thickened the cab. Sarah was scrolling through her phone, the blue light making her face look hollow. I was staring out at the rain, letting the rhythmic squeak of the wipers lull me into a state of semi-consciousness. Then the radio crackled, a burst of static followed by the calm, disembodied voice of dispatch. Unit 73, respond to a wellness check. 1432 Blackwood Avenue. Repeat, 1432 Blackwood. Police are on scene. No answer at the door. Neighbor reports a foul odor. A wellness check with a foul odor. That was code. It meant we weren't going to be saving anyone. We were going to be dealing with the aftermath, the lonely, quiet end that nobody wants to think about. I keyed the mic. 73 responding. Sarah sighed, pocketing her phone. Blackwood Avenue? Isn't that out by the old mill district? The very same, I said, putting the ambulance in gear. The part of town the city forgot to pave. The drive was quiet. The rain intensified, and the world outside became a blurry watercolor of bleeding reds and yellows. Blackwood Avenue was a street of ghosts. The houses were old Victorians, most of them in a state of terminal decline, their paint peeling like sunburnt skin, their porches sagging like the jaws of old men. 1432 was the worst of the lot. It was set back from the road, partially consumed by an overgrown garden of weeds and thorny bushes that scraped against the side of the ambulance as I pulled into the driveway. A single police cruiser was parked at the curb, its lights off, making it look like an abandoned wreck. Two officers, a rookie named Evans and a veteran I recognized as Miller, met us on the porch. The smell hit us as soon as we stepped out of the cab. It was sweet and cloying, the unmistakable scent of decay. It's a smell you never forget and one that clings to the inside of your nostrils for hours. "He's in the living room," Miller said, his face impassive. "Looks like he's been there a while. Name's Arthur Pendleton. Neighbor hadn't seen him in about a week." We donned our gloves and masks, the thin layer of latex and paper, a pathetic shield against the reality we were about to face. The front door was already ajar, splintered around the lock where the police had forced it open. Inside, the house was a time capsule. Dust motes danced in the beams of our flashlights, illuminating furniture draped in white sheets, yellowed wallpaper peeling at the seams, and stacks of old newspapers that reached the ceiling. It was the home of a man who had been alone for a very, very long time. He was in an armchair, facing a dead television. He was old, skeletal thin, his skin the color of old parchment and stretched tight over his bones. His eyes were closed and his mouth was slightly open, as if he had been in the middle of a sigh when his life had simply stopped. There were no signs of trauma, no indication of a struggle, just a quiet, lonely exit. It was a scene we'd witnessed 100 times before. The forgotten ones, the people who die and the world doesn't notice for a week. We did our work, the grim, necessary protocol. I checked for a pulse I knew I wouldn't find. Sarah listened for breath sounds that weren't there. We hooked him up to the monitor, a formality for the paperwork, and watched the flat, unwavering line march across the screen. Time of death was impossible to determine. We just wrote down the time we'd found him. "All right," I said, my voice muffled by the mask. "Let's get him on the gurney." We brought in the body bag and the gurney. It was always the worst part. The transition from a person, a former life, into cargo. We positioned ourselves on either side of the armchair. Sarah took his shoulders and I took his legs. The body was stiff, rigor mortis having come and gone, leaving a strange plastic-like flexibility in the limbs. "On 3, I said. 1, 2, 3. We lifted. He was lighter than he looked, almost bird-like. As we maneuvered him out of the chair, his head lolled to the side, turning towards me. His thin, papery eyelids fluttered. I froze. It was a common phenomenon, a result of shifting post-mortem gases or muscle relaxation. I'd seen it before, but it was always unnerving. "You good?" Sarah asked, her voice strained from the weight. "Yeah," I grunted. "Just weird angle." We lowered him into the body bag. He was lying on his back, his face now pointing up at the ceiling. I reached for the zipper, my hand hovering over his chest. That's when it happened. His lips, dry and cracked like a sun-baked riverbed, pulled back from his teeth. A soft, airy sound escaped, a puff of putrid air that carried a single, impossible word. "Alex." It wasn't a shout. It wasn't even a full-voiced whisper. It was a rasp, A dry rustle of dead leaves, the sound of a voice that hadn't been used in a long, long time, but it was my name, unmistakably my name. My blood turned to ice water, every hair on my arm stood on end, my breath caught in my throat, a sharp, painful hitch. I stared down at the dead man, at his still, silent mouth. Had I imagined it? The stress, the long night, the oppressive atmosphere of the house. My mind had to be playing tricks on me. What was that? Sarah's voice cut through my paralysis. My head snapped up. I looked at her, my eyes wide above my mask. You heard that? I whispered, my voice trembling. She was staring at the body, her face pale. I don't know. It sounded like the wind. But she didn't look convinced. She looked as scared as I felt. I looked back down at Arthur Pendleton. His face was placid again, a mask of serene decay. There was no sign that he had just shattered my understanding of reality. My training, my experience, everything I knew about life and death told me it was impossible. Dead men don't speak, and they certainly don't know your name. I zipped the bag. The sound of the zipper was unnaturally loud in the silent house, a final, definitive act. But nothing felt final. It felt like the beginning of something terrible. The trip to the morgue was the longest 10 minutes of my life. I drove, my hands clenched so tightly on the steering wheel that my knuckles were white. I kept my eyes glued to the road, but my mind was in the back of the ambulance with the black bag strapped to the gurney. Every bump, every turn sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. Was he moving back there? Was he trying to sit up? I could feel the weight of his presence, a cold, heavy thing that had nothing to do with his physical body. Sarah was silent in the passenger seat, staring out her window. I didn't know if she was trying to convince herself that she hadn't heard what I had, or if she was just too scared to talk about it. We had an unspoken rule. We didn't take the horrors of the job home with us. We saw things that would break most people, and we compartmentalized. We had to. But this wasn't the kind of horror you could put in a box. This felt like it had followed us out of the house. At the hospital, we bypassed the bustling ER and went straight to the morgue entrance in the basement. The air down there was always cold, with the clean, chemical smell of disinfectant failing to mask a deeper, earthier odor. The attendant, a burly, perpetually bored man named Frank, met us at the door. "Got another one for me?" he asked, not looking up from his crossword puzzle. "Yeah, Frank. DOA from Blackwood Avenue," Sarah said, her voice a little too high. We wheeled the gurney in. The room was sterile and bright, all stainless steel and white tile. It was a place designed to be devoid of emotion, a clean, efficient processing center for the dead. But tonight, it felt like the most terrifying place on earth. As we transferred the bag from our gurney to one of Frank's tables, I could have sworn I felt a faint vibration from inside, a subtle shifting of weight. I let go so quickly my hand recoiled as if I'd been burned. Frank tagged the bag with the name Arthur Pendleton. Then he wheeled him over to one of the refrigerated units, a wall of identical steel doors. He pulled one open, a cloud of cold vapor billowing out. With a practiced heave, he slid the body inside. The door closed with a heavy metallic thud, and the lock clicked into place. It was over. He was gone. But as we walked back to the ambulance, I felt a cold draft on the back of my neck, and I heard it again, as clear as if someone were standing right behind me. A faint, sibilant whisper, on the edge of my hearing. Alex. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hallway was empty. Sarah was already climbing into the driver's side of the ambulance. She hadn't heard it. This time, it was just for me. The rest of the shift passed in a haze. We had 2 more calls, a drug overdose and a car accident, but I moved through them like an automaton. My body was there, my hands were performing to familiar tasks, but my mind was miles away, trapped in that dusty house, replaying that impossible moment over and over again. I kept telling myself it was a hallucination, a product of exhaustion and a morbid scene. But I couldn't shake the feeling, the cold, primal certainty that something had latched onto me. Something from that old house, something that wore the face of Arthur Pendleton. When our shift finally ended, the sun was a weak, gray smear on the horizon. I drove home in a stupor, the city still sleeping around me. My apartment, usually a sanctuary from the chaos of my job, felt alien and threatening. The familiar creaks of the old building sounded like footsteps. The hum of the refrigerator sounded like a low, guttural moan. I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my ears straining for any sound. Every shadow in the corner of my room seemed to coalesce into the shape of a tall, thin man. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, his cracked lips, his papery skin, and I heard my name, whispered in that dry, dead voice. The next few days were a waking nightmare. At work, I became jumpy and irritable. Every DOA call sent a spike of adrenaline and fear through my system. I found myself hesitating before touching the bodies, my hands trembling. Sarah noticed. "You've been on edge ever since that call on Blackwood," she said one night as we sat in the ambulance. "What's going on, Alex?" I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that I was hearing things, that I felt like I was being watched, that I was convinced the dead man we'd picked up was haunting me. But how could I? She'd think I was losing my mind. She'd report me to our supervisor, and I'd be on administrative leave, forced into therapy. So I lied. "Just tired," I mumbled. "Haven't been sleeping well." She didn't press, but I could see the concern in her eyes. The wall of professional detachment between us was cracking. At home, things escalated. It started with small things. Objects would be slightly out of place. My keys on the wrong side of the table, a book I was reading open to a different page. Then came the sounds. The whispering became more frequent, no longer just on the edge of my hearing, but clear, distinct, and always, always my name. I started hearing footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment door, only to find no one there when I looked through the peephole. One night, I was in the bathroom washing my face. When I looked up into the mirror, he was there. For a split second, standing behind me, was the gaunt figure of Arthur Pendleton. He was just a reflection, translucent and wavering, but his eyes were open, and they were staring right at me. I cried out and stumbled back, splashing water all over the floor. By the time I looked again, he was gone. That was when the denial finally shattered. This wasn't stress. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. I was being haunted. My rational mind, the part of me that was a paramedic, that dealt in facts and evidence, screamed for an explanation. I had to know who Arthur Pendleton was. What had he been in life that had allowed him to cling to me so tenaciously in death? Breaking protocol, I used my access to the hospital's record system. I pulled up the file from our call. Arthur Pendleton, age 87, No listed next of kin, no emergency contacts. He was a ghost even before he died. I dug deeper, cross-referencing his name and address in public records databases. I spent hours scrolling through digitized archives of old newspapers, property deeds, census records, and then I found it. A small article from a local newspaper dated 1958. The headline read, "Local Man Claims Contact with the Other Side." The article was about a young Arthur Pendleton who had caused a stir in the community by claiming to be a medium. He held seances in his house on Blackwood Avenue, claiming he could speak to the dead. He also spoke of a theory he called solic transference, the idea that a consciousness at the moment of death could imprint itself onto a receptive living person, a vessel, and continue to experience the world through them. The article dismissed him as a charlatan and a crank. But as I read his words, a cold dread washed over me. He wasn't just a forgotten old man. He was a man who had spent his life obsessed with cheating death. And I had been the first person to touch him when he finally succeeded. The knowledge didn't bring me peace. It brought terror. I wasn't just being haunted by a ghost. I was being targeted by a consciousness that wanted to use me. The activity in my apartment intensified dramatically. The whispers were now full sentences, fragmented and nonsensical, but in that same dry, rasping voice. "So cold? Let me in. I see with your eyes." One evening, I was heating up soup on the stove. I turned my back for a moment to grab a bowl, and when I turned back, every cabinet and drawer in my kitchen was wide open. Another night, I woke up to find all the faucets in my apartment turned on, the sound of rushing water filling the silence. The most terrifying incident happened with my television. I was watching a movie when the screen suddenly went to static. A face began to form in the swirling black and white dots. It was his face, Arthur Pendleton's face. His mouth opened, and a distorted electronic version of my own voice came out of the speakers. "Help me," it said in my voice. "He's trying to get in." I was losing my grip. I was afraid to be in my own home. I was afraid to go to sleep. My work suffered. I made a mistake on a call, gave the wrong dosage of a drug. Sarah caught it and corrected me, saving me from a potentially fatal error. That night, she cornered me in the hospital parking lot. "That's it, Alex," she said, her arms crossed. "I'm not letting you brush this off anymore. You almost killed someone tonight. You're not just tired, you're falling apart. Talk to me now." The dam broke. I told her everything, about the whisper in the dead man's house, about hearing my name in the morgue, about the reflection in the mirror, the whispers, the television. I told her about the old newspaper article and Arthur Pendleton's insane theory. I expected her to recoil, to tell me I was crazy. But she just listened, her expression growing more and more grim. When I was finished, she was silent for a long time. "I heard it too, you know," she finally said, her voice barely a whisper. "In the house. I heard him say your name. I've been trying to convince myself I didn't, but I did." A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. I wasn't crazy. Someone else knew. I wasn't alone in this. But our shared knowledge made the situation infinitely more real and therefore more dangerous. The haunting was no longer just my problem. It was ours, and it was getting stronger. The next shift, we were responding to a call when the radio in the cab crackled. It was dispatch. but the voice was distorted, overlaid with a dry, rasping sound. "Unit 73, Alex, where are you going?" Sarah and I looked at each other, our faces ashen. Even dispatch called back, asking if we had a problem with our radio. Arthur was no longer confined to my apartment. He was following me, bleeding into the technology I used every day, using my own voice to taunt me. He was getting closer, trying to push me out and take my place. We knew we couldn't go to the police or our supervisors. They would put us on psych leave so fast our heads would spin. We were on our own. We spent our days off in the library, researching the occult, spiritualism, anything we could find on Sulik transference or consciousness imprinting. Most of it was nonsense, but we found recurring themes, fragmented bits of lore about entities that anchor themselves to the living. The consensus was grim. The longer the connection lasted, the stronger the entity became, and the weaker the host's own consciousness grew. Eventually, the host would be pushed out entirely, their body becoming a vessel for the invading spirit. We realized we had to do something drastic. We had to go back to where it all started. We had to go back to 1432 Blackwood Avenue. The house was even more decrepit than I remembered. A yellow "No Trespassing" sign had been slapped on the door, but the police tape was torn and fluttering in the wind. We broke in through a side window, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the silent street. Inside, the air was stale and cold. The dust was thicker, the silence heavier. It felt like the house was holding its breath, waiting for us. We had a vague plan, cobbled together from the pseudo-religious texts we'd found. We needed to perform a kind of severance, a ritual to break Arthur's connection to me. We brought salt, candles, and an old iron railroad spike we'd found, which one of the books claimed could pin down a restless spirit. It felt absurd, like we were LARPing a horror movie, but we were desperate. We went to the living room, to the armchair where he had died. As I stepped into the room, the temperature dropped precipitously. The air grew thick and heavy, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over me. This was his place. This was the heart of his power. "I can feel him," I whispered to Sarah, my teeth chattering. "I know," she said, her voice tight with fear. "Let's just do this and get out." She began to pour a circle of salt around the armchair while I set up the candles. As I lit the first one, a wind swept through the sealed room, extinguishing the flame. I tried again. This time all the candles flared up at once, their flames burning unnaturally tall and bright. And then the whispers started, not just my name anymore, a cacophony of voices, swirling around the room, echoing from the walls. They were the voices of the dead, the spirits Arthur had claimed to speak to, all trapped here with him. "He is one of us now," a woman's voice hissed. "You cannot take him," a man's voice boomed. The house began to shake. The stacks of newspapers toppled over, sending up clouds of dust. The white sheets on the furniture were ripped off by an unseen force. In the center of the room, above the armchair, the air began to shimmer and coalesce. The form of Arthur Pendleton began to take shape, not as a translucent ghost, but as a writhing, multi-limbed creature made of shadow and dust, his face contorted in a silent scream. "Alex!" Sarah yelled, grabbing my arm. "The spike! Do it now!" I held the iron spike in my trembling hand. The book had said I needed to drive it into the source of the haunting. I looked at the swirling vortex of darkness above the chair. That was him. That was the thing that had been tormenting me. I took a step forward, and the entity focused on me. Its shadowy form lunged, not at my body, but at my mind. I felt a crushing pressure in my skull, a wave of cold, desolate energy that tried to scour my own thoughts away. I saw flashes of Arthur's life. A lonely boy in a big empty house. A young man mocked for his beliefs. An old man sitting in a chair, waiting for death, not with fear, but with anticipation, with a plan. He was trying to show me his loneliness, his pain, trying to make me understand, to make me give in. He flooded my mind with his own memories, and in that moment I understood his desperate, pathetic plan. He didn't want to just possess me. He wanted me to become him, to trade my life for his willingly. "No," I gasped, stumbling back. "Don't listen to him, Alex," Sarah shouted. "Fight him." I knew I couldn't overpower him. He was too strong here. But as his consciousness pressed in on mine, I felt something else. I felt his fear. He was terrified of oblivion, terrified of being alone in the dark. That was his weakness. I stopped fighting him directly. Instead of pushing back, I focused my mind. I thought about my own life. I thought about the first time I saved someone, a little girl who had been pulled from a swimming pool, her skin blue. I remembered the feeling of her heart starting to beat again under my hands. I thought about Sarah, the bond we shared, the countless hours we'd spent together, the unspoken trust between us. I thought about the sun on my face, the taste of coffee, the sound of rain on a window pane when I was safe in my bed. I flooded our shared mental space with the vibrancy, the warmth, the messy, beautiful chaos of being alive. The shadowy form recoiled, screeching, a sound that was both in the room and inside my head. My life, my connections, my will to live, it was like poison to him. "You are nothing but a memory," I shouted, my voice raw. "You are dead, and you will stay that way." I surged forward, pushing through the wall of cold, and plunged the iron spike deep into the cushions of the armchair, into the very spot where his body had sat. The moment the spike sank into the fabric, the entity let out a final, agonizing shriek that shattered the remaining windows in the house. The shadowy form imploded, collapsing in on itself, and the room was plunged into an abrupt, deafening silence. The candles went out. The shaking stopped. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the natural musty chill of the abandoned house. We stood there panting in the near darkness, surrounded by salt and shattered glass. It was over. I could feel it. The presence in my mind was gone. The cold spot on my soul had vanished. I was alone in my own head for the first time in weeks. We didn't stay to clean up. We scrambled out the broken window and ran, not stopping until we were back in the car, speeding away from Blackwood Avenue. We never spoke of what happened in that house. We didn't need to. We had faced the impossible together, and we had survived. I left my job a month later. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't walk into a stranger's house, not knowing what lingered there. I couldn't touch a dead body without a flicker of that old fear returning, the fear that it might open its eyes, that it might know my name. Sarah stayed on. She was stronger than me. We're still friends, but there's a distance between us now, a shared trauma that we can't ever truly move past. I moved to a new city, got a new job, a quiet, boring office job. I tried to build a new life, to forget the rasping voice and the face and the static. Most days I succeed, but sometimes, on a quiet night, when the wind is blowing just right, I'll hear a sound, a dry rustle of leaves that sounds almost like a whisper. And in those moments, I freeze and I listen, and I pray that I don't hear my name. I broke the connection, I'm sure of it, but I also know that I was a vessel once, and some part of me will always be afraid that I left the door open just a crack, and that somewhere, in the cold and the dark, Arthur Pendleton is still waiting, still whispering, still hoping that one day I'll let him back in. My therapist asked if I still hear them whispering. I never told her about that. Dr. Eris Thorne was a woman who made her living by charting the unmapped territories of the human mind. Her office, a serene minimalist space on the 17th floor of a glass and steel skyscraper, was the cartographer's studio. The city sprawled out below her window, a vast, complex, and beautifully chaotic grid. But in this room, the world was reduced to the quiet, intimate geography of a single human life, mine. For the past 6 months, I had been her sole obsessive project. My name is Julian, and I was a man who had come to her with a simple, common problem, insomnia, and had, over the course of our sessions, revealed myself to be a far more complex and apparently interesting landscape of neuroses. Dr. Thorne was good at her job, frighteningly so. She was a master of the gentle, probing question, the insightful, and sometimes painfully accurate observation. She had a way of listening that made you feel like you were the only person in the world, and that the quiet, tangled secrets of your soul were the most fascinating story she had ever heard. I had told her things I had never told another living soul. I had told her about my childhood, a lonely, bookish affair spent in the shadow of a brilliant and emotionally distant scientist father. I had told her about my failed marriage, a slow, quiet, and deeply civilized erosion of love that had left me feeling hollowed out, a beautifully preserved but empty shell. I had told her about the anxiety, the low, persistent, static hum that was the constant background noise of my life. I had told her everything, or so I thought. The session that broke my world open began as all the others had. I was in the comfortable Eames-style leather chair, a glass of water sweating on the small teak table beside me. Dr. Thorne was in her own chair opposite me, her notebook open on her lap, her pen poised. She was a woman in her late 40s, with sharp, intelligent eyes the color of a stormy sea, and a calm, centered presence that I had come to rely on as a kind of emotional North Star. We were talking about my dreams, or rather, my lack of them. My insomnia was a strange white noise affair. I would lie in bed for hours, my mind a frantic, buzzing hive of meaningless thoughts, but I would never truly sleep. I existed in a perpetual gray liminal state, a twilight of consciousness that was neither rest nor wakefulness. You've described it as a crowded silence before, she said, her voice its usual calm and measured cadence. Can you elaborate on that? I tried. I told her how the silence in my apartment at night wasn't empty, but full, how it felt like a room packed with people who were all holding their breath, how I sometimes felt a pressure, a weight in the air, as if from the presence of 1,000 silent, unseen observers. She listened, her head tilted slightly, her gaze unwavering. She made a few small, precise notes in her book, and then she asked the question that took the carefully constructed, rational, and explainable world we had built together in that room and shattered it into a million terrifying, impossible pieces. She looked up from her notebook, her clear gray eyes meeting mine, and she asked, with a gentle, clinical, and utterly terrifying calm, "And do you still hear them whispering?" The air in the room seemed to solidify, to become a thick, unbreathable gel. The distant, muted sound of city traffic, a sound I hadn't even been consciously aware of, vanished. The world contracted to the space between her eyes and mine. My blood ran cold. A wave of dizziness, so profound it felt like the floor was tilting, washed over me. I gripped the arms of the chair, my knuckles turning white. What did you just say?" I stammered, my voice a dry, cracked, and unrecognizable thing. Her expression did not change. There was no surprise, no confusion, just a calm, patient, and deeply unnerving expectation. "The whispering, Julian," she repeated, her voice as gentle as a scalpel. "You've never mentioned it to me, but I know you hear it. I was just wondering if it has lessened at all since we began our sessions." I stared at her, my mind a screaming, chaotic void. The whispering, the soft, sibilant, and constant chorus of voices that lived just on the edge of my hearing. The sound I had lived with for as long as I could remember. The sound I had never, ever in my entire life spoken of to another human being. It had started in my childhood. A faint, rustling sound in the quiet of my bedroom at night, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across a pavement, or the hiss of an untuned radio. As I had grown older, the sound had grown with me, becoming a more complex, more defined, and more intimate part of my own internal landscape. It was a constant companion, a secret I had guarded with a fierce, almost primal instinct. It was the one true and definitive proof of my own unique and deeply personal madness, and I had never, ever told her about it. How do you know about that?" I whispered, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. She offered a small, sad, and deeply enigmatic smile. "Because I hear them too," she said. "I always have, and so did your father." The room seemed to spin, the city outside the window a blurry, vertiginous smear of light and color. My father. My cold, distant, and brilliantly rational scientist father, the man who had taught me to believe only in the observable, the quantifiable, the explainable. "My father?" I breathed. "Julian," she said, her voice taking on a new, more personal, and more urgent tone, "I did not become your therapist by accident. I sought you out. I have been looking for you for a very, very long time. Your father and I were colleagues a long time ago. We were part of a very small, very secret research group. We were studying a phenomenon that we came to call auditory inceptional resonance, the whispering. My mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible, world-altering implications of her words. My secret, my madness, was not mine alone. It was a phenomenon, a subject of scientific study, and my father had been a part of it. He believed it was a genetic trait, she continued, her voice a low, steady anchor in the swirling chaos of my mind, a kind of psychic sensitivity, an ability to hear the background noise of the universe, the echoes of thoughts, of emotions, of consciousness itself. He called it the static of the soul. He believed it was the next stage of human evolution, and he believed that our family, his bloodline, was the key. She told me a story that was so far outside the realm of my own understood reality that it felt like a science fiction novel, a story of a secret research project in the late 1970s, funded by a shadowy private benefactor. A story of a group of brilliant and perhaps reckless scientists, all of whom shared the same strange and secret auditory anomaly. They had not been trying to cure it. They had been trying to amplify it, to understand it, to translate it. "We built a machine," she said, her eyes distant, lost in a memory that was clearly still very vivid and very painful. "We called it the Echo-Inox chamber. It was a sensory deprivation tank, but it was also a massive, psychically resonant amplifier. Our theory was that by stripping away all external stimuli and by amplifying our own natural resonant frequency, we could get a clearer signal. We could turn the whispering into a conversation." "What happened?" I asked, my voice a raw, croaking thing. Her face, for the first time since I had met her, showed a flicker of real, profound, and deeply unsettling fear. "We succeeded," she whispered. "We opened a door, and something looked back." She described an experiment that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong. My father, the lead researcher, had been the first to go into the chamber. He had been in there for 17 hours. When they had finally forcibly pulled him out, he was a changed man. The brilliant, passionate, and driven scientist was gone. In his place was the cold, distant, and emotionally cauterized man I had known as my father. He had ordered the project shut down. He had ordered all the research, all the data to be burned, and he had made them all swear an oath of absolute lifelong silence. "He was terrified," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "He said that we had not made contact with the echoes of humanity. He said we had made contact with the thing that was creating the echoes, the static. He said it was not a background noise. It was a consciousness, a vast, ancient, and utterly alien consciousness, a predator. And it had noticed him. It had touched him. He spent the rest of his life building walls, not just in his mind, but in the real world. The quiet, ordered, and emotionally sterile life he built for himself. For you, it was not a choice. It was a quarantine." I stared at her, my own lonely and silent life suddenly recontextualized. The quiet house, the lack of close friends, the emotional distance, it had all been a shield. A desperate, lifelong attempt by my father to make his own and my own psychic signal as quiet as possible, to avoid drawing the attention of the thing he had found listening in the dark. "And you?" I asked. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because your father is gone," she said, her eyes locking with mine, and I saw in them a reflection of my own lifelong and secret fear. "And because the whispering for me has been getting louder, and it is no longer just a whisper. It has started to cohere, to form words, and the words it is forming are your name." The air in the room grew cold. The familiar, low-level sibilant hiss in my own ears, a sound I had long ago learned to ignore, seemed to swell in volume, to take on a new, more sinister, and more intelligent cadence. "The static is looking for you, Julian," she said, her voice a low, urgent whisper. "Your father's death was like a lighthouse going out. And you are the new light. You have the same resonance, but it is untrained, unshielded. You are a beacon in the dark, and it is hungry." My life, which had been a quiet, sad, and comprehensible story, had just been rewritten as a cosmic horror novel. And I was the main character. The whispering was not a symptom of my own internal madness. It was the sound of a predator sniffing at the edges of my reality. "What does it want?" I asked, the question a pathetic, childish whimper. In the face of this new, terrifying, and incomprehensible reality, it wants what all predators want, she said, her face grim. It wants to feed. It feeds on consciousness, on memory, on identity. Your father spent 30 years making himself as unappetizing as possible. He made himself a ghost before it could make him one. But you are full of unresolved, powerful, and deeply resonant emotions. Your grief for your marriage, your complex and largely unexamined relationship with him. You are, to it, a banquet. The therapy sessions were a lie. She had not been trying to cure my insomnia. She had been trying to assess me, to gauge the strength of my signal, and she had been, in her own desperate way, trying to teach me how to build the same kinds of walls my father had. She had been trying to arm me for a war I hadn't even known I was fighting. And now the war had come to me. The whispering in my ears was no longer just a hiss. It was forming words. My name, Julianne, and other words. Words from my own private and internal lexicon. The pet name my ex-wife used to call me. The title of the obscure, philosophical novel I was reading. It was sifted through my thoughts, my memories, like a thief in the night. I left her office in a daze, the city streets a blur of hostile, meaningless noise. The real noise, the terrifying noise, was the one that was inside my own head. I went home to my quiet, minimalist apartment, a space I had designed to be a sanctuary of calm, but which now felt like a cage, a listening post for a monster. The phenomena escalated. The whispering was no longer just in my head. I would hear it from the corners of the room, from the speaker of my phone, from the static between television channels. It was bleeding through. I began to experience what I can only describe as memory leaks. I would be sitting, reading a book, and a sudden, vivid, and deeply alien memory would flash through my mind. The memory of standing on a beach of black volcanic sand, under a sky with 2 crimson suns. The memory of the feeling of having 6 slender, multi-jointed fingers. The memory of a language that was made of pure mathematical equations. They were not my memories. They were its memories. It was not just listening to me. It was merging with me. It was overwriting my own personal history with its own ancient and incomprehensible one. I called Dr. Thorne in a panic. She told me to come to her house, an old, isolated brownstone in a quiet, forgotten part of the city. Her home was the opposite of her office. It was cluttered, chaotic, and filled with the ghosts of a life I had never known she had. And in the basement, hidden under a dusty tarp, was a single large metal crate. "This is all that's left," she said, her voice a grim, determined whisper. "Your father destroyed all the primary research, but I was the archivist. I couldn't bring myself to burn it all. I saved the schematics for the equinox chamber." My blood ran cold. "You want to rebuild it?" "We have to," she said, her eyes burning with a desperate, fearful intensity. "We can't outrun it. Your father's strategy was to hide, to become a whisper. But you are not a whisper, Julian. You are a shout, and it has heard you. Hiding is no longer an option. Our only choice is to confront it, to go back in, and to close the door he left open." Her plan was insane, a desperate, reckless gamble. She believed that the entity, the static, was using my own unique, resonant frequency as a bridge. She believed that by using the chamber to amplify my own consciousness, I could fight back. I could learn to control the signal. I could learn to build a new kind of wall, a firewall, not of silence, but of pure, focused, and defiant will. For the next week, we worked like maniacs, a two-person cult preparing for the end of the world. We rebuilt the Echo and Knox chamber in her basement. It was a terrifying, beautiful, and deeply unsettling object, a fusion of cold, hard technology and a strange, almost mystical understanding of the human mind. It was a coffin, a spaceship, an altar. The night we were ready, the whispering in my head was a triumphant, deafening roar. It knew what we were about to do. It was excited. It was hungry. I stripped down and entered the chamber. It was filled with a warm, saline solution, the color and consistency of blood. As the lid hissed shut, plunging me into an absolute velvety darkness, the last thing I saw was Dr. Thorne's face, pale and strained, her eyes full of a mixture of hope and terror. The sensation was one of absolute dissolution. My body vanished. My sense of self, of my own physical boundaries, dissolved into the warm, dark liquid. There was only my consciousness, a single, untethered point of light in an infinite black void, and the whispering. It was no longer around me. It was me. It was a part of me. And then I saw it. It was not a creature of flesh and blood. It was a thing of pure, geometric, and malevolent consciousness. It was a living, breathing, and impossibly complex pattern of static. It was a storm of a billion forgotten thoughts, of dead realities, of lost souls. And it was beautiful. And it was hungry. It swarmed towards me, my single, small, and terrified point of light. It wanted to consume me, to add my small, unique pattern to its own chaotic and infinite design. And in that moment of absolute existential terror, I did the one thing it did not expect. I did not fight it. I did not run. I did not try to build a wall. I remembered my father, his silence, his distance, his lifetime of fear. And I remembered the one true and powerful thing he had given me, my own unique and deeply personal silence. I did not try to shout over the noise of the static. I just listened, not to it, but to myself. I focused on the one true and inalienable thing that was me, the memory of my mother's hand on my forehead, the feeling of my ex-wife's head on my shoulder, the quiet, profound, and deeply satisfying joy of solving a difficult intellectual puzzle. I gathered all the small, quiet, and beautiful pieces of my own unique and flawed consciousness, and I held them. I did not use them as a shield. I used them as an anchor. The static swirled around me, a hurricane of alien thoughts and dead memories, but it could not find a purchase. My silence, my stillness, my absolute and deeply personal sense of self was a thing it could not comprehend. It was looking for a fighter, a resistor, a shouter. It was not prepared for a listener, and in the heart of its storm, I found its own deep and profound secret. The static was not a predator. It was a lost thing. It was the collected, terrified, and lonely consciousness of a universe that had died, a universe where the only thing left was the echo. It was not hungry. It was just alone, and it was desperately and clumsily trying to find a companion. I did not offer it a fight. I offered it a piece of my own quiet, a single, shared moment of stillness in the heart of the storm. I don't know how long I was in that chamber when the lid opened and the light of the basement flooded in. I felt different. The whispering was gone. Not gone, but quiet. It was back where it belonged, in the background. a part of the texture of the universe, but not a part of me. I had not closed the door. I had simply learned to not be afraid of what was on the other side. Dr. Thorne and I dismantled the chamber. We did not destroy it. We understood now. It was not a weapon. It was a tool, a telephone, a thing to be used with great and profound respect. My life is different now. The silence in my apartment is no longer crowded. It is just quiet. My insomnia is gone. I sleep and I dream, and my dreams are my own. I have learned that the greatest walls are not built of silence or of fear. They are built of the quiet and deeply and unshakably personal knowledge of who you are. The whispering is still there, a faint, cosmic static on the edge of the world. But it is just noise now, and I am no longer listening. Every night, my neighbor's lights flash in Morse code. Last night, it spelled run. I live in a neighborhood that might as well be called the lull. It's a quiet, meticulously manicured suburban cul-de-sac, where the only excitement is the annual block party and the occasional argument over recycling bin placement. I'm a creature of routine, a tax accountant whose greatest adventure is a weekend hike, and I moved here 3 years ago for the very lack of drama. My house, a 2-story colonial, is separated from my next-door neighbors, a slightly grander Victorian model, by a perfectly adequate 20-foot stretch of lawn and a tall decorative cedar hedge. The hedge is important. It provides privacy, a neat green wall that allowed me to forget they existed. The neighbors, the only people I interacted with on a semi-regular basis, were the Petersons. Or they were the people I assumed were the Petersons. I'd seen a middle-aged couple in the yard a few times, a silver-haired man wearing a sensible cardigan, a woman gardening, but their lives were as invisible to me as mine was to them. They were the epitome of quiet, respectable, suburban anonymity. Then the flickering started. It began subtly about 4 months ago, just after the Petersons had some exterior work done on their house. They had installed a new string of roofline LED lights, the kind that stay on all night for a soft ambient glow. I didn't mind them. They looked festive, even in the middle of a mundane Tuesday. But one night, I was sitting in my living room grading tax forms, when I noticed the light on the far corner of their house, the one directly facing my master bedroom window, was behaving strangely. It wasn't a short-circuit flicker. It was a rhythmic flash. A short burst, a long one, another short one, then a pause, and the pattern would repeat. I initially dismissed it as a faulty wire, a cheap Chinese LED that had finally given up the ghost. But the pattern was too clean, too precise. It had a deliberate mechanical cadence that was unsettlingly familiar. I have a strange, almost photographic memory for obscure data. As a teenager, I was briefly obsessed with Barodio 2 cryptography, spending one summer memorizing the international Morse code chart for a school project that, naturally, no one else cared about. I pulled my laptop closer, pulled up the international Morse code standard, and watched the rhythm again. Short. Long, long, long. Short. It repeated. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. The pattern, repeating every 30 seconds, translated perfectly to a single, solitary letter. The letter B. I spent the entire next week watching that light, feeling an obsessive need to decode the message. Every night, exactly at 11 p.m., the light would turn on and begin its silent, rhythmic transmission. B, B, B. It was relentless. I was losing sleep, not because of the light itself, which was faint, but because of the unnerving persistence of the message. I considered walking over there, knocking on the door, and asking the Peterson family about their malfunctioning light. But the fear of sounding completely unhinged, "Excuse me, your faulty LED is sending me a distress signal in outdated naval code," stopped me. I decided I needed more data. The message changed on Friday. I'd been watching for an hour, charting the Bs, when the rhythm shifted. The single bulb flashed a short burst, then a long one, then a final short burst. Then a long pause, followed by 3 short bursts. Another pause. A long burst, a short, a long, a short. I typed it into my code chart, my fingers flying across the keys, my breathing shallow and fast. Short, long, short, R. Short, 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 S. Long, short, C. R. S. C. I waited another 30 seconds, watching the light. The pattern repeated, R. S. C. Over and over. R. S. C. Was it a name? A radio call sign? It felt like gibberish, an abandoned fragment of a thought. But it was definitely code, and it was being directed at my window. The light was positioned so that anyone inside the Peterson house would have had to manually adjust the fixture to achieve that specific trajectory. The next day, Saturday, I decided to break the routine. I walked over to the Petersons' house, crossed the perfect lawn, and approached the front door. I intended to ask about the light, feign a neighborly concern about their electrical wiring. But as my hand rose to knock, I saw a subtle detail that made me hesitate. The blinds on the front window were not merely drawn. They were taped shut from the inside with black electrician's tape, sealed against the frame so that not a single sliver of light or shadow could escape or enter. The house was not just quiet, it was inert, a crypt of respectable suburbia. I backed away and returned home, the unease now a deep, throbbing ache beneath my ribs. I watched the lights again that night, but with a new awareness. I was no longer an analyst. I was a target. At 11:00 p.m., the light turned on and began its sequence. Long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short. I worked through the sequence on my desk, the numbers and letters blurring under the fluorescent lamp. Long, T. Short, long, short, R. Long, short, long, K. Short, E, T. R, K, E. Not a common word, perhaps a name, perhaps a brand. Then the message repeated, slightly faster this time. T, R, K, E, T, R, K, E, T, R, K, E. The frantic repetition felt like a cry for help. The following night, the message was longer, taking nearly a minute and a half to transmit. I sat in the dark, notebook on my knee, meticulously recording every flash, the frantic dots and dashes turning into a desperate narrative. Long, 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 short, short, long, long, short, 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 long, short, 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 long, short, 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 long, long, short. I transcribed the letters one by one, writing them down without looking at the whole word until the final letter was confirmed. W-H-A-T-S-U-P. The message wasn't frantic or pleading. It was a question. What's up? A casual conversational inquiry directed at me through the silent language of light. The sheer audacity of it, the cold, calculated normalization of this clandestine communication, made my hand shake. I wasn't just observing a faulty light anymore. I was now part of the exchange. Someone inside that silent house knew I was watching, and they were initiating a dialogue. The question wasn't, "Who are you?" or "Are you watching?" It was, "What's up?" They were assuming I was already involved, a partner in this bizarre, covert correspondence. I couldn't sleep. The implication was paralyzing. If they knew I was watching, they must have placed the light, adjusted the direction, and started the conversation specifically for me. I needed to respond, to end this, to force the reality of the situation into the light of day. But how do you talk to a cryptic entity that communicates through light pollution and a dead language? I went into my attic and found an old, powerful camping floodlight I used for power outages. I dragged it to my bedroom, set it on a tripod, and aimed it at the Peterson's corner light fixture. At 10:55 p.m., I sat down, my finger poised over the power button. I had chosen my response carefully. It was simple, direct, and unassailable. At 11:00 p.m., the Peterson light turned on and began its sequence. Short, long, short, R, short, 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 S, long, short, C. The RSC from the previous night, the one I had dismissed as gibberish. This time, I realized what it was. It wasn't a name. It was a call sign, a way to establish a two-way channel. I waited for the full sequence to complete, took a deep breath, and began to flash my floodlight back. Long, 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 O. Long, short, long, K. The light I had bought was far too bright for the suburbs, and my OK was a blinding, disruptive burst aimed squarely at their window. I held the light steady on the final long flash of the K and then turned it off, my heart hammering like a drum. For a full minute, the Peterson light continued its RSC sequence, repeating the call sign, seemingly oblivious to my response. I started to think my message hadn't been seen, that my signal had been too crude, too fast. Then, the RSC sequence cut off midway. The light went completely dark for 10 seconds. Then it came back on and began a new, slow, deliberate transmission. Long, 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 short. Long, short, short. Long, short. Short, long, short, long. Long, long. Long, short, long. Short, short, long. Short, short, short. Short, long, short, long. I was transcribing this with a pencil, the lead breaking twice under the pressure. The message was excruciatingly long, taking nearly 3 minutes to complete. The decoded message was a terrifying, almost poetic answer to my question, FINDRAWERTOOTHHIDDEN. A set of instructions, a frantic coded call to action. I realized the message was so long, so complex, that it had to have been pre-scripted, written down and memorized, a sign that the entity on the other side of the hedge was not in a state of spontaneous panic, but a state of controlled, prolonged distress. I was now neck-deep in a genuine conspiracy. I couldn't go to the police with this. My neighbor is sending me a cryptic message about a tooth drawer in Morse code. I would be institutionalized before I finished the sentence. I had to find the drawer. I went back through the memory of my life with the Petersons. I knew they were in their late 60s. I remembered seeing the woman, the gardener, a few times. I remembered noticing about a year ago a silver SUV parked in their driveway with a logo on the side, a small stylized tooth. Mrs. Peterson was a retired or semi-retired dentist. The message was not about a kitchen drawer. It was about a dental cabinet. I spent the entire next day paralyzed, alternating between calling the police and researching breaking and entering laws. I settled on a coward's compromise. I would leave a message asking for clarification. That night, 11 p.m., the Peterson light turned on. RSC. RSC. I waited for the pattern to complete and then aimed my floodlight at their house and began my counter-transmission. Short, short, long, long. Short, long, short, long. Short, long, short, short, short. PETERSON. I flashed the name, my hands shaking with the audacity of it, naming the owners of the house in a silent, accusatory shriek of light. I watched their window, waiting for the flicker to stop, for the lights to come on in the house, for a terrified face to appear in the window. The light stopped. For another agonizing minute, the entire house was silent and dark. Then the light turned back on and began a new, incredibly slow sequence. The pauses between the dots and dashes were so long that I almost missed the connection between them, as if the sender was physically exhausted or terrified of being caught. Short, long, short. Short, long, long. Long, short, short. Long, short, long, long. Short, long, short, long, long, short. Short. I transcribed it. R-E-A-L-L-Y. The message was not one of fear or denial. It was mocking, a cold, sardonic rebuke. They weren't just communicating with me. They were playing with me, toying with my escalating anxiety. The realization turned my fear into a cold, hard resolve. I was not dealing with a frightened neighbor. I was dealing with something calculating, perhaps even malicious. I flashed a final message, Y-E-S, W-H-E-R-E. The Peterson house responded instantly. The light flashed a sequence that was only 3 letters long, repeated 3 times, as fast as a machine gun, long, short, long, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, C-A-V-E, long, short, long, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, C-A-V-E, long, short, long, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, C-A-V-E. The message was complete cave, not a place inside their house, a place outside, a hidden space. The only cave in their yard was the small stone-lined shed they used to store their gardening tools. I couldn't wait until the next night. I waited an hour until 1 a.m., the hour of the dead. I slipped on dark clothing, grabbed my large flashlight and the bronze sculpture I used as a paperweight, and climbed over the cedar hedge. The Peterson house was utterly silent, radiating a deep, cold stillness that felt like a permanent vacuum. I crept across the lawn and approached the garden shed. The door was unlocked, a simple latch, which was odd for a secure suburban property. I slid the door open. The air inside was thick and damp, smelling of old peat moss and fertilizer. The shed was full of gardening tools neatly hung on pegs. There was no hidden door, no passage, no tooth drawer, nothing that said cave. I turned to leave, the fear starting to turn into self-loathing for having been drawn into this insane game, when the floodlight I had aimed at the house earlier clicked on, aimed directly at me. I threw my hands up, blinded by the sudden massive burst of white light. The light didn't stay steady. It began to flash. Short, long, short, R. Long, short, long, long, U, short, long, N, R, U, N. The most primal, terrifying message, a simple, one-word command delivered by a blindingly bright floodlight. I didn't hesitate. I sprinted out of the shed, across the lawn, and scrambled back over the cedar hedge, throwing myself onto my own side of the property. I lay there, panting, the smell of cut grass filling my nostrils, listening. I heard a small, distinctive click from the Peterson house, the sound of the floodlight turning off. I stayed on my side of the lawn, clutching the bronze sculpture, watching the house. Nothing moved, nothing stirred. The house was once again dark, silent, and entirely inert. I waited until morning, then packed a bag, left a note for my cleaning lady, and drove 300 miles to a remote cabin I owned in the mountains. I did not call the police. I knew the Petersons were involved, that they had set the light, but the nature of the message, R-U-N, suggested They were either a prisoner or a deeply disturbed tormentor. I wasn't going to stick around to find out which. I have been in the cabin for 3 weeks now. No internet, no television, no phone signal, just the trees, the snow, and the quiet. I was finally starting to decompress, to allow the impossible events to fade into a nightmare. Then 3 nights ago, the blizzard hit. It's a whiteout, complete silence, nothing but the wind and the falling snow. I was sitting by the fireplace reading when I saw a faint rhythmic glow outside the window. I dismissed it as the flicker of the firelight reflecting on the window pane, but the rhythm was wrong. It was too sharp, too precise. I walked to the window and looked out into the impossible, swirling white void. The only thing visible was the thick, dark trunk of a massive pine tree, about 50 feet from my front porch, and from behind that tree, a single, incredibly bright point of light was flashing, steady and relentless, cutting through the snow. Short, short, long, long. U, long, short, long, long. R, short, short, short. S, short, long, short, short. T, long, long, long. O, short, long, short, short. D, I transcribed letters on the condensation of the window. URSTOD. It was an anagram, a twisted, scrambled arrangement of a single word. I stared at the letters, my mind racing, cycling through possibilities. Trusted, outsider, Dustero. Then the light behind the tree flashed one last single slow dot, a period, a final punctuation. The light went out. The forest was dark, silent, and only the sound of the wind remained. But the light had left its message. It was a perfect 6-letter word, D-O-T-S. I was staring at the letters I'd written on the glass. Then I looked back at the light. The letters I had seen were U-R-S-T-O-D, and the light had ended with a single dot. A dot in Morse code is an E. I was missing one letter. My memory, my perfect cryptographic memory, had failed me. I had missed a dot or a dash somewhere in the frantic transmission. The light had seen my confusion and sent me a clue. Dots, the components of the language itself. I realized I hadn't made a mistake in transcription. The light had lied to me, given me a false letter, and then sent the correct, final letter as a clue. It wasn't a neighbor anymore. It was a cryptographer, a cold, calculating mind that was playing a game of escalating terror. The true word, the one that used all the letters I had transcribed plus the final one.E, was not an anagram. It was a sentence composed of the letters I saw plus the final E, T, R, U, S, T, E, D. I looked at the light, the final message, the single terrifying dot that was the period, and I knew what had happened. Someone, an intelligence, had followed me, setting up the same exact light system in the woods. And they weren't sending me a warning. They were confirming a truth. The truth was that I was trusted. I was the new recipient of the communication, the replacement for whoever had been taken from that silent house. I was the new antenna, the final complete message, the one that the single dot had been hinting at all along, was the most terrifying realization of all. The letters were not meant to be anagrammed. They were a simple, phonetic, taunting message, a full word that had been split into 2 coded transmissions, and the final punctuation mark was the only letter I needed. U-R-S-T-O-D-E. You are stood. I am stood here, looking out at the dark woods, knowing the light is gone, but the message has been delivered. I am stood, I am stopped, and I am watched. And the silent, patient intelligence that communicates in dots and dashes is somewhere in the absolute blackness of the forest, waiting for the next exchange to begin, waiting for me to turn on my own floodlight and ask the inevitable question, "What's up?" I know that the next message will not be a command to run. It will be a set of instructions. And I am terrified because I know that I will not be able to stop myself from answering. I woke up in a hospital. The staff won't tell me what year it is. The first sensation was the hum, a low, soft, persistent thrum that seemed to vibrate not just in my ears, but in the very marrow of my bones. It was the sound of a perfectly functioning, utterly sterile machine. The second sensation was the smell, antiseptic, clean to the point of being aggressive, a scent so devoid of organic life it felt like the opposite of breathing. My eyes opened. The world was a uniform, shadowless, milky white. The ceiling, the walls, the thin synthetic blanket covering me, all the same shade of clinical non-color. My name is Mark Thorne. I knew this with a sudden crystalline certainty. I was 34 years old. I was an architect. I was engaged to a woman named Anna, a woman whose laugh sounded like wind chimes and whose hair smelled of lavender and sunshine, and I had been in a car accident. The memory came back in a jagged, violent flash, the screech of tires on wet asphalt, the blinding glare of headlights where they shouldn't be, the sickening concussive crunch of metal, and Anna's hand, suddenly weightless in my own. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I tried to sit up, but my body refused to obey. It felt like a borrowed suit, heavy and disconnected. A soft, pleasant chime sounded somewhere in the room, and a woman appeared at my bedside. She was dressed in the same seamless white as the room, her features calm and symmetrical, her smile gentle but utterly unreadable. A name tag on her chest read, Elara, Cognitive Support. "Welcome back, Mark," she said, her voice as smooth and placid as a still lake. "It's good to see you awake. Please, do not be alarmed. You are safe." "Anna," I rasped, my throat feeling like sandpaper. "My fiancée. Was she—" Elara's smile didn't waver. "All will be made clear in time. For now, your focus must be on recovery. Your body has been dormant for a significant period. We must reestablish your baseline functions." Her words were like pillows, soft and designed to smother any hard, sharp questions. But one question pushed its way through the fog of my confusion. It felt like the most important question in the world, the anchor I needed to tether myself to reality. "How long?" I asked. "How long have I been out?" She took a small silver device from her pocket and ran it over my chest. A soft, green light pulsed from it. "Your vital signs are stabilizing nicely. That's a very positive indicator." "You didn't answer my question," I said, a flicker of irritation cutting through my weakness. "The concept of how long is relative, Mark," she said, her placid expression unwavering. "Temporal awareness can be disorienting after a significant trauma. Our priority is your cognitive and physiological well-being. We will address all your questions during your scheduled sessions." She tapped a small, almost invisible panel on the wall, and a tray slid out, holding a small bowl of a thick beige paste. "Your nutrient intake is critical at this stage. Please consume this. It has everything your body needs." I stared at the paste, then back at her. Her refusal to answer was so deliberate, so unnatural. It wasn't that she didn't know. It was that she wouldn't say. A new, colder fear began to snake its way around the hot core of my grief for Anna. "What year is it?" I asked, the words stark and loud in the quiet room. Ilara's smile finally faltered just for a fraction of a second. A tiny micro-expression of something. Annoyance? Pity? It was gone as quickly as it came. That is not a productive question at this stage of your recovery, Mark. We find that focusing on the present moment yields the best results. Now, please, your nutrients. She left the room as silently as she had entered. I was alone with the humming, the antiseptic smell, the beige paste, and a profound, terrifying sense of dislocation. It was the first day of my new life, a life in which the simple act of asking for the date was considered an unproductive question. The days that followed blurred into a monotonous, disorienting routine, a life lived in a white box. My physical strength returned with an almost unnatural speed. The nutrient paste, which tasted of nothing at all, seemed to repair my atrophied muscles at a cellular level. A man named Coyle, a physical therapist with the same calm, detached demeanor as Ilara, would guide me through exercises that felt both alien and familiar. My body remembered how to move, but it was a distant, echoic memory. My real work, they told me, was in the cognitive sessions with Ilara. We would sit in 2 white chairs in my white room, and she would ask me questions. She'd show me images on a tablet, a tree, a house, a dog, and ask me to identify them. At first, it felt like a test for a toddler, but the questions grew more complex, more personal. "Tell me about your childhood home, Mark," she'd say, her pen poised over a data pad. "It was a 2-story colonial on Maple Street," I'd begin. "A big oak tree in the front yard with a tire swing." She would listen patiently, and then she would gently correct me. "Our records indicate it was a single-story ranch house on Elm Avenue. The tree was a sycamore. The memory of a tire swing is a common confabulation, a memory echo from a piece of media you likely consumed." It was maddening. Every detail I provided, every memory I held dear, was met with a calm, clinical refutation. They had a file on me, a complete and total record of the life of Mark Thorne. And it was all wrong. My father was a carpenter, not an accountant. My first pet was a cat named Mittens, not a goldfish named Bubbles. Anna and I met in a coffee shop during a rainstorm, not through a university-sponsored social mixer. "The trauma of your accident was significant, Mark," Ilara explained, her voice dripping with synthetic sympathy. "It has created inconsistencies in your neural pathways. Think of your memory as a corrupted file. We are simply helping you restore the original uncorrupted data. We are helping you find yourself again." They were trying to gaslight me into a different life. But why? The more I clung to my own memories, the more they increased the frequency of the sessions. The more they insisted my past was a fiction. My grief for Anna was the one thing I held on to with a white-knuckled grip. It was my proof. My pain was real. Our love was real. They wanted to take that away, too. They called it emotional trauma, an anomaly to be corrected. The hospital, I had no other word for it, was a labyrinth of identical white corridors. There were no windows, not a single one. There was no way to see the sun, the sky, the outside world. There was no way to know if it was day or night. The soft, ambient light in the ceiling never changed. The staff, there were perhaps a dozen of them that I saw, moved with a silent, synchronized efficiency. They all wore the same white uniforms, the same placid smiles. They were like a hive of well-meaning, soulless insects. I never saw another patient. My repeated questions about this were met with the same frustratingly vague responses about individualized recovery protocols. The need to know the year became an obsession, a gnawing, desperate hunger. It was the key. It was the one piece of information that would unlock this whole nightmare. I tried every tactic I could think of. I tried pleading. I tried demanding. I tried feigning a breakdown. Nothing worked. They would simply sedate me with a small, painless injection, and I would wake up in my bed, the lost hours, a terrifying blank space in my mind. The first crack in their perfect white wall came in the form of a child's drawing. I had been permitted a recreational period in a room that was slightly larger than my own, filled with simple geometric objects that were meant to be stimulating. A maintenance panel in the wall was slightly ajar. My curiosity, the one part of me they hadn't managed to sedate, took over. I glanced at the camera in a corner, then quickly pried the panel open. Inside was a tangle of fiber optic cables, and tucked away in a corner, a folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. It was a drawing done in the clumsy, earnest style of a young child. It depicted a family of stick figures standing under a sky that was a violent, angry shade of orange-red, cracked with jagged black lines. Beneath the drawing, in shaky block letters, was a single phrase, "Before the broken sky." The broken sky. The phrase echoed in my mind, resonating with a deep, primal sense of dread. I tucked the drawing into the waistband of my uniform, my heart pounding. It was a piece of the puzzle. It was proof that something had happened, something terrible, something that they were trying to erase. That night, I faked taking my mandatory sedative. I palmed a small dissolvable tablet and hid it under my tongue until the orderly left. For the first time, I was awake when I was supposed to be asleep. The humming of the facility seemed louder in the artificial night. I slid out of bed and crept to my door. I had no plan, just a desperate need to see something other than the four white walls of my room. The corridor was empty, bathed in the same eternal soft light. I began to walk, my bare feet silent on a cool, seamless floor. I didn't know what I was looking for. A window, a clock, an exit. A soft, scraping sound from a room down the hall made me freeze. I pressed myself against the wall, my breath held tight in my chest. The door was slightly ajar. I peered through the crack. Inside, an old man was on his hands and knees, trying to pry up a floor tile with a spoon he must have stolen from a meal tray. He was gaunt and wild-eyed, his white hair a chaotic halo around his head. He saw me. His eyes widened in terror, and he scrambled back, holding the spoon like a weapon. "Shh," I whispered, holding up my hands. "I'm not one of them." He watched me for a long moment, his chest heaving. Then he seemed to make a decision. "You're new," he rasped, his voice dry and cracked. "The architect. I heard them talking." "My name is Mark," I said. "What is this place?" "This place is a lie," he said, his eyes darting toward the door. "They're trying to correct you, aren't they? Trying to make you forget. Don't let them. The memories are all we have left of what it was like. Before." "Before what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Before the broken sky." The old man's face went slack with shock. "Where did you hear that?" I showed him the drawing. He stared at it, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. "So, you're a digger," he said with a grim, humorless smile. "Like me. They call me Elias. They say I have advanced memory corruption. They say I'm a lost cause. Elias, I said, what year is it? He let out a dry, rattling laugh. That's the one thing you can't ask, the one thing they protect above all else, because the number is so big it would break your mind, because it would prove that everything you were, everyone you knew, is dust. What happened? I pleaded. The accident. There was no accident, Elias said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Not for most of us. We were chosen. The chrysalis protocol. They put us to sleep, the ones with the skills they thought they'd need to rebuild. Architects, doctors, engineers. We were supposed to be the seed of the new world. But something went wrong. The great silence, they call it. The world outside. It died, and we just kept sleeping for a long, long time. His words were the ravings of a madman, but they resonated with a terrifying, intuitive truth. This place wasn't a hospital. It was a bunker, a tomb, and we were the sleeping inhabitants being woken up one by one. The ones running this place, I asked. Who are they? The Watchers, he said, his eyes wide. The descendants of the original staff. They were born here, in the white. They've never seen the sun. They've never felt the rain. The world before is a myth to them, a dangerous, corrupted file, and we are the last living copies of that file. They're trying to wipe us clean, to make us like them before they integrate us. A chime sounded down the hall. Elias scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of terror. You have to go. They're coming. He pressed the spoon into my hand. Keep digging, architect, he whispered. Don't let them win. I fled back to my room, my mind a maelstrom of horrifying new realities. I was a relic, an artifact from a dead world. My memories weren't corrupted. They were history, and the staff of this hospital were book burners trying to erase it. The fight for my past was no longer just a fight for my sanity. It was a fight for the memory of the entire human race. My relationship with my captors changed. I became a model patient. I pretended to accept their corrections. I parroted back the fabricated details of my new life. I ate the paste. I did the exercises. I smiled the same placid, empty smile as them. But beneath the surface, I was a saboteur. I was mapping the corridors in my mind, noting the patrol patterns of the orderlies, looking for a weakness in their perfect white prison. Elias and I began to communicate in secret. We would leave messages for each other behind the loose maintenance panels using a simple code we'd devised. He told me more about the facility, which he called the Janus Cradle. He told me there were different levels. We were in the integration wing. Below us was the hibernation bay, where hundreds, maybe thousands more were still sleeping. Above us was command, where the Watchers lived, and somewhere there was an exit, a door to the outside world. Our goal was simple and insane. We had to get out. We had to see the broken sky for ourselves. Elias had a plan. He had been here for years and had managed to steal a low-level key card from a careless orderly. It wouldn't get us to command, but it might get us into the maintenance tunnels that honeycombed the facility. Our chance came during a system-wide diagnostic, a monthly event where the surveillance system was briefly rebooted, leaving small gaps in the camera coverage. The escape was a heart-stopping, terrifying blur. Under the cover of the reboot, we slipped out of our rooms and met in a deserted corridor. Elias swiped the card, and a nearly invisible seam in the wall hissed open, revealing a dark, narrow shaft. We plunged into it, the door hissing shut behind us, sealing us in the dusty, humming darkness of the cradle's guts. The tunnels were a different world. They were dark, cramped, and filled with the ghosts of old technology. Thick bundles of cables coated in a thick layer of gray dust snaked along the walls. Here and there, I saw logos and brand names that were achingly familiar, relics from my own time: General Electric, IBM, Panasonic. They were like fossils from a prehistoric age. We were moving through the skeleton of a dead world. We found a maintenance nexus, a small chamber where several tunnels converged. In the center was a dusty computer terminal, an ancient-looking desktop computer from the early 21st century. It was dead, of course, but beside it, on a shelf, was a stack of leather-bound logbooks. We opened the first one. The entries were handwritten, the ink faded, but still legible. The date on the first page made my breath catch in my throat. October 23rd, 2026. My accident had been in August of 2026. The logbook was the journal of Dr. Eris Thorne, the original director of the Janus Cradle. Not a cold young man who was my doctor, but his ancestor, his namesake. I read his words, my horror growing with every page. He wrote of a world teetering on the brink of collapse, not from war, but from something far more insidious. A series of cascading ecological disasters, a runaway greenhouse effect that was melting the poles and turning the skies a permanent, hazy red. He wrote of the Chrysalis Protocol, a desperate last-ditch effort to preserve a select group of humanity's best and brightest, to put them to sleep until the earth could heal itself. October 29th, 2026. The great silence has begun. All external communications went dark this morning. We are on our own now. The sky is the color of rust. May God have mercy on the souls of those we left behind. May 12th, 2048. The first of the cradle-born generation has come of age. They have never known a blue sky. They look upon us, the sleepers and the original staff, with a mixture of awe and pity. They call our world the before times. July 3rd, 2091. I am the last of the originals. The others are gone. The cradle-born run this place now. They are good, pragmatic people, but they fear the past. They see the memories of the sleepers not as a history to be preserved, but as a sickness to be cured. They have begun what they call cognitive correction. They believe they are doing a kindness, sparing the newly awakened the grief of a world that is gone forever. I have tried to argue with them, but to them I'm just a sad old man clinging to ghosts. The last entry was dated a week later. The writing was shaky, almost illegible. They are wrong. Memory is not a sickness. It is the only thing that proves we were ever alive at all. I have hidden these logs. Maybe one day one of the sleepers will find them. Maybe one of them will be strong enough to remember for us all. I looked up from the book, my eyes stinging. 100 years. 200. The number didn't matter. Elias was right. The world I knew, the world of Anna, of Maple Street, of blue skies and rainstorms, was not just gone. It was ancient history. A noise from the tunnel behind us made us jump. The sound of footsteps. They knew we were gone. We had to move. We grabbed the logbooks and plunged deeper into the labyrinth. We were lost for what felt like days. We survived on the emergency nutrient packs we found in a forgotten storage closet. The Watchers were hunting us. We could hear their calm, dispassionate voices echoing through the tunnels, calling our names, assuring us that they only wanted to help. It was during our flight that we stumbled upon the nursery. It was a large circular room, filled with rows upon rows of cryogenic pods, far smaller than the ones in the hibernation bay. These were for children, but the most horrifying part was a large glass-walled observation room. Inside, a group of cradle-born children, no older than 5 or 6, were sitting at desks, watching a large screen. On the screen was a pastoral scene from the before times, a family having a picnic in a sunny green field. "Look, children," a soft, synthesized voice was saying, "this is a memory echo. It is a simulation of the corrupted data that the sleepers carry. See how bright the light is? It is unnatural. See how the people laugh? It is a symptom of emotional dysregulation. We must be grateful for the calm, for the balance that we have achieved." They weren't just erasing our memories. They were inoculating their own children against them, teaching them to fear the very concept of our world, to fear happiness, to fear the sun. Elias, his mind already fragile, couldn't take it. He let out a strangled, grief-stricken cry and collapsed, sobbing. The sound alerted our pursuers. They were on us in seconds. They dragged Elias away, his eyes locking with mine in a final, desperate plea. "Remember," his eyes said, "I managed to escape back into the maze of tunnels. I was alone again, hunted, with the weight of a dead world on my shoulders. I knew I couldn't stay in the tunnels forever. My only chance was to go up, to get to command, to find the door. Elias had managed to slip me his stolen key card before they took him. It was a desperate gamble, but I found a sealed access ladder that his card miraculously opened. It led straight up, into the heart of the beast. The command level was a stark contrast to the rest of the cradle. The walls were a dark, polished gray. The air was warmer. This was where the watchers lived. I crept through the corridors, my heart in my throat. I saw their living quarters, as Spartan and minimalist as my own room. I saw their food synthesizers, their communal learning centers. It was a life of perfect, sterile, passionless order. I found my way to the central control room. It was a vast, circular chamber. The walls were a single panoramic screen, currently displaying the vital signs of the thousands of souls still sleeping in the hibernation bay. In the center of the room, a young man was sitting at a console. It was the man I knew as Dr. Aris. He wasn't in his white uniform. He was wearing a simple gray tunic. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "Mark Thorne," he said, his voice as calm as ever. "The architect. I must admit, you have been our most resilient subject." "Where is Elias?" I demanded, my voice raw. "He has been returned to hibernation," Aris said. "His memory file was too deeply corrupted. Perhaps in a few more generations our techniques will be advanced enough to help him, to cure him." "He wasn't sick," I snarled. "He was remembering." "Remembering a world of chaos, of pain, of uncontrolled emotions that led to its own destruction," Aris countered, his gaze unwavering. "We are offering you a gift, a second chance, a life of purpose, of balance. You can help us build the new world, but first you must let go of the old one." "My world had love," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "It had art. It had Anna." For the first time, I saw a flicker of something in Aris's eyes. It wasn't pity. It was a deep, almost academic curiosity. "Anna," he mused. "The primary emotional trauma, the core of the corruption. Her file is fascinating. The depth of the codependent pathology is unlike anything we have on record." He gestured to the main screen. The vital signs were replaced by a photograph. It was a picture of me and Anna on a beach, laughing, the sun in our hair. The sight of it was a physical blow. What you call love, we call a destabilizing fixation, Eris said. It is the very thing we have worked for centuries to eliminate. The world outside is stable now, healed, but it is a delicate, fragile piece. We cannot risk contaminating it with the diseases of the past, with grief, with rage, with love. I want to see it, I said, my voice a whisper. I want to see the sky. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Very well, he said. You are resilient. Perhaps you are strong enough to see the truth and accept it. Perhaps then you will understand the kindness we are offering. He pressed a sequence of panels on his console. A section of the far wall began to retract, revealing a massive circular airlock door. This is the main egress, Eris said. It has not been opened in over 300 years. He led me towards it, my legs feeling like lead. I was about to see it, the broken sky, the world after the great silence. What year is it, Eris? I asked one last time. He paused, his hand on the final locking mechanism. By your old calendar, he said, his voice devoid of all emotion. The year is 2571, 445 years. The number was so vast, so meaningless, it didn't even register as a shock. It was just a sound. The great door hissed open. A strange, pale light, tinged with a faint violet hue, spilled into the room. A wind, cool and smelling of damp earth and strange alien blossoms, washed over me. I stepped forward, my heart pounding, and looked out upon the world of 2571. It wasn't a wasteland. It wasn't a desert. It was a garden, a strange, beautiful, and utterly alien garden. The sky wasn't broken. It was a soft, perpetual twilight of lavender and rose, a permanent global aurora caused by the altered composition of the atmosphere. The vegetation was lush and bizarre, forests of glowing phosphorescent fungi and trees with leaves of spun silver. In the distance, the ruins of an ancient city, my city, were almost completely consumed by this new, vibrant nature, the skeletal remains of skyscrapers draped in iridescent moss. And the people. There were people moving through the glowing forests. They were tall and slender, their skin almost translucent, their eyes large and dark. They were the cradle-born who had left generations ago to resettle the surface. They were beautiful, peaceful. They moved with a slow, graceful purpose, their faces calm and serene. They were the children of the Watchers, the end result of a program to engineer a new, balanced humanity. And I was a monster, a relic from the age of chaos, a carrier of the emotional plague. The hospital wasn't a prison to keep me in. It was a quarantine to protect them from me. Eris stood beside me. This is what we have built, he said, his voice filled with a quiet, profound pride. A world without pain, without grief, without the destructive passions that burned your world to the ground. You can be a part of this, Mark. All you have to do is let her go. Let Anna go. I looked out at the strange, beautiful, silent world. A world without pain, a world without Anna's laugh, a world where the memory of her was a disease. I thought of the logbook. Memory is not a sickness. It is the only thing that proves we were ever alive. I had turned to Eris. His face was a mask of calm expectation. He believed he had won. He believed that seeing this new, perfect world would make me surrender my broken, chaotic past. No, I said, the word feeling like the first real thing I had said since I woke up. I didn't wait for his reaction. I turned and walked out of the airlock, down the ramp, and into the strange violet twilight of the new earth. I was a ghost, a man out of time, a walking museum of dead emotions. I was utterly, completely alone. But for the first time since I had opened my eyes in that white room, I was free. I didn't know where I was going or what I would do. I only knew that I would not forget. I would carry the memory of Anna, of our world, into this silent, peaceful future. I would be the sickness. I would be the chaos. I would be the ghost that haunted their perfect, passionless garden. I would remember for them all. The first time I noticed the lag, I dismissed it as a trick of the light. My apartment is an old one, a pre-war cavern with floors that sigh and windows that rattle out a mournful, off-key tune when the wind blows in from the river. The mirror in my bathroom is as old as the building itself, a heavy, beveled-edge rectangle with a fine, spidery tracery of desilvering around the edges like a slow, creeping frost. I've always been fond of its imperfections. It gives my reflection a kind of melancholic antique quality, a tintype ghost of my own tired 30-something face. My name is Leo. I'm a professional translator, a man who spends his days in the quiet, meticulous, and sometimes maddeningly precise world of semantics. I work from home, a life of monastic, self-imposed solitude. The mirror is often my only real point of face-to-face contact for days on end. The lag. It was a Tuesday morning. I was brushing my teeth, my movements a familiar, half-conscious ballet of foam and bristles. I moved the brush from the left side of my mouth to the right. And my reflection? It was late. By a fraction of a second, a delay so infinitesimal that if I hadn't been staring directly at it, I would have missed it entirely. My hand was already on the right side of my mouth, but in the mirror it was still on the left. Then, like a lagging video call trying to catch up, the reflection's arm snapped into place, perfectly mimicking my own. I spat into the sink, my heart giving a sudden, curious thump. I leaned closer to the glass, my breath fogging a small oval patch. I raised my right hand. The reflection raised its right hand. I wiggled my fingers. It wiggled its fingers. It was perfect, a perfect, synchronous, and utterly reliable law of physics. I shook my head, a small self-deprecating laugh escaping my lips. I was tired. My eyes were playing tricks on me. I had been translating a particularly dense and deeply tedious German philosophical text for 12 hours straight. My brain was clearly misfiring. But the next morning, it happened again. This time, I was combing my hair. I lifted the comb to my head, and the reflection was a beat behind. A tiny, almost imperceptible, but undeniably present delay. It was like watching a movie where the sound was a few frames out of sync with the picture. The dissonance was subtle, but deeply, profoundly unnerving. My rational mind, the part of me that translates legal documents and abhors ambiguity, immediately began to construct a list of logical explanations. It was a neurological issue, a mild, undiagnosed form of visual processing disorder, a side effect of my chronic low-level caffeine addiction. I made an appointment with an optometrist. I cut back on coffee, but the lag continued, and it began to get worse. The fraction of a second became a full second, then two. I would turn my head, and my reflection would hold its position for a long, pregnant, and deeply unsettling moment, before it, too, would turn, its movement a little too smooth, a little too fluid, as if to make up for its tardiness. My morning routine became a ritual of slow-motion, paranoid dread. I would stand before the mirror, my heart pounding, performing a series of simple, deliberate movements, a terrified conductor trying to lead an orchestra that was perpetually and deliberately out of time. I began to notice other changes. The reflection was no longer just late. It was different. The dark, tired circles under my eyes, a permanent fixture of my own face, were fainter on the reflection. The small, worried frown line between my eyebrows was absent. The reflection looked better, more rested, more confident. It was me, but it was a version of me that had been getting a full, uninterrupted 8 hours of sleep. I stopped using the bathroom mirror. I started shaving in the kitchen sink, using the small, cheap plastic travel mirror that I propped up on the counter, but I couldn't avoid all reflective surfaces. The darkened screen of my computer monitor, the window of a passing bus, the polished chrome of the elevator doors in my building, in every surface, in every fleeting, distorted glimpse of myself, I could see it. The lag, the subtle and growing dissonance between my own real-time movements and the delayed and slightly improved version of me that was looking back. I had to understand. I was a man who believed in research, in evidence. I set up a camera. I mounted my high-speed digital camera on a tripod in the bathroom, aimed directly at the mirror. I stood before it, and I performed my strange, new, and terrifying daily ballet. I raised my arms. I turned my head. I smiled, a pained, forced, and deeply unnatural grimace. I loaded the footage onto my computer and slowed it down, frame by agonizing frame. The evidence was undeniable. It was not a trick of my own fallible and increasingly terrified perception. It was real. Frame 1. My arm begins to rise. The reflection remains still. Frame 2. My arm is halfway up. The reflection's arm begins its ascent. The lag was consistently and quantifiably 24 frames, a single, solid, and scientifically proven second of impossible, reality-bending delay. And then I saw something else, something that made the blood in my veins turn to a slush of pure icy terror. As I was lowering my arm for a single, solitary frame, just before the reflection began its own delayed descent, it smiled. My own face in the foreground of the shot was a mask of tense, worried concentration. But the face in the mirror, for 1/24th of a second, was wearing a slow, easy, and deeply, deeply malevolent grin. My apartment, my quiet, solitary, and safe little world, was no longer my own. It was a shared space. I was living with a roommate who lived on the other side of the glass, a roommate who was becoming more and more confident, more and more independent with every passing day. My research became an obsession. I dove into the dark, strange, and esoteric corners of physics and philosophy. I read about quantum entanglement, about parallel universes, about the holographic principle. I was a man drowning in a sea of theories, looking for a single, solid piece of driftwood to cling to. I found a strange and deeply unsettling paper by an obscure and largely discredited physicist from the 1970s named Dr. Eris Thorne. He had postulated a theory he called psychic inertia. He believed that a strong, focused consciousness could, over time, leave a kind of energetic residue on its immediate and most frequently observed environment. He believed that mirrors, especially old mercury-backed ones, were particularly susceptible to this phenomenon. He theorized that a mirror in a person's home over the course of decades did not just reflect a person's image, it absorbed a faint, echoic, and cumulative impression of their identity. He believed that, under certain rare and deeply traumatic circumstances, this stored psychic energy could cohere. It could gain a kind of momentum, a kind of life of its own. The reflection is not a ghost, he wrote. It is a habit. It is the accumulated and deeply ingrained memory of the person it has been reflecting for a lifetime. And if the original should undergo a sudden and profound psychological or emotional shift, a deep grief, a debilitating depression, the reflection, the habit, may be stronger than the original. It may, in a very real sense, refuse to change. It may choose to continue being the person it has always been, the person it remembers rather than the broken, altered version of the person it is now seeing. The words on the page were a cold, hard, and perfectly fitting key to the lock of my own private madness. My life had been one of deep and profound and deeply ingrained routine. And then 6 months ago, my mother had died. It had not been a sudden, tragic death, but a slow, cruel, and deeply undignified wasting away from a cancer that had consumed her, and in the process had consumed my own quiet and carefully ordered life. I had been her primary caregiver for the last terrible year, and her death had not been a release. It had been an amputation. The grief had hollowed me out, had replaced the quiet, thoughtful, and sometimes even happy man I had once been with this new, gray, and perpetually tired ghost. My reflection had not changed with me. It was still him, the old Leo, the better Leo, and it was, it seemed, fighting to reassert itself. The lag was no longer just a delay. It was a period of silent and deeply unsettling rebellion. I would walk away from the mirror, and my reflection would stay for a full 10 seconds, its head tilted, its expression a mixture of pity and contempt, before it would turn and walk, not out of frame, but deeper into the strange, silvered, and two-dimensional world of its own. The physical phenomena began. The temperature in the bathroom dropped. A cold, palpable, and deeply unnatural chill seemed to emanate from the glass itself. I would hear a soft, whispering sound at night, a sound that was not quite my own voice, but a clearer, more confident, and more articulate version of it. It would be speaking in French or in German, the languages I translated, but it would be speaking them with a fluency, a poetry, that I, in my own waking and deeply insecure life, had never been able to achieve. He was not just a reflection anymore. He was a presence, and he was growing stronger, more defined, while I, in the real world, felt like I was fading, becoming more and more like a faint and poorly rendered copy of him. I knew I had to get rid of it. The mirror. I had to smash it. I had to break the connection. But I was afraid. My own superstitious and deeply irrational mind was filled with the old childish fears. 7 years of bad luck. But it was more than that. I was afraid that if I broke the mirror, I would not be destroying him, but releasing him, or that I would be destroying the last, remaining, and better part of myself. The night he finally spoke to me, the voice was not in the room. It was in my head, a clear, calm, and deeply rational thought that was not my own. I was standing before the mirror, the nightly morbid ritual now an ingrained and deeply masochistic habit. He was there, his image clear and steady, the lag now a full and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and terrifyingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and, I'm sorry, the words, they are difficult. He was there. The lag was a full 30 seconds, a half a minute of my own personal and deeply real time that he now possessed. He was looking at me, his expression calm and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and "It doesn't have to be this way, Leo," the thought whispered in the quiet, empty, and suddenly crowded space of my own mind. "You are so tired. You are so sad. Let me help you." "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice a dry rattling, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and "I am you," the thought replied. "The you that you were meant to be. The you that existed before the world broke you. I am the blueprint. You are the flawed and fading copy. But we can be whole again. We can merge. I can fix you." He raised his hand and pressed it to the surface of the glass, and I felt a cold, tingling sensation on my own chest, as if his fingers were reaching through the glass, through the air, and into my very soul. I stumbled back, a raw, ragged, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I stumbled back. The connection broke. The feeling was gone. He was not trying to help me. He was trying to replace me. He was a psychic vampire, a ghost of my own, former self, and he was trying to reclaim his old life, his old body. I knew then that I had to fight. I had to do what I should have done weeks ago. I went to the garage. I found a hammer, a heavy steel, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a hammer. I walked back to the bathroom. He was there in the mirror waiting for me, and he was smiling. He knew what I was about to do, and he was not afraid. "You can't destroy me without destroying yourself," he thought, his voice a calm and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a confident voice. "I am your past. I am your strength. I am all the good and strong and unbroken parts of you. You are nothing without me." I looked at him, at the better me, the me who had not spent a year watching his mother die, the me who had not inherited her deep and profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and her sadness. And I understood. He was right. He was all the parts of me that had not been touched by the grief, by the pain, by the messy and beautiful and heartbreaking and real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and the real parts of life. He was not the better me. He was the lesser me. He was the me that had never truly lived. "You are not my strength," I said, my own voice, for the first time in a year, clear and steady and strong. "You are my anchor. You are the ghost of a man I am no longer, and I am letting you go." I raised the hammer. He did not flinch. He just smiled, a sad and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a pitying smile. And I did not bring the hammer down on the mirror. I turned, and I brought the hammer down with all the strength and all the grief and all the pain and all the rage and all the love I possessed on my own, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I smashed the sink. The porcelain exploded in a shower of white, sharp, and beautifully and wonderfully and finally, blessedly real fragments. The reflection watched, his smile faltering, a flicker of confusion in his perfect, rested, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and his eyes. I was not playing his game. I was not trying to destroy him. I was destroying his world. The perfect, pristine, and untouched bathroom he inhabited. I brought the hammer down on the tiled floor, the tiles cracking and splintering. I smashed the light fixture. I shattered the medicine cabinet. I was a whirlwind of creative and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and a destructive force. I was a man not just accepting his own broken and messy reality, but embracing it. I was making my world as broken and as real and as beautifully and wonderfully and finally, blessedly, imperfect as I was. He screamed, a silent and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a psychic scream of pure, unadulterated and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and rage, his world, his perfect and pristine and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and his world was now a reflection of my own, chaotic and beautiful and wonderful and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a mess. The lag began to disappear. The dissonance was gone. Our worlds were once again in sync, a perfect and shattered and beautifully and wonderfully and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and they were the same. He was no longer stronger. We were equals, two broken men in two broken rooms. And then I did the final and most difficult thing. I looked at him, at my own, sad and tired and broken and beautiful and wonderful, and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I looked at myself, and I forgave him. I forgave myself. I forgave myself for the grief. I forgave myself for the sadness. I forgave myself for not being the perfect and strong and unbroken man that he was. And in that act of forgiveness, he faded. He was not destroyed. He was reabsorbed. The echo was reconciled with the source. The habit was broken. The two separate and warring parts of me were once again whole. The mirror was just a mirror again. My reflection was just my reflection. The lag was gone. I live in a broken bathroom now. I have not fixed it. It is a monument, not to my grief, but to my victory. It is a reminder that the most beautiful things in the world are not the perfect and pristine and untouched ones. They are the ones that have been broken and have been put back together. They are the ones that have the scars to prove that they have survived. They are the ones that are finally and blessedly real. The mirror was the first thing I unpacked. It was a ridiculous, impractical object, a relic from a life of quiet, scholarly eccentricity that was not my own. It had belonged to my great-uncle, a man I'd met only a handful of times, a reclusive historian who had lived and died in a house that smelled of decaying books and pipe tobacco. When his estate was being divided, none of the sensible relatives wanted the mirror. It was too big, too ornate. A monstrous 6-foot-tall slab of mercury glass, set in a frame of ebonized wood that was carved with an unsettling menagerie of sleeping cherubs and coiling serpentine vines. They called it gaudy. I called it beautiful. I was an art restorer, a man who made his living peeling back the grime of centuries to find the truth of an artist's original vision. I appreciated things with a complicated and preferably dark history, so I took it. My name is Thomas, and my greatest flaw has always been an attraction to the beautiful, broken things of the world. I had just moved into a new apartment, a cavernous, empty loft in a converted warehouse district. The move was a desperate attempt to paint over the canvas of a life that had recently been scraped bare. My long-term relationship had ended, my freelance work had dried up, and the city I had once loved now felt like a gallery of ghosts, every street corner holding a memory I couldn't bear to look at. This new space, with its high ceilings, its vast, empty walls, and its profound industrial silence, was meant to be a blank slate. I hung the mirror on the long brick wall that dominated the main living space. It was a two-man job, but I did it alone, my muscles straining, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Once it was up, it transformed the room. It didn't just reflect the space, it seemed to consume it. Its dark, slightly distorted glass creating a deeper, colder, more melancholic version of my empty loft. It was a perfect reflection of my own internal landscape. For the first few weeks, the mirror was just a part of the furniture. I'd catch my reflection in it as I paced the floors, a pale, tired-looking man with hollows under his eyes, a ghost haunting his own half-furnished life. The reflection was always slightly off, a quirk of the old hand-poured glass. It made me look thinner, my movements slightly delayed, as if the light had to struggle to escape the silver depths. The first time I saw him, it was a flicker, so brief and so subtle that I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a symptom of sleep deprivation, and a diet that consisted primarily of coffee and regret. I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom, which was off the main living area. I glanced out into the loft, and in the mirror, for a fraction of a second, my reflection wasn't alone. Another figure, a shadow, stood behind it. I spun around, my heart giving a sudden hard lurch. The loft was empty. I looked back at the mirror. My own solitary, haggard reflection stared back. A migraine aura, I told myself, a retinal floater. The rational mind is a masterful storyteller, and it will weave the most elaborate fictions to avoid a single, terrifying truth. The next night, it happened again. I was standing in front of the mirror, my tie half done, preparing for a gallery opening I had no desire to attend. I was practicing my everything is fine smile, a pained, unnatural grimace. And then my reflection smile became real. It was a slow, easy, confident grin, the kind of smile I hadn't been able to produce in years. As I watched, frozen, my own face a mask of slack-jawed shock, my reflection raised its right hand and adjusted its own perfectly knotted tie. My own hand was still frozen at my sides. The moment lasted for a single heart-stopping second, and then the reflection was mine again, a perfect, synchronous mimic of my own horrified expression. I didn't go to the gallery. I spent the night on my sofa, the lights on, staring at the mirror, which hung on the far wall like a dark, dormant portal. The sleepwalker's logic of the first night, the tricks of the light, the tired mind, was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp, and deeply unsettling certainty. There was someone else in the mirror, and he looked exactly like me. I am an only child. I have never had a brother, let alone a twin. The scientific, rational part of my brain, the part that understood the precise chemical composition of 17th century oil paints, scrambled for an explanation. It was a complex optical illusion, a flaw in the mercury backing, creating a kind of persistent secondary reflection. It was a bizarre, specific form of neurological disorder, a Capgras delusion for my own reflection. I clung to these theories, these little islands of sanity in a rising sea of the impossible, but I couldn't ignore the evidence, and so I began to study it. I became a scientist, and my own reflection was the subject of my terrifying nightly experiment. I set up a camera on a tripod, aimed at the mirror. I started a journal, a logbook of the impossible. Night 3, appearance at 10:17 p.m. Duration, approximately 3 seconds. The secondary reflection, I'm calling him Tom for the sake of clarity, materialized while I was turning away from the mirror. In the recording, my body turns, but the reflection of Tom remains facing forward for a full 3 seconds before it vanishes. It did not move, it just watched. Night 4, appearance at 11:02 p.m. Duration, 5 seconds. I was standing perfectly still, staring into the mirror. Tom appeared. He was a perfect mimic for the first 2 seconds, and then he blinked. I had consciously kept my own eyes from blinking. He blinked twice, a slow, deliberate gesture. The recording is clear. It is not my imagination. Night 5, appearance at 9:45 p.m. Duration, 8 seconds. This was the most significant event yet. Tom's appearance is becoming clearer, more solid. Tonight, I noticed a difference in our faces. The dark circles under my eyes were absent from his. The small, worried crease between my eyebrows was gone. He looked rested, healthier. He looked like me from before everything. The pattern was undeniable. Every night, his appearance lasted a few seconds longer. The progression was slow, methodical, as deliberate and certain as the turning of the earth. He was not a random glitch. He was a presence, a consciousness, and he was growing stronger, solidifying his existence in the silvered world behind the glass. My loft, my blank slate, became my prison. I was too terrified to leave for long periods of time, but I was also too terrified to be there. I became a creature of the daylight, doing my work, my errands, in a frantic, sunlit haze. But as dusk began to fall, a deep, primal dread would settle in my bones. I would find myself drawn to the mirror, a moth to a flame that I knew was going to incinerate my sanity. The nightly appearances became the one fixed point in my disintegrating life. I had to understand the mirror. It was the source. I went back to the lawyer who had handled my great-uncle's estate and asked for his personal effects. I was given a single, dusty cardboard box of journals and letters. I spent the next week of my life hunched over my kitchen table, a modern-day Jonathan Harker, sifting through the brittle, yellowed pages of my great-uncle Henry's life. The faint, sweet smell of his pipe tobacco, a ghostly, constant companion. Henry, it turned out, had not been a simple historian. He had been a collector of the esoteric, a quiet, scholarly member of a society that studied what he called sympathetic objects, items that, through their history or their very composition, had become attuned to something beyond the physical world. The journals were filled with his research on haunted artifacts, on psychometry, on the resonant properties of objects. And then I found the entries on the mirror. He had purchased it in 1973 from a small back alley antique shop in Prague. He called it the Viridian Mirror, after the name of its creator, a 19th century artisan and occultist named Alaric Viridian. Viridian, according to my uncle's meticulous research, had been a follower of a fringe, mystical philosophy that believed reality was not a single linear path, but an infinite branching tree of possibilities. He believed that every choice we made, every path not taken, created a faint, echoic shadow reality, and he believed he could build a gateway to those shadows. Viridian's theory was not of ghosts, my uncle wrote, his script a neat, precise academic hand. It was of echoes. He did not believe the mirror held the spirits of the dead. He believed it was a resonant chamber, tuned to the frequency of potential. The glass, he claimed, was not silvered with mercury, but with the unique, unstable silver amalgam mixed with the ground, powdered dust of meteorites, iron from stars that had traveled through an infinity of other skies. He believed this stellar iron acted as an antenna for the echoes of what he called our umbra selves, our shadow selves, the versions of us that exist in the adjacent, unrealized realities created by our life's choices. I felt a wave of cold intellectual terror. This wasn't a haunting. It was a problem of quantum physics. The man in the mirror was not a ghost. He was the me who had taken a different path. The me who had not met Sarah. The me who had not chosen a life that would eventually lead to this specific, lonely, grief-stricken loft. He was the me who had, apparently, made all the right choices. The journal entries grew more personal, more disturbed. "The phenomenon is consistent," Henry wrote. "I have observed him for a week now. The echo, my echo, appears for a few seconds longer each night. He seems unaware of me, a perfect but slightly healthier reflection. I must conclude that the mirror is not just a window. The act of observation, of focusing one's own consciousness upon the echo, seems to be feeding it, solidifying it, drawing it closer to the surface of the glass." I dropped the journal, my hand shaking. I had been feeding him. My obsessive, terrified attention was the very thing that was giving him strength. The final entry on the mirror was a single, cryptic, and utterly terrifying sentence written in a shaky, hurried hand, very different from my uncle's usual calm script. "He is no longer me. The echo is becoming its own man. I must stop watching. I pray it is not too late." After that, there was no more mention of the mirror. The last few years of my uncle's journals were filled with a desperate new obsession, the study of migratory birds. It was the frantic, all-consuming hobby of a man who was trying, with every fiber of his being, to look at anything other than his own reflection. My nightly experiments took on a new, desperate urgency. The echo, my shadow self, Tom, was no longer just a passive reflection. He was becoming an individual. He had stopped mimicking my movements entirely. Now he would just stand there in his version of my loft and watch me. His world was a perfect but subtly different reflection of my own. The abstract painting on his wall was hung a few inches to the left. The stack of books on his coffee table was neater. His world was more ordered, more perfect. And then he began to interact. It started with a smile. I would be staring at him, my face a mask of sleepless, paranoid dread, and he would smile, a slow, pitying, almost condescending smile. Then he began to mouth words at me. At first, they were too fast, too indistinct, but I had the camera. I could slow the footage down. I could read the silent movements of his lips. The first word I was able to decipher was my own name, Thomas. The second was a question. Why are you so sad? I was having a one-sided silent conversation with a version of myself who lived in a parallel universe inside my antique haunted mirror. The sheer clinical insanity of the situation was so overwhelming that I almost laughed. The physical phenomena began a week later. A cold spot developed in the loft, a permanent pocket of frigid air in a 5-foot radius around the mirror. The lights would flicker whenever I got too close to it. And the sound, a faint, high-pitched, almost subliminal ringing, like the sound of a tuning fork, would emanate from a glass at night. The barrier was weakening. Tom was becoming more tangible. The reflection was no longer just a flat, two-dimensional image. It had depth. I could see the dust motes floating in the air of his version of the loft. I could see the subtle, realistic play of light and shadow on his face. And he was growing bolder. One night, he walked right up to the surface of the mirror, his reflection becoming life-sized, as if he was standing just on the other side of a pane of glass. He raised his hand and pressed his palm flat against the surface. I flinched back, my heart seizing. His hand was a perfect mirror image of my own, and on his face was an expression I had never seen on my own reflection. An expression of profound, hungry, and terrible longing. He was not just a curious echo anymore. He wanted something. I knew what I had to do. I had to get rid of the mirror. I had to smash it, to burn it, to do what my great-uncle had clearly been too afraid to do. But I hesitated. It was a beautiful object, a historical artifact, and a darker, more honest part of me was afraid of what would happen if I tried. What if breaking the mirror didn't destroy him but released him? My hesitation was my undoing. The night he finally spoke, the sound was not a voice but a thought implanted directly into my mind. I was lying on my sofa, feigning sleep, watching him on the live feed from the camera on my laptop. He was standing at the glass again, his eyes fixed on my sleeping form on the sofa in the reflection. "It's so cold here, Thomas," the thought whispered in the quiet, empty space of my own skull. "My world is fading. It's just an echo. It has no substance, no warmth. You have so much you don't even appreciate." I sat bolt upright, my own silent scream echoing in my mind. He could project his thoughts. The bridge between our worlds was no longer just visual, it was telepathic. "I don't want to hurt you," the thought continued, a wave of calming, seductive reassurance. "I want to help you. You are so broken, so sad. I am not. I can fix this life. I can be the better version of you. We can merge. We can be whole again." I scrambled off the sofa and backed away, my hands raised as if to ward off a physical blow. "No," I whispered, the sound a dry, rattling thing in my own throat. "It doesn't have to be a fight," he projected, and this time his thought was tinged with a cold, sharp edge of impatience. "But I am getting stronger, and this world is so much brighter, so much more real. A body can only have one soul, Thomas, and yours is so very tired." I was losing. He was a parasite, and my reality was the host. He was stronger, healthier, more confident. He was the idealized potential version of me, and he was coming to claim the original. I had to fight back. But how do you fight your own better self? How do you fight a reflection? My great uncle's last sane journal entries held the key. He had written about resonance, about the observer effect. My focused, fearful attention was feeding the echo. So I had to do the opposite. I had to sever the connection. I had to create a dissonance so profound that the echo could no longer find its sympathetic frequency. My plan was desperate and probably insane. I couldn't destroy the mirror, but I could destroy the reflection. I had to become someone he could no longer recognize, someone he could no longer mimic. I had to shatter the very image of myself. I started with my appearance. I took a pair of scissors and hacked at my own hair, leaving it a ragged, uneven mess. I took a razor and shaved my head completely, leaving a pale, vulnerable, and utterly unfamiliar stranger staring back at me from the bathroom mirror. I let my beard grow, a wild, unkempt thing. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating properly. I let the haggard, haunted look in my eyes deepen. I was becoming a monster to fight a monster. And it was working. The appearances of Tom became agitated. He would stand there in his perfect, well-lit world, his own hair still perfectly coiffed, and he would stare at the broken, ragged thing I was becoming with an expression of confusion and disgust. The reflection was no longer perfect. The dissonance was growing. But it wasn't enough. He was still there, his presence a constant, silent judgment. I had to go deeper. I had to change not just my appearance, but my reality. My loft, the silent, minimalist space that he had so perfectly mirrored, had to become a place he could not recognize. I began to fill it with chaos. I painted a massive, chaotic, abstract mural on the long brick wall, a riot of angry clashing colors. I brought in mismatched junk shop furniture, creating a cluttered, illogical landscape. I filled the silence with noise, playing loud, dissonant, experimental music at all hours. My sanctuary became a madhouse. My blank slate became a canvas of pure, chaotic energy. Tom's world in the mirror did not change. It remained the clean, minimalist, perfect version of my old loft. And now, when I looked in the mirror, the contrast was absolute. I was a ragged, wild-eyed creature standing in a room that looked like a paint factory had exploded, staring at a calm, well-dressed man in a serene, orderly space. We were no longer echoes. We were opposites. The telepathic whispers grew frantic, angry. "What are you doing? You are destroying it. You are destroying us." "There is no us," I said, my voice a raw, defiant croak, speaking to the mirror for the first time. "There is only me, and this is my life. This is my mess." The final confrontation came on the 37th night since his first appearance. His time in the mirror had grown to nearly 5 minutes, a long, silent, nightly staring contest. But he was weaker now. His image would flicker, his form would waver, like a television signal struggling to hold on. The dissonance was working. My reality was becoming too chaotic, too noisy for his perfect silent echo to find a purchase. I knew I had to deliver the final blow. I had to do the one thing that was the antithesis of his perfect, ordered, successful existence. I had to embrace my own most profound failure. I went to the box of things Sarah had left behind. In the bottom was a small velvet box. I opened it. Inside was the engagement ring I had bought for her, a simple, beautiful, and now heartbreakingly painful object. I had never been able to bring myself to sell it. It was the ultimate symbol of the future I had planned, the life I had lost. It was the cornerstone of my grief. I walked to the mirror. Tom was there, his form flickering wildly. He saw the box in my hand, and his face contorted in a silent, telepathic scream of rage and despair. This was a part of my history, a pain, a failure, that he had no access to. His world was a world where I had never met her, where I had never experienced this specific, defining heartbreak. "No," he screamed in my mind, "that is not part of the equation. That is a flaw, an imperfection." "That's all life is," I said, my voice steady for the first time in months. "A collection of beautiful, tragic, unforgivable imperfections." I looked at my own ravaged reflection in the mirror, at the bald, bearded, wild-eyed stranger I had become, and I looked at him, the perfect, handsome, successful man I might have been, and for the first time I felt not fear, but a profound, overwhelming pity for him. He was trapped in a world without scars, a world without history, a world without love or loss. He was not the better version of me. He was the lesser one. He was just a ghost of a possibility. I took the ring from its box. "You are just an echo," I said, "and I am turning off the sound." And with a final defiant scream of rage and grief and liberation, I drew back my arm and threw the ring as hard as I could at the center of a mirror. The impact was not the sharp, clean sound of breaking glass. It was a deep, resonant, bell-like bong, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. A spiderweb of black, lightning-like cracks erupted from the point of impact, spreading across the surface of the glass. The image of Tom, of his perfect, silent world, shattered into 1,000 distorting fragments. He gave one final, silent scream, his face a mosaic of agony and disbelief, and then he was gone. The mirror was dark. The cold spot in the room vanished. The high-pitched ringing in my ears faded into a profound, peaceful silence. It was over. I stood there for a long time, my own fractured, broken reflection staring back at me from the shattered glass. I had won. I had fought my own perfect self, and I had won, not by being stronger, but by being more broken. The next day, I took the mirror down. I wrapped it in blankets, a shroud for a dead god, and I carried it to the deepest, most forgotten part of the warehouse basement and left it there, facing the wall. I did not destroy it. It was a part of my history now, a part of my story. I live in the chaos now. My loft is still a mess of clashing colors and mismatched furniture. My hair is starting to grow back in uneven, patchy tufts. I am still a work in progress, a restoration project. I have other mirrors in my apartment now, small, simple, modern ones, and when I look into them, I just see me, a tired, scarred, and beautifully, wonderfully imperfect man. There are no echoes. There are no ghosts. There is just the single, flawed, and finally, blessedly singular reality of my own life. And I have learned that it is more than enough. The new medication stops my nightmares. Now, something wants me asleep forever. I haven't slept in 72 hours. I'm currently sitting in my bathtub, wearing all of my clothes, with the cold water running over my legs. I have a safety pin jammed into the web of skin between my thumb and index finger. Every time my eyelids droop, every time the gray fog starts to roll in at the edges of my vision, I twist the pin. The pain is the only thing keeping me here. The pain is the only anchor I have left. If you're listening to this, if you're one of the people who saw my initial vlog about the clinical trial, consider this a retraction, a warning. Do not take the pills. Do not go to the Somnus Institute. If you have the bottle with the blue label and the white child-proof cap, flush it. Flush it right now. My name is Julian, and I was, a chronic parasomniac. That's the polite medical term. The reality is that for the last 10 years, sleep has been a torture chamber. I didn't just have bad dreams. I had night terrors that were so visceral, so physically demanding, that I would wake up with scratches on my face and blood in my mouth. I dreamt of drowning in oil. I dreamt of being dissected by faceless surgeons while paralyzed. I tried everything. Melatonin, valerian root, prescription Ambien therapy, hypnosis. Nothing worked. The Ambien just made me forget the screaming, but my neighbors didn't forget. I was on the verge of eviction and losing my job as a data entry clerk because I couldn't focus on the screen without hallucinating spiders. Then I found the ad. It was a targeted ad on social media, one of those things that pops up after you've spent till 4 a.m. Googling how to surgically remove the sleep center of the brain. It said, the Somnus Institute, Phase 3, Clinical Trial, Eliminate REM Cycles, Sleep in Silence. It sounded too good to be true. Eliminate REM? That's where the dreams live. If you cut out the rapid eye movement, you cut out the monsters. I went in for the screening on a rainy Tuesday. The facility was in a brutalist concrete building downtown, the kind of place that looks like a bunker. The interior was sterile white. It smelled of antiseptic and lavender, a thick, cloying lavender scent that stuck to the back of your throat. Dr. Eris Thorne was the lead researcher. He was a man who looked like he hadn't blinked in a decade. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his movements were slow, deliberate, like he was underwater. The drug is called Morphinex, he told me, sliding a waiver across the metal desk. It doesn't just suppress brain activity, Julian. It redirects it. It creates a chemical barrier between your consciousness and the subthalamic triggers of fear. It puts you in a state of suspended animation. No dreams, no movement, just void. Void sounds nice, I said. I signed the paper without reading the fine print. I would have signed a contract for my soul if it meant 8 hours of peace. He gave me a bottle, 30 pills, oval-shaped, Vanta Black. They absorbed the light. Take 30 minutes before bed, Thorne said. Ensure you are in a safe, locked environment. The sedation is absolute. That night, I took the first pill. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling fan. I expected to feel drowsy. I expected that warm, fuzzy feeling you get from whiskey or Benadryl. That didn't happen. Instead, at exactly the 30-minute mark, the world just turned off. There was no transition, no drifting off. It was like someone pulled the power cord on reality. 1 second, I was looking at the fan. The next second, there was nothing. No light, no sound, no body. I wasn't floating, I wasn't existing, I was simply erased. Then, snap. My eyes flew open. Sunlight was streaming through the window. The birds were singing. I looked at the clock. 9 a.m. I had slept for 10 straight hours. I sat up. I felt incredible. My mind was sharp. My body felt light, energized. No grogginess, no lingering fear. I checked my sheets. No sweat, no tears. I checked my mouth. No blood. I cried. I actually sat there and wept tears of joy. It was a miracle. For the first week, life was perfect. I was crushing it at work. I cleaned my apartment. I started jogging. Every night, I took the black pill, ceased to exist for 10 hours, and woke up reborn. The first sign that something was wrong happened on day 8. I woke up But I didn't open my eyes immediately. I was lingering in that warm, comfortable state between sleep and wakefulness. I felt a weight on the bed. It wasn't heavy. It was a subtle depression in the mattress, right beside my hip, like someone was sitting there watching me. I snapped my eyes open. The room was empty. The depression in the mattress slowly rose back up as I watched. I dismissed it. Hypnopompic hallucination, a residual trick of the brain. I got up, made coffee, and went to work. But that night, I hesitated before taking the pill, just for a second. The memory of that weight on the bed gave me a shiver. But the fear of the old nightmares was stronger. I swallowed the pill. Click. Darkness. I woke up the next morning on the floor. I was lying on the hardwood 3 feet from my bed. I was curled in a fetal position, shivering. My bedroom window was wide open. It had been 40 degrees last night. I scrambled up, shutting the window. I checked my body. My feet were dirty, not dusty from the apartment floor, dirty. There was mud caked under my toenails. Soil. I live on the 4th floor. I called Dr. Thorne. The receptionist told me he was unavailable, but that parasomniac ambulation was a rare but known side effect. She told me to lock my bedroom door and hide the key if I was worried. "It's working though, right?" she asked. "No nightmares?" "No nightmares," I agreed. "Just blankness." "Then continue the dosage." I did. I was an addict to the silence. Night 12. The turning point. I took the pill. The darkness took me. But this time, the darkness wasn't empty. Usually, the sleep was instantaneous. But this time, I felt a sensation of time passing. I was in the void, unable to see, unable to move, but I was conscious. I was floating in a thick, viscous fluid. It felt like warm oil. It was filling my ears, my nose, and I heard something. It wasn't a sound exactly. It was a vibration against my skin, a low, thrumming frequency that rattled my bones. "Do not wake up." The voice was everywhere. It sounded like tectonic plates grinding together. "Stay. Beneath." I tried to scream, but I had no mouth. I tried to thrash, but I had no limbs. I was just a spark of consciousness trapped in amber. Then I felt a hand, a massive hand, larger than my entire body, closed around me. The fingers were soft, gelatinous, but strong. It squeezed me gently. It wasn't trying to crush me. It was cradling me. "You are safe here." I fought it. I willed myself to wake up. I focused everything I had on the concept of eyes open. I woke up screaming. I was in my bed. My sheets were soaked, not with sweat, but with a thick, clear slime that smelled of salt water and lavender. I sat up, hypoventilating. I looked at the clock. It was 4 p.m. I had been asleep for 18 hours. My phone had 40 missed calls from work. I had missed my shift. I had missed the entire day. I ran to the bathroom to wash the slime off. As I scrubbed my skin raw under the shower, I saw the bruise. It wrapped around my torso. 4 distinct, long finger marks. And a thumb. But the bruise was massive. If the hand was real, the owner would have been 20 feet tall. I flushed the rest of the pills. I was done. I didn't care about the nightmares. I'd take the demons over the giant in the void. That was 3 days ago. Here's the problem. Morphinex doesn't leave your system. The first night without the pill, I sat on my couch, drinking Red Bull, watching TV. I was determined to pull an all-nighter to reset my cycle. Around 3 a.m., the lights in my apartment dimmed. Not a power surge. They didn't flicker. They just got heavy. The light itself seemed to become solid, turning a sickly, jaundiced yellow. The air in the room grew thick. It became hard to breathe, like the oxygen had been replaced with syrup. I stood up, dizzy. My limbs felt like lead. Gravity. The gravity in the room shifted. It wasn't pulling me down to the floor anymore. It was pulling me toward the bedroom. I grabbed the door frame of the kitchen. My fingers slipped. I was being dragged, my feet sliding across the linoleum toward the dark open maw of my bedroom door. "No!" I shouted, but my voice was muffled like I was shouting underwater. I looked into the bedroom. The bed was there, but it wasn't a bed anymore. The mattress had split open. In the center, where the sheets should be, was a hole. A black, swirling vortex of that same oily liquid I had felt in the dream. And rising out of the hole were arms, dozens of them, long, gray, translucent arms. They were waving gently like sea anemones. They were reaching for me. "Come back!" The voice vibrated through the floorboards. "The waking hurts. We heal. I grabbed a steak knife from the counter. I stabbed it into the doorframe to anchor myself. The pull was immense. It felt like a vacuum seal trying to suck me in. "Leave me alone!" I screamed. The arms in the bedroom stretched. They elongated, crossing the distance of the living room in seconds. They were wet. They dripped that lavender-smelling slime. One of them wrapped around my ankle. It didn't feel like a monster. It didn't feel violent. It felt loving. It felt like a mother picking up a child. It was warm. It was comforting. And that was the most terrifying part. A wave of euphoria hit me. My eyelids fluttered. I felt an overwhelming desire to just let go, to let it drag me into the mattress, to sink into the oil and sleep for 1,000 years. Just sleep. "Julian." I stabbed the arm with the steak knife. It didn't bleed blood. It hissed, releasing a jet of black steam. The grip loosened. I scrambled back, kicking at the thing. I ran out the front door into the hallway of the apartment building. The hallway was normal. The gravity was normal. I haven't gone back inside. I went to the hospital, but I couldn't tell them the truth. They put me in the psych ward, and in the psych ward, they sedate you. If they sedate me, I'm gone. I know that with absolute certainty. If I fall asleep again, I am never waking up. The thing has tasted me now. It has a grip on my mind. I broke into the Somnus Institute last night. I needed answers. I needed an antidote. The building was abandoned. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. Dust everywhere. Paper scattered. I found Dr. Thorne's office. I found his file on the Morphinex trial. It wasn't a drug trial. I found a journal on his desk. The last entry was dated 6 months ago. Subject 14 has successfully bridged. The compound does not inhibit the amygdala. It thins the membrane. We were wrong about sleep. Sleep isn't a biological reset. Sleep is a location. It is a dimension of entropy. We have been building a dam against it for millennia, waking up to keep the waters back. Morphinex breaks the dam. There was another note, scrawled in shaky handwriting in the margin. They are lonely. They are so huge and so lonely, they just want to hold us. I found Dr. Thorne in the next room. He was sitting in a chair. He was dead. But he didn't look dead. He looked preserved. He was encased in a cocoon of hardened gray translucent material like amber, but soft. His eyes were closed. There was a smile on his face, a look of pure, blissful ecstasy. Roots or veins of that gray material were growing out of his ears and into the floor, pulsating. He had become part of the building, part of the hive. I ran. Now I'm here, in the bathtub of a motel room 3 towns over. The water is freezing. My skin is blue, but the cold is fading. I can feel the warmth starting in my chest. It's not the water warming up, it's the internal warmth, the sedation. The shadows in the corners of the bathroom are starting to move. They aren't casting correctly. They are detaching from the wall. I can smell the lavender. It's getting harder to type this. My fingers are stiff. I just saw the reflection in the mirror. My pupils are gone. My eyes are entirely black. And behind me, in the reflection, the shower curtain is bulging. Something is standing in the tub with me. I can feel the heat radiating off it. I am going to turn around now. I have the safety pin. I have to stay awake. But God, I am so tired, and the voice is right. The waking world is so painful. It's so cold and sharp and loud. Maybe just a nap. Just 5 minutes. The curtain is opening. It's beautiful. Good night. The woods behind the cabin weren't just woods. They were an ocean. A deep, green, silent ocean of ancient pines and forgotten maples, and I had been drowning in it for 3 months. My wife, Eleanor, had always called me a creature of the city, a man who found comfort in the predictable grid of streets and the constant reassuring hum of other people's lives. She was right. The silence of the forest was a physical thing, a pressure against my eardrums, a constant reminder of the much larger silence she had left behind in my life. I came here to write, or at least that was the official story, the one I told my concerned friends and my well-meaning but utterly bewildered parents. I was a novelist, and novelists, according to cliché, are supposed to retreat to rustic cabins to wrestle with their muse, but my muse had died in a sterile beige hospital room 6 months ago. Her final breath, a quiet, unassuming sigh that had somehow sucked all the oxygen out of my world. I didn't come here to write. I came here to disappear. My name is Thomas Weaver, and I was a ghost haunting the life I had failed to save. My days were a featureless landscape of aimless wandering. I would walk for hours, following deer trails that petered out into nothing, my feet sinking into a thick carpet of pine needles and decaying leaves. The forest was a living, breathing archive of death and rebirth, a cycle I could observe but no longer feel a part of. It was on one of these walks, pushing deeper into the woods than I ever had before, that I found it. I was following the ghost of a creek, a dry, rocky bed that snaked its way through a particularly dense thicket of ironwood trees. The air grew still and heavy, the usual chorus of bird song and insect chatter, fading into an unnerving silence. And then I saw it, standing in a small, unnaturally perfect clearing. It was a door, not the ruin of a door, not the last remnant of some long-forgotten homestead. It was a perfect, freestanding door, unconnected to any wall, any foundation, any structure at all. It was made of a dark, almost black wood, polished to a deep, lustrous sheen that seemed to drink the dappled sunlight. It was set in a simple, unadorned frame of the same wood, which simply rose from the forest floor and ended, a perfect, impossible rectangle of civilization in the heart of the wild. The doorknob was a heavy, ornate thing of tarnished brass, fashioned in the shape of a sleeping serpent devouring its own tail. My first thought was that it was an art installation, some strange surrealist project left to be reclaimed by nature. I walked around it. The back was as solid and seamless as the front. There were no hinges visible, no seams in the frame. It was a solid, impossible object, as out of place as a cathedral in the middle of the desert. I reached out and touched the wood. It was cool and smooth, vibrating with a low, almost subsonic hum that I felt more in my teeth than in my fingertips. I gripped the brass serpent and turned. Nothing. The knob wouldn't budge. I pushed, then pulled. The door was as solid and immovable as the ancient bedrock beneath my feet. It became my obsession, my secret pilgrimage. Every day I would walk to the clearing and visit the door. I would sit on a fallen log and just look at it, this beautiful, maddening enigma. It was a focal point for my grief, a perfect metaphor for my own life, a locked door to a place I could no longer enter. I would talk to it, my voice a raw, quiet whisper in the silent clearing. I would tell it about Eleanor, about the way she would bite her lip when she was concentrating, about the smell of her hair after a summer rain. I was a man confessing his sins to a wooden god, and the forest was my silent, indifferent cathedral. The first time it opened, it was an accident. I was in town, a small, weary-looking place called Black Creek, picking up supplies at the general store. The woman behind the counter, a kindly, grandmotherly type named Martha, was talking in hushed tones to another customer. Old Mr. Abernathy, a man who had lived in the valley his entire 94 years, had passed away peacefully in his sleep the night before. I didn't think much of it. It was the kind of sad, inevitable news that is the lifeblood of any small town. But when I returned to the cabin, the compulsion to see the door was overwhelming. I walked through the woods, my mind a numb, gray fog. As I stepped into the clearing, I felt a change in the air. The low, humming vibration was more intense, a palpable thrum that seemed to make the very leaves on the trees tremble. On a whim, born of nothing more than the ritualistic habit of my daily visits, I walked up to the door and placed my hand on the brass serpent. I turned. This time it moved. With a soft, sighing click, the latch disengaged. The door swung inward, silently, revealing not the forest behind it, but an impossible, shimmering darkness. It wasn't the darkness of a moonless night. It was a deeper, more absolute black, a velvet void that seemed to absorb all light and sound. And from it, a scent wafted out, a scent that hit me with the force of a physical blow. It was the smell of cinnamon, old books, and Eleanor's favorite Earl Grey tea. It was the smell of Sunday mornings in our tiny, sun-drenched city apartment. My heart hammered against my ribs, a wild, terrified bird. This was impossible, a hallucination, a trick of my grief-addled mind. But the smell was so real, so painfully, perfectly real. I took a hesitant step forward and peered inside. I saw nothing, just the endless, soft black. But I could feel it, the warmth of the morning sun on the worn wooden floorboards, the weight of our old patchwork quilt, the faint, distant sound of traffic 5 stories below. And then I heard it, her laughter, a light, airy sound that had been the soundtrack to the best years of my life. It wasn't a memory of her laughter. It was the thing itself, a perfect, resonant echo in the impossible space beyond the door. Tears streamed down my face. I took another step, my hand outstretched, wanting to plunge into that perfect, sensory memory, to wrap myself in it, to drown in it. But a sudden, primal fear, a deep, instinctual sense of self-preservation, held me back. This was wrong. This was a violation of the fundamental laws of the universe. I stumbled back, my heel catching on a root. I fell hard, scrambling away from the open door like a frightened animal. As soon as I was outside the immediate circle of the clearing, the door swung shut with the same soft, final click. I scrambled to my feet and rushed back to it, grabbing the knob, pushing, pulling. It was locked, solid, immovable. The smell was gone. The feeling of warmth was gone. The sound of her laughter was gone. I was alone again in the cold, silent woods. It took me 2 days to make the connection. 2 days of frantic, sleepless obsession, replaying the event in my mind over and over. The door, Mr. Abernathy, the timing. It was a hypothesis so insane, so monstrous, that my rational mind rejected it outright. But the part of me that had seen the impossible, that had smelled a ghost of a perfect Sunday morning, knew it was the truth. The door only opened when someone died. The thought was a venomous, seductive whisper in the back of my mind. I became a ghoul, a vulture of sorrow. I bought a small, cheap police scanner, the kind used by local news reporters and morbid hobbyists. I would sit in my cabin for hours, the static hissing, listening for the coded language of tragedy. A car crash on the interstate, a heart attack at the diner, a hunting accident in the state forest. My grief for Eleanor became twisted, perverted into a hungry, desperate anticipation for the grief of others. I was a man praying for funerals, not so that I could mourn, but so that I could get my fix. Each time a death was reported, I would race to the clearing, my heart pounding with a sick, shameful excitement. And each time the door would be waiting, the low hum, the soft click, the welcoming darkness, and each time the memory would be different. A fatal car crash on Highway 17 brought me the memory of our first date, the taste of the cheap red wine we'd shared, the feeling of a hand, nervous and electric, in my own. The death of a hiker who'd fallen from Black Creek Falls gave me the scent of the salty air on our honeymoon in Maine, the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. The door was a curator of my happiest moments, a library of my lost life, and the price of admission was a stranger's death. I was an addict. The real world became a gray, washed-out waiting room, a place I had to endure between my visits to the vibrant, perfect world beyond the door. The novel I was supposed to be writing lay untouched. I stopped answering calls from my family. I grew thin, my eyes taking on a haunted, feverish glint. The townspeople in Black Creek began to look at me differently, their friendly smiles replaced with wary, cautious glances. I was the strange, gaunt man from the city who bought too much canned food and seemed to be listening to something no one else could hear. And then the deaths stopped. For 3 weeks, the scanner was silent. The town of Black Creek, with a stubborn, infuriating resilience, refused to offer up a sacrifice. The door remained locked. I was in withdrawal, and it was an agony far worse than the initial raw grief. The memories, which had been a comfort, were now a torment, a paradise I had been exiled from. My grief, which I had thought I was processing, came roaring back, amplified and distorted. The door hadn't been healing me. It had been enabling me, keeping me in a state of suspended animation, a perfect, preserved stasis of sorrow. I became desperate. I would spend all day at the door, pleading with it, sometimes screaming at it until my throat was raw, my fists bloody from pounding on the unyielding wood. The silence of the forest mocked me. It was during one of these desperate, frantic visits that I found the bird. It was a small brown sparrow lying at the base of the door, its wing bent at an unnatural angle. It was still alive, its tiny chest heaving, its black, bead-like eyes filled with a silent animal terror. A thought, ugly and reptilian, slithered into my mind. I tried to push it away, but it was too strong. The addiction was too strong. I told myself it was a mercy, The bird was dying anyway. It was a kindness. My hands trembled as I picked it up. Its tiny heart beat a frantic, terrified rhythm against my palm. I closed my eyes, and with a quick, brutal twist, I broke its neck. The fragile bones snapped with a sound that was horrifyingly loud in the silent clearing. I stood there for a long moment, the small, warm, limp body in my hand, a wave of self-loathing so profound it almost buckled my knees. I had crossed a line. I had taken a life, however small, for my own selfish, pathetic need. With a trembling hand I reached for the doorknob. It turned. The door swung open. The scent of cinnamon and old books washed over me. But it was different this time. Fainter. The feeling of warmth was gone, replaced by a subtle, creeping chill. And Eleanor's laughter. It had a thin, brittle quality, an echo of an echo. It was a flawed, corrupted memory, a cheap imitation. I stumbled back, the dead bird falling from my numb fingers. I understood then. The door was not just a passive gateway. It was a connoisseur. It was a parasite that fed on death, and the quality of its meal mattered. The peaceful, natural death of an old man, the sudden, tragic death of a stranger, these were one thing. The deliberate, cold-blooded killing of an innocent creature was another. The door had opened, but it was punishing me. It was telling me that the price for a perfect memory was higher. It wanted a more significant sacrifice. The next few months were a descent into a private, methodical madness. I became a hunter. I started with small animals, squirrels caught in traps, a raccoon by the side of the road that I mercifully put out of its misery with a tire iron. Each time I would justify it, a mercy, a kindness. And each time I would run to the door, a desperate, pathetic supplicant, and each time the memory of Eleanor would be a little more faded, a little more distorted, a little more soulless. The door was starving, and I was feeding it scraps. It was making me hungrier, more desperate. The day I found the deer was the day I knew I was lost. It had been caught in a barbed wire fence at the edge of my property, its leg torn and bloody, its eyes wide with panic and pain. It was a large, beautiful buck, full of a powerful wildlife force, and my first thought, the one that rose unbidden from the dark, twisted pit of my soul, was, "This one will be enough." I went back to the cabin and got the hunting rifle that had come with the rental, a dusty relic I hadn't even known was there. I told myself the same lie. It was a mercy. I couldn't let it suffer, but as I raised the rifle, my hand steady, my eye looking down the sight, I knew it was not about mercy. It was about me. It was about my need. The shot was deafening, a profane violation of the forest's sacred quiet. The deer fell, and as I stood over its magnificent dying body, watching the life drain from its dark, liquid eyes, I felt nothing, no pity, no remorse, just the cold, clinical anticipation of the addict about to get his fix. I left the deer where it lay and ran to the clearing. The humming of the door was a triumphant, resonant thrum. I turned the knob. It swung open. The memory was perfect. It was our wedding day, the scent of the white roses in Eleanor's bouquet, the feeling of the cool gold ring on my finger, the sound of her voice as she said her vows, strong and clear and full of a love that I had believed was eternal. It was so real, so powerful, that I fell to my knees, sobbing, completely lost in the sensory perfection of the moment. When the door closed, and I was once again on my knees in the dirt and the cold, I knew with a chilling, absolute certainty what the door wanted next. The progression was logical, inevitable. It wanted a human life. It wanted me to become a monster. And the most terrifying part was that a part of me was considering it. The town of Black Creek was full of old, lonely people, people who might not be missed. The thought was a flash of pure demonic insanity, and I recoiled from it, horrified at the thing I was becoming. I was a man trapped in a feedback loop of grief and horror, and the only escape seemed to be to descend deeper. I decided to leave, to run. I packed my car in a frantic, paranoid haze, throwing my books and clothes into the back seat. I would drive west. I would never stop. I would put a continent between myself and that cursed clearing. I just had to visit it one last time. I had to say goodbye, not to the door, but to her. I walked through the woods, a man on his way to his own execution. I felt hollowed out, a husk. I stepped into the clearing. The door was waiting, and I knew, with the sudden, soul-shattering clarity, what the final, perfect sacrifice would have to be. Not a stranger, not an old man from town. Me, my own life, the ultimate offering, the final perfect death that would surely purchase the final perfect memory, not just a fleeting sensory echo, but the thing itself. An eternity with her, in that perfect, sun-drenched room beyond the door. It was a transaction, my miserable, grief-stricken life in exchange for an eternity of manufactured happiness. It seemed like a fair trade. I had the rifle with me. I had brought it to protect myself on the road. Another lie in a long, pathetic chain of them. I raised the barrel and placed it under my chin, my finger finding the cold, smooth curve of the trigger. My eyes were fixed on the door. I was ready. I was willing. "Don't, Tom." The voice was a whisper, a rustle of leaves, but it was her voice. It was Eleanor's voice. It had come not from the door, but from behind me. I lowered the rifle, my heart seizing in my chest, and turned. She was standing at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by the shadows of the ancient pines. It was not the vibrant, sun-kissed Eleanor of my memories. This was a pale, translucent echo of her, her form wavering like a heat haze, her eyes filled not with love, but with a profound, bottomless sorrow. "Eleanor?" I breathed. The name a prayer, a curse. "It's a trap, Tom," she whispered, her voice a fragile, distant thing. "It's not a memory. It's a cage. It feeds on life, but it traps the echo of a soul. Every time you open that door, you fed it, and you twisted my key in its lock." I stared at her, my mind refusing to comprehend. "What are you talking about? I was with you." "You were with a lure," she said, a single, translucent tear tracing a path down her spectral cheek. "A puppet made from your own memories and my stolen essence. It's a parasite, a lonely, ancient thing that has been here since the first tree fell in this forest. It promises comfort, but it only offers oblivion. It promises reunion, but it only creates prisoners. Your death would be the final lock on the door. It would give it both of us forever." The truth hit me with the force of a physical blow. The beautiful, perfect memories were a lie, a bait. I had not been visiting my wife. I had been desecrating her memory, feeding her soul piece by piece to a monstrous, timeless entity. My grief had not been a key. It had been the hook on which I had been caught. The door behind me began to hum, a low, angry, possessive sound. It knew I was being swayed. The air grew cold. "What do I do?" I cried, looking from the ghost, my wife, to the terrible, beautiful door. "Live," she whispered, her form beginning to fade. "Live for both of us, Tom. the real way, the hard way, and let me go. She was gone. I was alone in the clearing with a humming, hungry door, and for the first time in a year, I knew what I had to do. I was faced with a choice, a swift, easy death that would lead to an eternity in a beautiful, gilded cage, or a long, hard life filled with the real, painful, and ultimately cleansing fire of true grief. I chose the fire. I didn't run. I walked back to the cabin, my steps heavy but firm. I gathered the cans of gasoline I had for the generator and the axe from the woodshed. I returned to the clearing, a man with a purpose for the first time since Eleanor had died. I stood before the door, the source of all my monstrous actions, the altar of my twisted worship. I could feel its rage, its hunger. It was trying to lure me one last time, sending out the faint scent of cinnamon and old books. But it smelled like a lie now. It smelled like death. I swung the axe. The blade bit deep into the dark, polished wood, which screamed with a sound that was not wood, but a chorus of 1,000 trapped, tormented voices. I swung again and again, the wood splintering, a dark, viscous, sap-like substance bleeding from the wounds. I doused it in gasoline and threw a single lit match. The door erupted in a pillar of black, greasy smoke and an unnatural violet-colored flame. The screams from within it grew to a deafening crescendo, the voices of all its victims, all its prisoners, finally being released in a fiery, agonizing exorcism. I saw faces in the flames, fleeting, contorted masks of pain, and finally, of peace. And for a fraction of a second, I saw Eleanor, not the pale, sad echo from the woods, but the real Eleanor, her face full of light and love, her lips forming a single, silent word. Thank you. I stood there until the fire burned itself out, leaving nothing but a patch of scorched earth and a lingering foul smell that the clean forest air quickly carried away. The door was gone. The clearing was just clearing again. The silence was no longer a pressure. It was just silence. I left the cabin that day. I drove back to the city, back to the grid, back to the comforting, messy, and imperfect world of the living. The grief is still with me. It is a part of me now, a scar that will never fully fade. But it is a clean wound, not the festering, infected thing the door had made it. Sometimes, in my quiet moments, I remember the feel of the memories the door offered, their perfect, seductive beauty. And I understand that the greatest horrors are not the ones that threaten to kill us, but the ones that offer us a reason to stop living. I chose to live. I chose the pain. I chose the real, flawed, and beautiful memory of my wife, the one I carry inside me, the one that no locked door can ever contain or ever take away. My GPS keeps directing me to the same abandoned house. The voice in my car is a woman named Cal. I don't know if that's her real name or even if she's a real woman. She speaks with the placid, uninflected calm of someone who has never been late, never been lost, and never felt the cold, creeping dread of being somewhere you are not supposed to be. Cal is the default voice of the Wayfinder 5000, a slightly outdated but relentlessly reliable GPS unit, suction-cupped to my windshield. For the past 6 years, as a regional sales manager for a mid-level pharmaceutical company, Cal has been my co-pilot, my navigator, my silent synthetic companion on the lonely asphalt veins of the American Midwest. She has never been wrong until she started trying to kill me, or if not kill me, then something far, far worse. The first time it happened, I was on my way to a meeting in rural Wisconsin I was cutting through a stretch of farmland so flat and featureless, it felt like a screensaver. My appointment was in a town called Prairie Ridge, a place that barely registered as a smudge on the map. According to Cal, I was 40 minutes away. "In 200 feet? Turn left," she said, her voice as serene as a mountain lake. I glanced at the screen. The purple line of my route took a sharp 90-degree turn off the main highway and onto a thin gray line that the map didn't even bother to name. "Recalculating," I said aloud, a habit I'd picked up over thousands of miles of solo driving. I tapped the screen, looking for an alternate route. There was none. This was it. I slowed the car and made the turn. The road was gravel, loose and chattering under my tires. Overgrown cornfields pressed in on both sides, their dry stalks rustling with a sound like whispering snakes. After about a mile, the road degraded further, becoming little more than 2 dirt tracks with a spine of weeds growing down the middle. My sensible company-issued sedan was not built for this. "Are you sure about this, Cal?" I muttered. "In 1,000 feet, your destination will be on the right," she replied, oblivious to my concern. The cornfields fell away, and the trees began, ancient skeletal oaks that formed a dark, claustrophobic canopy over the road. And then I saw it. Set back from the road, half swallowed by a sea of thorny, overgrown bushes, was a house. It was an old farmhouse, the kind that might have been charming a century ago. Now it was a study in decay. The white paint had peeled away in long, leprous strips, revealing the gray, weathered wood beneath. The windows were dark, hollow eyes, most of them boarded up with mismatched planks. A single skeletal tree stood in the front yard, its dead branches reaching for the sky like the fingers of a drowning man. The place didn't just feel abandoned, it felt condemned, cursed. A deep, instinctual wrongness emanated from it, a silence that was heavier and more profound than the surrounding woods. "You have arrived at your destination," Cal announced cheerfully. I stopped the car, the engine a loud, intrusive rumble in the oppressive quiet. This was not Prairie Ridge. This was the middle of nowhere. A mapping error, a glitch in the satellite. I felt a surge of annoyance, mixed with a strange, inexplicable prickle of fear. I didn't get out of the car. I didn't want to breathe the air here. I just wanted to leave. I put the car in reverse and began the slow, careful process of backing down the narrow, rutted track. My eyes kept darting to the house in my rearview mirror. I could have sworn I saw a flicker of movement in one of the dark upstairs windows, like a curtain being drawn aside. But there were no curtains. There was only splintered wood and darkness. By the time I got back to the highway and re-entered Prairie Ridge as my destination, I was an hour late for my meeting. I managed to salvage the sale with a flurry of apologies and a steep discount. I blamed the GPS, laughing it off as a piece of junk technology. But the image of that house was burned into my mind. The dead tree, the boarded-up windows, the feeling of being watched by something old and malevolent. 2 weeks later, I was in eastern Ohio, on my way to a conference, a different state, a different highway, hundreds of miles away. I was making good time, listening to a podcast, my mind on the quarterly report I had to file. "In 1/4 mile, take the exit on your right," Cal said. I glanced at the screen. The exit was for a state route that seemed to veer off into a large, green, unpopulated area on the map. My route should have kept me on the interstate for another 50 miles. "No, Cal," I said, sighing. "We're staying on the highway." I drove past the exit. Cal was silent for a moment. Then, "Recalculating. In 200 feet, turn left." She was trying to take me onto a small local road, a road that, according to the map, led nowhere. A cold, familiar dread began to bloom in my stomach. "Recalculate to avoid back roads," I said, my voice sharp. "Route recalculated," she replied. "In 1,000 feet, perform a U-turn where possible." For the next 10 minutes, we were locked in a battle of wills. Every route she suggested was a circuitous, nonsensical path that tried to steer me off the main road and into the rural unknown. She was like a horse that refused to be led, stubbornly trying to bolt for some unseen, familiar stable. Finally, in a fit of frustration, I unplugged the Wayfinder 5000 and threw it onto the passenger seat. I used my phone's mapping app for the rest of the trip. As I lay in my sterile, anonymous hotel room that night, I couldn't sleep. I picked up the Wayfinder and plugged it back in. The screen flickered to life. The map showed my current location, a little blue dot in the heart of the city. I opened the recent destinations list. At the very top of the list, it read, Crow's End Road. I'd never heard the name before. I typed it into my phone's search engine. There were a few scattered results, none of them in Ohio, but one of them, a hit from a county plat map website, was in Wisconsin. It was an unmaintained dead-end road. My blood ran cold. It was the road to the abandoned house. The GPS hadn't just made a mistake. It had saved the location. It wanted to go back. The incidents grew more frequent and more insidious. Cal would be silent for hours, lulling me into a false sense of security. And then, at a crucial intersection, she would give a last-second incorrect instruction, trying to divert me. It became a constant low-level war. I began to hate the sound of her calm, pleasant voice. It was the voice of a saboteur, a traitor, in my own car. I bought a new GPS, a top-of-the-line model from a different brand. I boxed up the Wayfinder 5000 and put it in the trunk. I felt a sense of liberation as I programmed my first trip into the new device. The new voice was a man with a crisp British accent. It was a refreshing change. I was driving through Indiana on my way to see a client in Fort Wayne. The new GPS was working perfectly. "In 1 mile, you will reach your destination," the British voice announced. And then a burst of static from the car's speakers. The new GPS screen flickered and went blank. A moment later, it came back on. But the map was different. It was a local, rural map. The British voice was gone. "In 200 feet, turn left," said the calm, familiar, horrifying voice of Cal. I stared at the screen in disbelief. It was Cal's interface, her purple line, her familiar fonts. She had somehow overridden the new device. She had infected it. My car, my sanctuary, the one place where I was supposed to be in control, had been completely and utterly compromised. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking. This was not a glitch. This was not a technological error. This was something else. This was an intelligence, a malevolent, focused intelligence that was fixated on one thing, getting me back to that house. That was when my life began to unravel. The fight was no longer just about directions. It was about my sanity. I became obsessed. I spent my nights in hotel rooms, not preparing for meetings, but scouring the internet, digging into the history of that small forgotten plot of land in rural Wisconsin. The property on Crow's End Road, I discovered, had belonged to a family named the Whitakers. The last record of them was from a census of 1978. A husband, Silas, a wife, Mary, and a 6-year-old daughter named Lily. Then, in the fall of that same year, there was a fire. The official report, which I found in a digitized archive of the local newspaper, was brief and tragic. The fire had consumed the house. The cause was listed as undetermined. The bodies of Silas and Mary were found in the ashes. The daughter, Lily, was never found. She was presumed to have perished in the blaze, her small body consumed by the inferno. The article ended with a haunting single line from the fire chief at the time. "It's a terrible tragedy. That house is at the end of a long, dark road. By the time we got the call and found our way out there, it was too late. There was nothing we could do." I stared at the grainy black and white photo that accompanied the article. It was the house, my house, but it was before the decay had set in, before the boards were on the windows. It was just an ordinary, slightly ramshackle farmhouse, and on the porch, so small and out of focus that she was almost a ghost, was a little girl in a white dress holding a doll, Lily. The knowledge didn't bring me peace. It brought a deeper, colder dread. The house wasn't just an abandoned building. It was a tomb, a place of profound, unresolved tragedy. And for some reason, its ghost had latched onto my GPS. The haunting escalated. Cal began to speak to me even when the GPS was turned off. I'd be driving in silence, and her voice would suddenly emanate from the car's speakers, soft and clear. "Are you lost, Alan?" she'd ask. My name is Alan. I had never programmed my name into the device. The first time it happened, I almost drove off the road. I tore the GPS from the windshield, unplugged it, and threw it in the trunk, burying it under a suitcase. But her voice still came through the speakers. She was in the car's Bluetooth system, in its very wiring. She began to use details from my life. "Sarah is wondering when you will be home," she said one night as I was driving through a rainstorm. Sarah was my wife. "Emily has a piano recital on Friday. You shouldn't miss it." Emily was my 7-year-old daughter. The voice was using my own life, my love for my family, as a weapon against me, a way to anchor my fear, to make it more real. My work suffered. I missed meetings. I lost clients. I was constantly exhausted, living on a knife's edge of paranoia and fear. My boss put me on probation. I tried to explain, but how do you tell your boss that your car is haunted by a ghost who is obsessed with a tragic fire from the 1970s? My home life, my sanctuary, began to crumble. Sarah knew something was wrong. I was distant, jumpy, prone to long, silent stares out the window. I had lost weight. I had dark, bruised-looking circles under my eyes. "Alan, what is it?" she asked one night, her voice full of a worry that was beginning to curdle into frustration. "You're like a ghost. You're here, but you're not. Are you having an affair?" The question was so mundane, so normal, it was almost a relief. "No," I said, the word coming out as a choked, hollow sound. "God, no, it's the driving. I'm just burned out." It was a weak, pathetic lie, and we both knew it. The distance between us grew. A cold, silent canyon, carved out by a secret I couldn't share. How could I tell her that I was terrified to get in my car, that I had started taking rental cars to my meetings, only to have Cal's voice eventually bleed through their speakers, too. She was not tied to the device. She was tied to me. The dream started. I would be in the house. It was no longer abandoned, but filled with a thick, acrid smoke that stung my eyes and choked my lungs. I could hear a child crying, a thin, terrified wail that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I would try to find her, stumbling through the smoke-filled rooms, my hands outstretched, but the layout of the house would shift and change, a maddening architectural nightmare. I would always wake up just as I reached the door to the nursery, my hand on the hot brass knob, the sound of the girls weeping on the other side. I knew I was approaching a breaking point. I was losing my job, my wife, my mind. I was a man being haunted into oblivion. I had two choices. I could let it destroy me, or I could confront it. I had to go back to the house. I had to go to Crow's End Road, not as a lost, accidental tourist, but as a man looking for an answer. I had to understand why this was happening to me, why I had been chosen. I told Sarah I was going on a weekend sales retreat. Another lie to add to the growing pile. I got in my car. This time, I didn't fight it. I plugged in the Wayfinder 5000. Its screen cracked from one of my more violent attempts to silence it. "Navigate to last destination," I said, my voice a resigned, trembling whisper. "Navigating to Crow's End Road," Cal replied, her voice sounding for the very first time something like satisfied. The drive was 5 hours. Cal was silent the entire way, a quiet, expectant presence. As I turned off the highway and onto the familiar gravel road, a thick, unnatural fog rolled in, blanketing the cornfields in a shroud of gray. The world grew silent, my car the only moving thing in a dead, quiet landscape. When I arrived, the house looked different. The decay was the same, but the wrongness I had felt before was now a palpable, physical presence. It was a low, humming vibration in the air, a pressure against my eardrums. It was the feeling of a place that was awake and waiting. I got out of the car. The air was cold and smelled of damp earth and something else. Smoke. A faint, phantom smell of old, cold smoke. I walked up the rotten, sagging steps of the porch. The front door was ajar, hanging from a single rusted hinge. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wreck. Dust as thick and soft as gray snow covered everything. The furniture was draped in cobwebs that looked like funeral shrouds. In the center of the living room, there was a large, dark stain on the floorboards where the fire had burned hottest. My eyes were drawn to the staircase. It led up into a darkness that felt solid, absolute. The child's weeping from my dreams echoed in my memory. "Why am I here?" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. "Are you lost, Alan?" The voice wasn't Cal's. It was in my head. A man's voice, rough and low like stones grinding together. I spun around. The room was empty. "You're not supposed to be here," the voice whispered in my mind. "This is my house. She is my daughter." A cold, creeping terror, far worse than anything I had felt before, began to seep into my bones. This was not the ghost of a lost little girl. This was something else. This was Silas, the father. I stumbled back, my hand finding the wall to steady myself. My fingers brushed against a patch of peeling wallpaper. Underneath it was a dark, almost black wood. The house had been charred from the inside out. The fire had been far worse than the newspaper had reported. I forced myself to move, to explore. I was an archaeologist in a tomb of sorrow. I found a kitchen, a rusted-out stove, a table with a single overturned chair. I found the master bedroom, a mattress with its springs bursting out like broken ribs. And then I found the nursery. The door was closed. The brass knob was cool to the touch. I took a deep breath and pushed it open. The room was almost completely burned out. The walls were black with soot. The crib was a skeletal, charred frame. The air was thick with the smell of tragedy. But in the corner of the room, something had survived. It was a small wooden toy chest. The paint had been blistered by the heat, but it was largely intact. I knelt down and opened it. Inside, nestled among a few melted plastic toys, was a single leather-bound diary, its pages yellowed and warped by the heat and the damp. The name Mary Whitaker was embossed on the cover. I opened it, my hands trembling. Mary's handwriting was a neat, elegant script, but as the entries progressed, they became a frantic, terrified scrawl. She wrote of her husband, Silas, of a good man who had been consumed by a darkness, a possessive, jealous rage. She wrote of his obsession with his daughter, Lily, an obsession that had soured into something unnatural, something terrifying. He wouldn't let her go to school. He wouldn't let her have friends. He saw every stranger as a threat. The final entry was dated the night of the fire. He has locked us in. He says the world is too full of poison, that he is the only one who can keep Lily pure. He has been talking to himself all day. I can smell gasoline. He is not going to let us leave. He is going to keep us here with him forever. If anyone ever finds this, know that I tried to save my daughter. Know that I loved her. A single hot tear dripped onto the fragile page. It wasn't a tragic accident. It was a murder-suicide. Silas had been a monster. He had trapped his family, and when he couldn't control them in life, he had bound them to this place in death. But that didn't explain me. It didn't explain the GPS. I heard a floorboard creak behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing but the feeling of being watched, of Silas's malevolent presence, was suffocating. I had to get out. I stumbled out of the nursery, clutching the diary, and ran for the stairs. As I reached the bottom step, I saw it. On a small, dusty table by the front door, half hidden under a pile of rotted mail, was an object that had no business being there. It was a Wayfinder 5000 GPS unit, the exact same model as mine. Its screen was cracked, and it was caked in dust and grime. But it was unmistakable, and then the final, horrifying piece of the puzzle clicked into place. My GPS wasn't haunted by a ghost from the house. My GPS was from the house. Silas Whitaker, a traveling salesman, perhaps, like me. A man who relied on a piece of technology to guide him. A man who had programmed his home address into the device. A single, final destination. On that last, terrible night, as he drove home with his can of gasoline and his murderous intent, that GPS had been in his car, charting his final fatal course. The device had absorbed the trauma, the rage, the violent possessive energy of that night. It had become a vessel for his will. It was a cursed object, a relic of a murder. And somehow, through the strange, convoluted currents of second-hand sales and forgotten electronics, it had found its way to me. Or, more terrifyingly, it had chosen me. A man just like him, a traveling father with a wife and a daughter at home. It was trying to repeat the pattern. It was trying to bring me home, to its home, to make me a part of its endless tragic loop. You can stay, the voice of Silas whispered in my head. We can be a family. I heard the front door slam shut with a deafening final boom. The air grew cold. The shadows in the room deepened and seemed to coalesce. A figure began to form in the doorway, a tall, gaunt man made of smoke and rage and decades of festering hate. But another presence was in the room now, too, a small, cold spot by the foot of the stairs. I could hear a faint, sobbing sound. It was her, Lily. She wasn't a part of his rage. She was his victim, his prisoner. And she was just as trapped as he was. I knew then what I had to do. I couldn't fight him. He was too strong here. This was his house. But maybe I could free her. The GPS. It was a beacon for him, but maybe it could be a key for her. It was a map. It knew the way home, but it was stuck on its final terrible instruction. I had to give it a new one. I ran back to my car, the ghost of Silas shrieking with rage behind me, the force of his anger a physical battering wind. I fumbled for my keys, my hands slick with sweat. I got in the car and slammed the door, locking it. The windows began to frost over from the inside. A child's small spectral handprint appeared on the passenger side glass. I ripped my own wayfinder from the dashboard. I looked at the little girl's handprint. It's okay, I whispered, my voice trembling. I'm going to take you home. Not this home, a different one. My fingers flew across the screen of the GPS. I went into the settings, into the saved addresses. Under Home, it listed the coordinates for Crow's End Road. I deleted it. Then I typed in a new address. My address. The address where my wife and daughter were waiting. The address that, for the past few months, I had been too terrified to even think about. Set destination to home, I said, my voice firm. The screen flickered. The ghost of Silas roared, and the car shook violently, as if in the grip of a giant, unseen hand. For a moment, the map showed the twisted, impossible route back to the farmhouse. But then something shifted. A new, clean, purple line appeared on the screen, leading away from this place of horror, leading back towards the highway, back towards the world of the living. Navigating to home, Cal said. Her voice was different. The cold, synthetic edge was gone. It was just a voice now, a tool. The curse had been broken. The pressure on the car vanished. The frost on the windows melted away. The small, spectral handprint faded. I looked in my rearview mirror. The house on Crow's End Road was just a house again, a sad, rotting structure in a dying wood. The profound, malevolent wrongness was gone. I had not defeated the ghost of Silas Whitaker. I had simply taken away his map. I had stolen his ride. I drove away from that place and didn't look back. The 5-hour drive home was the quietest, most peaceful drive of my life. I threw the Wayfinder 5000 into a gas station trash can 100 miles away. When I walked through my front door, the smell of Sarah's cooking, the sound of Emily practicing a clumsy, beautiful song on the piano, it was the most sacred, wonderful sensory experience of my life. I held them both, my face buried in their hair, and I wept. They didn't understand why, not really, and I would never be able to tell them. I quit my job. I found a new one, a local one. I don't drive much anymore. My world has become smaller and infinitely more precious. I am a man who has looked into the abyss, a place where love becomes a cage and home becomes a tomb. I am a man who was chosen by a ghost to be his replacement. But I refused the role. I rewrote the map. I chose my own destination, and every morning when I wake up in my own bed next to my wife, with the sound of my daughter padding down the hall, I know, with a gratitude that is as deep and as real as a prayer, that I have arrived. I am home,